be alright. All night, alright. Dance with you. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. Dance with slow. Give it up, gonna be alright. All night, alright. Dance with you. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. So slow. Give it up, gonna be alright.
I'm late. I'm so late. Just the latest. There's never been anyone later than me. Granted, it is because I was watching the Formula One, which is like my other main obsession. Other than music. I like music. Hello. Now, there is more than just Lorenzo in the chat, believe it or not. YouTube chat doesn't seem to be working. I do not know why. Normally, it just starts working. There we go. Yep, Jack. Hang on. My stream disconnected for a sec there. It's all happening. There's so many things I need to do when I set up a stream, and I have done but pretty much none of them. But here we are. Oh, hang on. There we go. It's a bit better. That's even better. Now I'm properly centered. Right. Here we are. I normally do a lot more of an intro. I haven't even got a poll going up. We're about to get kickoff, so I'm going to let you guys know when they kick off so you can sync up with me. I'm going to get a poll going on YouTube. Then we'll be all set to go. It's been frantic. I haven't even set up the timer yet, but here we are. There we go. There's the kickoff if you do want to sync up with me. This is truly one of, I think, the games of the round. I've been incredibly excited about this one. We're going to see some entertaining footy here today. Do you do most NRL watch-alongs? I try and do every single game. Often, though, I've got stuff in my personal life that I cannot avoid. Alrighty, so Newcastle coming out of their end of the field now through Trey Mooney, a guy who's been very, very solid for them this season. Didn't really get much opportunity at Canberra, but I've really, really loved his go forward there at Newcastle. Like, they lacked it massively last season. Mort's here. Hello, Mort. Eden Grange in the chat says, here we go. I think that's a new name in the chat. I haven't seen that one before. Leaguie, how was the Roosters game? Hey, I loved it. I loved it. And my favorite part was the refereeing, which I thought was like really, really objective and incredibly fair as well for both sides. All right, we got a poll up on YouTube now. I will do the timer. In terms of changes, I won't show you guys the two sides because there's no changes in the starting team. South Sydney have had a player drop out. I can't see who it is, but Adam Elliott comes onto the bench for them, former Newcastle Knight, as well as Cody Hopwood making his way onto the bench for the Newcastle Knights. So that's what we've got for today. Hello, did League swear? Good to see you. Can the Knights score so we can hear the song? Well, you have to get them to do that. You have to try and convince them. I reckon bribery's a way to go. Dominic Young can score at will, so all he needs is a little bit of financial incentive. Caleb Ponga, absolutely monstered there by Jack Whiten. His first game back for the Newcastle Knights. Origin obviously on the horizon. He's in a lot of people's Origin sites. Probably not starting fullback, but I reckon he's a very, very good chance of snagging a bench position. Timer will be ready in a sec. It's not, in fact, the 80th minute. Alrighty. So, Newcastle on the 30th. It's the fourth tackle. They're shifting the ball. Dylan Brown gets it to Kalen Ponga. Now to find Dan Gagai. Beautiful pass to the former South Sydney Rabbitoh. Up against the Latrell Mitchell. That's going to be a great battle today. Mitchell beats him there, though, with the physicality. Nearly gets him over the sideline, but Gagai's able to stay in field. Ponga there with the kick on the 40. It's a good one. It might go out on the full. I think it has. It has. Kalen Ponga. Yikes. They were going set for set to start this game. Two very attacking sides. You can't really afford to give the other side attacking ball, and unfortunately, that's exactly what they've done there. Lorenzo, I don't know. There's 5 people on Twitch, but Lorenzo's currently carrying. Are you streaming Cowboys versus Eels? Next week, I believe I'll be able to stream all the games. But I announce them on Monday, so I guess on Tuesday, just go on my YouTube channel, go to live, and you'll be able to see all the ones that I'm doing. And more importantly, all the ones that I am not. Ponga's not ponging very well. Well, I mean, he is like 2 minutes into his return. Oh, that was a poor pass there. Ends up with Dominic Young. It was very, very flat, if not forward. That didn't meet anybody, any of the South Sydney Rabbitohs. All right, and a penalty to compound that error. So Newcastle with a bit of a leg up downfield off the back of making their error through Kalen Ponga kicking out on the full. They go well to survive that defensive set. Yeah, Murray really didn't have a go at that ball, and then it was a second effort there on Dominic Young. In terms of the poll over on YouTube, 64% of you reckon that the Newcastle Knights will win, 36% Rabbitohs. I unfortunately think the Rabbitohs will win this game, but I am obviously absolutely going for Newcastle. Do you think Eels will win in the away games? Who do you play in your away games? Just making that Rabbitohs logo a bit bigger. Do you reckon Gray comes back in over Dufty? 100%, yes. Look, Dufty's been good, but Jai Gray is their man. If Jai Gray ends up being second fiddle to Matt Dufty once he's match fit again, I could like absolutely genuinely sue the South Sydney Rabbitohs for negligence, because he had to sit behind Latrell Mitchell for what, 2 or 3 years? If he sits behind Matt Dufty, yeah, no, that will never happen. That will never happen. All right. Brown now to find Kalen Ponga. Gets it to Dominic Young. He backs himself. Wild pass back in field. Latrell Mitchell gets it. It's going to be a penalty though, Newcastle. Offside it is. I don't think they will be tempted to go the 2 here, just because they are a side that can find points. So I'll probably see them tap and go. That would be my prediction. You know how out of sorts I am? I haven't even got my soundboard set up. I was like, I swear there's something missing on my usual display. Please play the Night song after every conversion. Or can I give them that special treatment? I don't know. I don't know. That seems a bit biased. Oh, wait. No, hang on. It's against South Sydney. I can do whatever I want. That's fine. I will do that. Remind me if I forget. Beautiful ball there. Dylan Lucas with a good run. Again, another guy who could be in Origin conversations. Crossland gets it to Ponga. There's space around him. Bounces away from a tackle there. Gets it to Fletcher Sharp. Has Brown. Finds Brown. Runs himself. All right, he had men outside of him. Dad Bass says, I'm your biggest 11-year-old fan. Well, thank you very much. I'm very flattered that you enjoy the content. Mooney, very close to the line. He might have got there. I think he has. I reckon Trey's got there. And Liam Kennedy agrees. Try time to the Newcastle Knights. Easy as you could possibly like there. Crash ball close to the line. They get it over easily there. Can you play the Warriors song? Oh, I don't think we can make a habit of this, folks. I don't think we can make a habit of just listening to random team songs. The song is a banger. It is. It is. I didn't actually hear it that time. My audio mix in my headphones wasn't good. So I'm going to play it one more time so that I can hear it. It is banging. And it just works when they're playing at home as well. This town is our town. Play the Roosters song for yesterday. That is true. That wouldn't be random. However, it would piss a lot of people off. I'm sure we'll talk about the game. Probably at halftime I'll get into it. Because obviously, yeah, there's so much to come out of it. But yeah, I always bring these things back to media narratives. That's my obsession in this sport. As Kalen Ponga kicks the goal. And sure, I'll play the song. Yeah, I'm obsessed with media narratives, and everything you're seeing about refereeing from that game, I promise you, if the refereeing had favored Brisbane and they had completed the comeback or score was the same and they'd just fallen short, you wouldn't be hearing anything. It's because people wanted to see the history created, and they wanted to see it created against the Roosters. That's why people are upset, so they're pointing to external factors. Anyway, congrats on the win yesterday for the Roosters. Gave us a bit of a fright at times. Mate, I was like, I'll admit there was never a point. I'm not going to talk about it much. We'll get into it after time. But there was never a point where I thought we would lose the game. But it was, as Alex Ferguson would say, squeaky bum time there for a little bit. All right, run there from Trey Mooney. I did call my dad yesterday, Lorenzo, but to make up for the fact that I didn't stream yesterday, I've actually set up a call for him after this match. I said, look, you can't commentate he can't talk about the Roosters game, but he's not a massive South Sydney Rabbitohs supporter, much like myself. So I'll call him after this game. All right, last here for the Knights. Dylan Brown puts it up in the air for about the halfway line. It's going to land on around the 20. Alex Johnson with a very good take. Monstered there by Dominic Young. That's a real spot, I think, for the Newcastle Knights in this game of aerial supremacy. It frustrates me so much in the NRL where I feel that there are often really big advantages that clubs do not exploit when it comes to the high ball. I feel that, unbelievably, we've underutilized Daniel Tupou aerially for quite a few years now. Pretty much in 2013 we did it, and then we haven't done it any year since. I'd love to see Newcastle put some high balls up to that corner in this game because they have got a massive advantage there. Ball comes free there from South Sydney. Very rough start to the game from them. Look, they had one attacking opportunity, really, and it was a poor pass that they really didn't make anything of it. That's just a knock-on from Jack White. And it would have been a 2-on-1, but the rushing defense on the outside there on that left hand for the Newcastle Knights really, really created the pressure and a little bit of a rush to try and get that ball secured. Ramsey has the most underrated comeback. Well, he's getting his flowers, which is good because, my God, the journey that he's been on, he should not be playing rugby league anymore, and yet he is. And I feel yesterday he was actually quite solid. So, yeah. With the Storm out of the comp, probably, I'm excited for this season. It's anyone's premiership. I feel that we should be saying that about Penrith. If Penrith somehow fell off a cliff, that it would be anyone's premiership. Did you watch F1? Yes, I did. Staying up for the race as well. Brown gets it to Dane Gagai now. They're really going towards that right-hand side, Newcastle. Peppering Gagai on Latrell. Brown. Gets it now to Saifiti. I heard some rumors. I think it was the Dolphin Saifiti, not the Knight Saifiti, that there's talk of medical retirement, which is a huge shame. Short ball from Sharp. That is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I hate making the joke every single time, but that was an incredibly sharp play. Got to Dylan Lucas. Another try for Newcastle. Beautiful. Look at this. Brown gets it on the first receiver, out the back to Sharp, and just the defense. It was a 3-on-2 situation. Short ball. There was a huge gap in front of Dylan Lucas. Easy try. Completely untouched. Look at that. Stunning. George, are you saying you're at the Newcastle Stadium right now? You really get around. You quite often say you're at the stadium. Maddie says you're a fantastic commentator and 100% much better than Top Slot on Channel 9. Thank you. I don't necessarily agree. I don't feel that what I do is commentary. I feel what I do is a hangout session, really. But thanks. If I can one day become a play-by-play commentator, that would be incredibly cool. All good, George. All good. Thoughts on how the ladder looks at the moment? I haven't actually looked at it this round. I mean, obviously it's not looking good at the moment, but I tipped Souths to win this game, so I felt Souths would overtake Roosters. I think Tigers are a very good chance against Cronulla later today, but even that one, oh, what a game that's going to be. The ladder could look a bit different by the time tonight comes around. So I won't play the Newcastle song after every conversion because they're scoring at a rate of knots at the moment, but we'll keep it for the tries, obviously. We'll say Broncos are just kind of, they're treading water. I feel that they'll be disappointed with their start of the season, but they've shown a very good tendency to compete. And really, last season, I think they were in an even worse spot at this stage. So that's not the worst thing for them. Dolphins is a concern, 3-5. They're a much better team than that. Obviously, Bulldogs, you know, we've said everything about them. Raiders, I'm surprised to see with the losing record, though. I feel they've been very competitive, and I look at them play, and I think that's still probably a top 8 side. Mario says it feels like every time I see Joey, the 8th, on Channel 9, he's not having a good time. Yeah, he's not the most expressive, happy kind of guy, is he? I don't know. Good afternoon, Watson. Good to see you. Who's the best commentator? I love Andrew Voss, which it's, in many respects, a very unpopular opinion. But I think it's because I love what Andrew Voss stands for with his love for rugby league and his love for international rugby league. I find myself very aligned with that. Brown there. Solid choice from him to run there, just keeping them kind of honest in the defense. And it's fine because you can get Ponga to kick on the last. That's the strength of having a fullback who's got such a high-quality, long-distance kicking game. Dufty with it. Monstered by a few Newcastle Knights defenders there on the South Sydney 20. Cody Walker gets into dummy half. I love these two jerseys, by the way. I've given a lot of credit to Newcastle bringing back the vertical stripes. In my mind, Newcastle should always have red and blue vertical stripes. It should be as iconic as the Dragons red V, as the South Sydney, you know, green and red stripes, as the Roosters home jersey design that they have. It should stay like that every single season. And then South, you know, it's their away strip, but I like that they've tried something different. They haven't just gone with the same stripes, but with white shorts. They've gone the peppermint style. So AJ's down here, and I'm not completely sure why. There was nothing too egregious in the tackle. He's holding the back of his head, although I think it's a leg. Probably was just supporting his neck there. Hey, Leaguie, congrats on the clutch win on the Buy Round Trivia podcast. Thank you. I've spoken about it a bit, but like I was incredibly nervous going into that because my historical knowledge of the game is not good. I can do... From 2013 onwards, I have an encyclopedic knowledge of the NRL. Before that, not much at all. I can name every grand final in the NRL era. That's about the extent of my historical knowledge. So, yeah, I was worried that I'd be a bit found out, and there were some tight escapes, but we got it done in the end. Brad Fittler, when he sees the Fox sisters, bro, that was one of the most cringe-worthy clips I think I've seen in my life. Holy... All right, tackle there from Kaloa, Matangi, Totola, and Garlic. Not a fan of Keon starting in the back row. I understand that they're sort of experimenting a bit. They've been playing Murray on the edge a little bit, having Keon as a middle at various points during games. Tallis Duncan as well, but Keon's a middle, bro. Kaloa Matangi is a middle. Sharp out of dummy half. Oh, monster there by Garlic. Does oh, sorry, it's actually Sean Kepi. Stop Bronson Garlic. Did very, very well there, the Cappuccino. Now in the hands of Ponga, who's doing all the kicking for Newcastle. It's going to be Dufty underneath this one. Catches it about 8 meters out from his goal line. Tackle there by Dylan Brown and Matty Croker. It's going to be Humphreys in at dummy half now. A player who I feel has really made the 7 jersey his home there at South. Good offload there from Campbell Graham to Jack Whiten. There was a real... vacuum there to start the season where Jonah Glover was reportedly the player who was leading the race to be South's halfback. You then had Humphreys there in the conversation. You had Jaden Sullivan in the conversation. Ashton Ward in the conversation. Really 4 guys who were all in and around that. At the moment, week to week, I have no doubt in my mind that I'm picking Jamie Humphreys as their 7. All right, Walker on the last. They're spreading it. They get it out to Alex Johnson in a bit of space. One of the kicks of all time in behind it. Works out for them, though. Cameron Murray tries to kick for Cody Walker, and it's going to be Greg Marju who's there in back play. Good result there for South Sydney, running it on the last. The kick from Alex Johnson I thought was an absolute shank, but it landed beautifully there for Cameron Murray. They're going to shift it now, Newcastle. Dominic Young. Oh, ankle tapped. Can't get around Alex Johnson there. He saw an opportunity for a bit of space just there. Redeemed a thing. Wow, that's a lot of
Roaming
message.
Jerome just redeemed changed the background color. Red and blue for the only good team besides the Sharks. I also met the chairman of Cronulla last night, no joke, in the Hunter Valley doing work. He told me to tell you to go for the better team. We both biased. Red square emoji, blue square emoji, red square emoji, blue square emoji, red square emoji, blue square emoji.
Well, I mean, it's just going to look like Roosters, because when the Roosters played, this is the background setup that I have. Marju, oh, beautiful pass back inside to Fletcher Sharp. I was honestly, oh wow, wait, what the hell just happened? I am not watching this game. I was working on the background. I saw an offload back and field to Fletcher Sharp, and I thought he's in. Then I look up again, and he's lost the ball, and he's been tackled by a Rabbitoh. Where the hell did they come from? See, this is why I'm not a good commentator. This is why I'm not as good as even the folks on Channel 9 here. Marju, with the pass back in field, I thought, bang, there we go. Surely Sharp's away. It was, oh, Dufty, what a tackle. What a tackle. Have a look at that, and the ball comes free as well. He has an error in Fletcher Sharp, but tell you what, he can come up with points. He can come up with points. Since your Dragons fan says next year Dragons will pump the Roosters. Yeah, I wouldn't. You know what? You should be thinking about winning a game first before pumping one of the best teams in the comp. Yeah. Penalty there to South Sydney. Is Sterling the greatest former player turned commentator? It's definitely not Freddie. Solo was very good. It was very, very good. I like Brandy for the most part, but I'd still have Solo ahead. Oh, knock on out of dummy half from Bronson Garlic. Geez, South Sydney. I thought that this game genuinely, Sunday afternoon up at Newey, beautiful track out there. You just see like the most, I guess, freewheeling, slinging the ball left to right, attacking footy. Newcastle have provided that. South Sydney have not been able to hold the ball to save their lives. I want to have a look at the errors so far in this game, because it would not be a pretty picture for South Sydney. Yeah, they made twice as many errors as the Newcastle Knights, and that's NRL.com, which it doesn't always have the most updated stats. Is Victor Radley, was he on the Fox show beforehand? I think he was, because I've just gone on Fox to look at the Fox stats, and I can see a picture of him in it. Dad Bass says Tedesco's overrated. Okay, yeah. See, this is, I often say this, but this is why I don't believe in democracy, because some opinions are not correct. I do believe in democracy, by the way. Yeah, 71% possession for the Newcastle Knights in this game, and that doesn't surprise me at all. 59% territory as well. It's just been an error fest for South Sydney, giving Knights all the ball. Ponga can't get the ball out to Greg Marshall. Good tackle there from Jack Whiten. Plays it quickly. Bradman Best, there's no markers in front of him. Goes into the line himself. Was trying to draw him past, but no one really went with him. Hello, Matt Galaxy. How you going? Ponga will kick him behind. Safidi. Oh, geez, that ball got through. Safidi scores for sure, but it's a very good save there from South Sydney. I think it's Cameron Murray. It is right on the line next to the goalpost. That could have gone badly. Contact for Trey Mooney there. Beautiful work on the South Sydney Rabbitohs attackers. Is Victoria the worst state in America? That's one of the questions of all time. Oh, and as the Newcastle chant goes up there at the Hunter, penalty to South Sydney. That's a real relieving one. They had South on the back foot. Tallis is the worst rugby league commentator. Okay, I don't know this for a fact, right? But I have heard it from some people who would be in the know. That when Paul Kent was sacked from NRL 360, they wanted to have like a big, ex-player to basically go on, oh, Whiten's coming up from the field. He looks badly hurt. South Sydney knock on again. Wowzers.
He's trash.
Honestly, Jesus Christ. They can't hold the ball to save their lives. This is diabolical. Anyway. Jaws Dragons fan, you're going to get timed out for that. That is not okay for you to say. What was I saying? I've completely forgotten. Oh, yeah. They wanted a person on NRL 360 to basically give, like, the most cooked opinions. Like, just the most objectively incorrect stuff in order to then drive, like, clips and discussion. They offered that spot, apparently. This is not confirmed. But apparently they offered it to Willie Mason. And the job description was literally, like, the most cooked takes, just be controversial. And he turned it down because he didn't want to be that guy. And then Gordon Tallis ended up in that role and gives some of the most cooked opinions that I think I've seen platformed in the NRL space. So, yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. All right. Brown, out to Ponga, 3-on-2, steps inside Latrell. Oh, steps inside AJ, gets a flick pass away to Dan Gagai. Dom Young was in a bit of space there. Sideline beckoning there for Gagai. Still 2 tackles left here. Chico is not happy. Not happy at all. Phoenix Crossland to Trey Mooney. Gets an offload back into 3-on-6. Almost. Lucas, now for Bradman Best. Steps inside 1, steps inside 2. Gets an offload to Marju. They're in again. With how do I describe what that was? With an absolutely extravagant somersault. Greg Marju, no reason for it, but he does it. And I reckon give him another point for style there. Knights in again. Accidental South Sydney background for a moment. Chico says right off the season. I mean, I'm not that surprised by what Newcastle are showing, right? I mean, I think that they're playing very well. Like, they're playing close to their best. But I kind of expected them to be close to their best in this game. It's South Sydney who were just absolutely miles off. Miles off. Why did they call South the pride of the league when they're so bad and have only won 1 premiership since joining in 2002? Because the only people that call South the pride of the league is South fans. It's so wanky, bro. It really is. Honestly. Like, no one else refers to them as that. It's a joke how they someone just redeemed a thing. Well,
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed Pepsi Max sip.
Alright. It's not Pepsi Max, it's coffee, but... Hello, WTF. What is your punishment? Your punishment would be you have to donate $20,000 on YouTube. Preferably. I would take $2, but $20,000 would be ideal. But yeah, no one else but South fans call South the pride of the league. You can't win 1 comp in 50 years and be the pride of the league. Beautiful kick there, Kalen Ponga. 18 points to 0. It's been a red and blue avalanche right now. And I tell you what, for the Knights, they're having a hell of a day out there. Hell of a day. Haz says, I want your opinion on this one. Despite the win, thoughts on Savala running to the sideline instead of straight to the try line. I watched the game last night with a couple of mates, and we were just screaming. WTF, I love that from you. Respect. Thank you very much for the $2. Yeah, I haven't seen that big a brain fade in a very long time. If you freeze it at the point where he catches the ball, like, he's got so much space towards the post. If he just ran towards there, it's clearly a try. But I mean, because we won the game, we can look back on that and laugh. But my God, the comeback really started after that point. So yeah. What about your uni dinner? I watched the game on delay after the uni dinner with some mates. Penalty there to Newcastle. It's all them. 17 minutes left in this first half. 18 points is not an insurmountable margin. I mean, as we saw last night, 24 isn't even. But I think if Newcastle do get the next try, it's almost as good as done. What did you do yesterday? Yesterday, I woke up, did some admin-y stuff, worked on a thumbnail. Then at 4:30, went to cook ravioli for 150 people with a little help from my friends. Yeah, we only finished, like, we served at 7, finished up at 8, cleaning up, then watched the Roosters game. This could be an NRL upset. Were Newcastle not favourites? I thought Newcastle were favourites. Brown with a good run. Can he get it off that away? He can. Crossland, spread it out to the left now. There's going to be room out there. Ponga gets it. Cut out pass. Best gets it to Marju for the corner. Beats one. There we go. Marju in for a double. It is... it's amazing from Newcastle. I'm lost for words. I'm blown away by what they're delivering. They won the Spoon last year. They looked diabolical last year. And yet they're looking like the Harlem Globetrotters out there today. Tell you what, I might call my dad at halftime as well at the rate this is going, because he's going to be thrilled. Thrilled. Gorgeous. Kalani says you love to see South getting pumped. That you do. And I really do feel that Newcastle are one of my favorite teams in the league. Them, Warriors, Tigers are just, they're the clubs. Newcastle, Tigers, Warriors, where genuinely you can say when they're going well, the sport is going well. And yeah, to see them doing this, it's so good. Justin Holbrook, man. Look, he was a great assistant coach at the Roosters. I'm disappointed that he's gone. But I think it really stands out to me as one of the most unfair sackings of all time, him at the Titans. I couldn't believe it. The Rugby League world couldn't believe it at the time. He's won Super League titles with St Helens, multiple. Off the back of a period where they were struggling. He made them back into the giant they are over there. So for him to come to Newcastle, like, I am surprised that the results have come in this quickly, but long term, this is where I expected them to be at under him.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Dean says, thoughts on the punishment as Ponga misses. Oh, I missed that. Thoughts on... It said thoughts on the punishment. Oh, thoughts on the punishment idea from that comedian on the Instagram reel. Ah, yes. So, I spotted Dean in the wild yesterday on a comment section from Billy Darcy, who is a big rugby league fan. It's actually, he was on Bloke in a Bar a few months ago, saying that basically when an NRL player commits like a crime or whatever, or does something, you know, no off field, they'll go on a construction site for a little bit to like rehabilitate their image. But because they're NRL players, like, physical labor really isn't a challenge for them. Like, that's barely an issue at all. So instead, they should be forced to do like an office job for like a week, like sit and actually read stuff, and then they'll be truly like remorseful. I thought he was going to go a different way with the joke, to be honest. I think I've got a better punchline, because he compared it to himself, saying like, for him being a comedian, little, you know, skinny, Irish heritage, white skin, all this stuff, that physical labor out in the sun would be a tough thing for him. I thought that we should make the NRL players do stand-up comedy as the punishment. Newcastle knock on. Finally, the first time in... Well, when was that first try scored here tonight? The 5th minute. Honestly, I feel this is the first time in 22 minutes that momentum has swung a little bit back towards South off the back of that error. It's been all night. It's been all night. When was the last time South got faded? Because that was on the cards. Did they get faded last year? I'm having a look on NRL.com. Because they didn't go... Like, if not last year, it would have probably been the year before. Conceded 36. Yeah, they got faded last year by Dolphins. Round 17, 50 points to 28. Oh, and then Broncos 60 to 14 in round 22. So, yeah, not that long ago. Walker with it. He gives a short ball there to find a back row. I think it's Tallis Duncan there. Thank you, Dean. I don't know about you, but the Knights are feeling 22. They are at the moment. And South Sydney are feeling 4 because Sean Cappuccino, he's over. He's had a good start to the game. I've got to be honest. Sean Cappy over for South. I think it might actually be my least favorite song in the world. Not because of, like, any musical issues. Like, there are some truly terrible songs out there, but just the connotations with it. You know, I heard this song, I think it's called My Humps by the Black Eyed Peas the other day, and I was like, wow, that really is one of the most god-awful songs I've ever heard. It's terrible. There's no redeeming feature about it. The lyrics are terrible. The music is non-existent. Like, it's... the beat is kind of neither here nor there. You know, I think the lyrics stand out to me, because to me, the lyrics are the most important part of music. And... God damn. Putrid. Putrid doesn't even begin to get into how terrible the lyrics are of that song. It's god-awful. Anyway, Latrell with a kick on that note. 22 points to 6. Not that I'm happy about it. Not that I'm happy about it. My Humps is a song of all time. It really is, Hasman. It's like... Oh, man. It's terrible. I've got a running battle in my mind. Which song's worse, My Humps or Dance Monkey? I think probably Dance Monkey, because Dance Monkey doesn't pass the basic test of music of being enjoyable to listen to. like more enjoyable than silence is the reference point. And it just isn't. It just isn't. Chico says, here comes the Roosters' best team in the world. So ego. You guys haven't been premiership contenders since 2020. I mean, it's a team song. The best we've ever seen. It's, we're not going to be like, here come the Roosters. We're actually pretty mid. Like, what do you want? What do you want, Chico? All right. I want to make a parody. Here come the Roosters. We're actually pretty mid. That's brilliant. All right. On the last here, South Sydney. Latrell is in a dummy half. Gets it to Jamie Humphries. It will kick from the short side. Hooks it back. Kind of lands in no man's land there and bounces towards South. Marju does pick it up. It was tough there. Campbell Graham was all over him. Inigo Montoya says that is an improvement. I think it's funnier. It's definitely funnier. But, yeah. Did you ever hear the NRL Footy show cover of My Humps? No. I bet it's better than the original, though. I bet it's better than the original. I've heard the original lyrics, so let's get it started, Dean. I have. It's, yeah, that's special. That's very special. Drop the song you made. I haven't actually made any progress on that song since I spoke about it. Probably when my exams are finished, which is still a month and a half away-ish. Pong is through, then I'll work on it. He's got support inside through Dylan Lucas. Surely they score here. Lucas gets it. Newcastle hit right back. Bang.
Second and rosters.
All right. See, another reason why I like the Knights is that they've got two players called Dylan in their starting side, Brown and Lucas, and it was Lucas on that occasion. I do want to say thank you to the donation from Highlanders fan, $2 New Zealand dollars, saying, I love seeing Wise second and Roosters third. Much love. Hey, if we finish the season, Roosters third, Wise second, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. Happy days. Especially if, Tigers get to stay up there as well. Would be gorgeous. What play there. That was beautiful there from Kalen. I mean, he's come back really, really nicely to start this game. 26 points. It's an absolute tri-fest up there in the Hunter. Dylan Lucas, he's got a real point of versatility there. He's a modern-day Mitch Orbison, in my opinion. Could make the extended bench for the New South Wales Blues because he can cover that center spot pretty comfortably. So I do wonder if potentially we'll name like a... I guess, half-style player, like maybe a Matt Burton, maybe an Ethan Strange if he's match fit. Or Connor Watson actually could play 5'8" as well, though, to be fair. And then get Dylan Lucas on. So, like, if we need outside back cover, there he is. But then at the same time, if we need a bit of punch on the edge, bang, there he goes. Music's a bit too loud. There we go, turn it down slightly. On my screen, it looks fine, but I do often go back and like watch my streams, and I'm like, wow, that music is really loud. All right, kick now from Ponga. 28 points to 6. Leaky Mistress, hell of a username, says, is Crazy Radley isn't getting in trouble. I'm gonna look at this because I saw him get charged. I want to look. I get emails from the NRL on like official charges. Let's see here. Yeah, no, he hasn't been charged. That's true. I think the issue is that all three of the incidents, 2 high tackles. Oh wow, they got short there, South Sydney, and Hubner gets it though. That's a weird short kickoff. That really works beautifully for them. And they get 6 more. That's a weird-ass short kickoff. Really worked for them. Yeah, I think each one of the events probably on its own wasn't enough to justify a suspension or whatever. But altogether, which is the way that us fans look at it, but not the way the NRL look at it, it probably was. Beautiful hands there from Latrell. South Sydney are in again. I think there's something, though, that's gone on because Fox has an article out about Victor Radley pre-game learning his fate. So, might be a bit clickbaity, but I don't know. I haven't seen it. Defense is well and truly optional in this game, and that was beautiful. Look at the amount of time that hung in the air. Hubner gets the ball easily, and they strike it at really the first opportunity there, South. They've not struggled to score points when they've been down this end of the field, and will be trailing by 16 if they kick this. Really doesn't reflect, I think, the extent of the dominance Newcastle have had in this half. He's broken the record that he has. Yet Stags is gone for 2 weeks. Sorry, hang on. Hasman says he hasn't been charged for 2 offenses, but Stags gets 2 to 3 matches for a bit of a facial. Okay, that is low IQ or rage bait. Call it. If you reckon what Stags did was a bit of a facial, that's one of the worst opinions I think I've ever seen. Tiger says, here come the Roosters. We're actually pretty mid. The Red, White, and Blue says the Eastern Suburbs team. Well, that doesn't rhyme. Come on. He's a mid. Shout out the cry that everybody knows. We need to rhyme mid with team. Eastern Suburbs kids. That sounds a bit noncy. Don't know about that. Do you think we can beat Penrith? If we means Roosters, yes. I think that in a scenario where the grand final comes around in, 5 months' time, and it's Roosters versus Penrith on a given day, I think it's possible that the Roosters win that game. At the moment, if the Roosters played the Panthers, I wouldn't be backing it, though. Rank these guys from most domestic terrorists to least. Savala, Radley, Stags, G. G definitely least domestic terrorist. Savala, for what he did for that try, is pretty high up there. But I'd go Savala third, Radley second, and Stags first. I think the distinction is Radley, and I would genuinely be saying this even if he wasn't a Roosters player. Radley got tackle technique very wrong, but he didn't obviously intend to hit them high. Whereas Tony Stags, you cannot argue that wasn't intentional because there was no reason for it. Duncan with a pass back inside, ends up with Humphrey, still the last here, gets a wild offload away. It's going to be a knock-on from South. They are really doing well here, South Sydney. If they get another try before half-time and go in 28-16, game well and truly on. I rewatched Stag's actions. He deserves the 2 to 3. I don't know why I remembered it softer than what it was. Okay, there we go. I'm glad you've walked that back, man. I was like, surely he can't be seriously calling that a bit of a facial. Matt says, I used to like Gary Harley commentating on the Newcastle Knights games on radio station 1143 2HC. Shout out to Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Panther fan 1999 just redeemed speed dealer Sunnies.
And Gary Harley was quite large. It was known as the man who ate Maitland. That is diabolical. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed changed the background color. Red and blue.
I do love that it's Lorenzo Theraborn and not Lorenzo the Reborn. But anyway, kick here on the last from Newcastle in the hands of Dylan Brown. Underneath it's going to be Campbell Graham there. Oh, he loses it. I reckon all backwards, but it's gone over the dead ball line. A result there for the Newcastle Knights. Let's get the red and blue background on.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Best laundry in Newcastle is the river. What? Oh, like as in washings in the Newcastle River? Does Newcastle have a river? I don't know my geography. Don't know what you mean, unfortunately, there, Dino. Nobody talks about how Brisbane randomly got 6 more to play before the Carrigan try. I'm at pains to tell you guys just how much it is cognitive dissonance. Cherry picking little things here and there to try and create a narrative that the NRL is somehow biased against the team who, may I remind you, won the premiership last year. So the NRL have a hate campaign against the Broncos, right? And yet they were still able to win the comp. That's impressive. How incredible they got to do that. Because if you read what Broncos fans have been saying off the back of that game, you would think that they're the biggest victims of all time. Anyway, Knights got a penalty there and repacked the scrum. We see that very, very often. Run there. Solid from Jermaine McEwen. Newcastle try before halftime here. Would be beautiful for them. Lead by 24 heading into the break. Frizzell can't get over there, though. The Eastern Suburbs bid too much on player salaries. No, we can't have that. We can't have that. All right. Oh, short ball from across the net was forward. Yeah, they've wasted opportunity there. Unfortunately, Newcastle 2. Dylan Lucas, Phoenix Crossland with a forward pass from dummy half. The Hunter River. Yes, they do have the Hunter River, actually. That rings a bell. Did you see the hammer sin bin in Dolphins and Storm game? That was ridiculous. Lucky they still won. Yeah, it was very, very 50-50. I don't feel that he held on as long as we've seen a lot of other players hold on, but you really can't hold on at all. Like, you can't at all off the back of a line break, and players know that. So I'm happy to wear the call, even though I wouldn't have necessarily, I think, made it. Happy to wear the call. Tiger, that's... East don't know how to play, they cheat every game. East know how to lose, they lose the game. They share more than they give. They're meant to see in action. These boys don't show the way. I love it all from you. The Tigers, I was going to say the Tigers have a song, but of course they do. I'm thinking Eye of the Tiger, but obviously it's on my soundboard. We are the Tigers. Yeah. Anyway. Who scored for Newcastle? Like everybody. Trey Mooney, Dylan Lucas for 2, and Greg Marju for 2. Walker to find Humphreys underneath. What was the huge news for South? I missed it. I was talking about the Tigers. I've just realized Jake Jude's commentating. I'm just, I guess, used to that now. Good take from Dominic Young. Can someone tell me what Jake Jude just said was the huge news for South? Wait, so isn't 3 pens in a row a sin bin, or does that apply to everyone but the Roosters? No. That's not a rule. It can be off the back of a warning. Knock on there, Knights. But no, that's absolutely nowhere in the rulebook. Gagai with a poor error there. It does give South Sydney an opportunity. I was talking about Newcastle leading by 24 into the break. If South Sydney can get a try here, 28-16. I said this literally before. Could be a 12-point swing there. Hello, Kayla. Good to see you. Leaguie, can you say go Manly for me? I'll be saying it later today. We'll save it until then. This is my way as a streamer of getting you to stay till later. I will be saying go Manly then. Knock on by Latrell. Damn, bro. That even frustrates me as someone who wants to see the entire institution of the South Sydney Rabbitohs crash and burn. Even that error from Latrell is like, ish, Jesus. Alrighty. 48 seconds left in this first half. Newcastle will have the final possession of the first stanza. It's 5:45 a.m. for you, Terry. That's... Hey, respect to you, brother. I would very, very rarely get up for the early kickoffs back when I was in Europe, so respect to you. All right. Ponga with a solid pass, but they read it very well there, the Rabbitohs defenders. A shift to the right-hand side is probably the only way they're going to get points. Oh, and in fact, Best has been ruled to knock it on. So South Sydney, they should be packing the scrum very quickly here. Keon's calling his teammates into it. They could get one play here, maybe a kick for Alex Johnson. Hello, Joe. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a little bit abusive there, Pizza Guy. Not a massive fan of that. Have you read the Radley XG fan fiction? Are you telling me that someone off the back of last night's loss was so incredibly salty they wrote fan fiction about Victor Radley and Adam G? I love the narrative that Victor Radley is a protected species. Anyway, Dufty with a kick in behind. Geez, Dominic Young did not really read that well. That was obviously going to be coming. Got turned around there. In the end, Ponga dealt with that situation very, very nicely. All right. That's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks. Beautiful work. Thank you, Dean, for the 10 bits. I'll be able to take these sunnies off. Beautiful. It's legitimately hard to see the broadcast when I've got those sunnies on. But anyway, I will not be calling my dad at halftime. I set up a full-time call with him, but we will be going over it then. All right. I did promise that I'd get into the Roosters-Broncos game, so I'll go on a bit of a monologue now about that one. Truly one of the greatest first halves that I've seen. I loved it. I was incredibly happy. I was coming to that game really nervous because I thought it was a genuine litmus test as to where we were at. I know Broncos were very under strength, and I think, to be honest, with the likes of Haas back in that squad, even the likes of Jensen, they probably go a lot better. However, we really nailed our execution to start that game. We were absolutely at our best. I am very concerned with the fact that we let them back in so comprehensively and just let the foot off the gas entirely. In rounds 5 and 6 against the Sharks and the Knights, we had awful starts to the game, but then second half, all of our energy was there, and we were able to execute and win those 2 games. This is very much like the opposite. So I kind of wonder if, in order to address the slow starts, we've really been front-loading our energy, and it just leads us to having these lulls towards the back ends of some of those games. It could have been the case where that happened against the Dragons last week, but we didn't see it because the Dragons are so utterly poo-poo. So, yeah, I don't like that at all, and obviously that's got to be fixed. However, I will absolutely take the win against the Broncos. 13 plus in the end, you cannot complain about that. Defense is a huge issue. We let in some very easy tries, but Lindsay Collins, who's probably our best defensive forward, went off early on in the game, didn't come back on. Mark Nwangani-Tuase, Tinders Moses injury, 6 to 8 weeks will require an operation. To lose him, you know, that's a lot of go forward out the back that we lost as well. And then Crichton towards the back end of the game. We had our own adversity to go through, and I'm pretty proud of the way that we did it. So, yeah. You are dressed like the ABC TV sports commentators in the 80s and 90s. They wore green jackets and white shirts like you're wearing. I didn't know that. I put together the green suit and the white shirt because that's the color of the logo that I made. All of my branding comes from that logo right there. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing. Yeah, but I didn't know ABC.
Roaming to Rome just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
That it is. Hello, Cooper Knight. I hope you don't sincerely mean that, Eli, because that's just, yeah, a pretty terrible thing to say. I know that a lot of people are like, you know, it's easy for us to bandy around like, oh, corruption or rigged, but like, actually break down what you've just said there. You think that he lacks so much integrity that he's accepting bribes in order to match fix? Because I thought that it was the Broncos who'd missed all the tackles to be going down 30 points to nil. But you're telling me it was Adam G, was it? Because I don't know. I thought it was Dean Mariner who let in 2 tries. But it was Adam G. All right. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I think did Leaguie Swear said something pretty good there about how diabolical first half we weren't owed that win, for sure. Yeah. Of being a Broncos fan, yeah. Thoughts of the Progressive Party in Antigua losing by 15 seats to 1 in the recent election? As a massive advocate for Antiguan, well, actually, you know what? I'm not a big fan of Antigua. I love Barbuda. Antigua, yeah, can kind of take it or leave it. I want to see the Barbudan elections. Hearing Ramsey after the game genuinely brought a tear to my eye. I mean, it was special. You could tell in that interview with Fox, he was like on the verge of welling up a bit. Over 1,000 days out of the NRL. Should never have played rugby league again, and yet he comes back and wins there in a big game in front of 25,000 people. Very special. Very special. Chica, I don't know if Ponga's a terrorist for getting injured. For injuring other people, I think you could be a domestic terrorist, but getting injured? Ramsey the Macedonian goat. Is he Macedonian? Is he really Macedonian? I didn't know that. We have time for an NRL grid. I actually thought I'd talk more about that game, but I don't really actually have much more to say on it. Did you see Ramsey drop the ball and let the Broncos get their 4th try? Yeah, believe it or not, I did actually watch the game. And I as a result, almost as a direct consequence, saw what happened in the
Every
game.
try will donate $5.
Really? Every try, Isaac Wright will donate $5. Every try for the rest of this game? For both sides? I'll take that. Yeah. Ramsey made an error. Oh, no. It's his first game back in 1,000 days. That's not on my mind whatsoever. And nor should it be. Even if he'd had an absolute howler, which he didn't, that shouldn't be the narrative. The narrative should be one of the most incredible sporting comebacks we've seen in years in the NRL. Yeah, please do, Tiger. Please do. Leaguie Mistress says, oh, we thought you didn't have eyes. It happens. It happens. Ramsey's Macedonian and Indigenous. He can play for confirmed he's MAC eligible. There you go. I really didn't know that. Correct. Thank you for the additional $2. All right, well, let's deal with another 10 bits. Should more content creators come from local leagues and talk about them? Well, supply and demand. It's a creator economy, and in economics, supply and demand is the key thing. And if there's not demand for local league coverage, then yeah, I mean, I don't do it, but I do a lot of other stuff. So that first half, if Isaac Wright had been donating $5 a try, I would have $35. So I'm hoping for the same, basically. I'm hoping for a repeat. All right, we have time for a quick NRL grid, a quick one. Give me a player, the most niche player you can think of in the NRL era who fits these categories. Give me a name and give me a position. And we'll be able to fill this up. We do need to do this somewhat quickly, though. What happened to Mark? He got me a massive score of 2 on Supercoach. He had a syndesmosis injury. Tigers 1 Prem, Todd Payton. Let's do it.
That's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Isaac Wright with $20. You know what? You are... Hey, I don't know if you're on the bevies at the moment, Isaac, or whatever, but you are absolutely in a giving mood. Holy, thank you. That makes up for that first half. I'm gonna be celebrating every try now. Every single try, even maybe some of the Souths ones. Thank you, Isaac. That's huge from you. Much appreciated. All right. Penrith and 1-1 premiership only. Did Mansour leave before their first comp? I think he did. I think he left after they lost the grand final to Melbourne. Capewell? Capewell, I think, won too. Someone's drunk? I reckon so. Isaac!
That's why you get the big bucks.
Should cover it. Been traveling so yeah, lost track.
Dude! You're now like well over the $5 a try for the first half. Thank you, man. Look, I say this whenever I get lots of donations. There comes a point where I don't know what to say. I need to work on that. I need to come up with some corporate trained lines. Because wowzers, you are giving away like your entire net wealth right now. Set a deposit limit. Yeah, exactly, Lorenzo. Set a deposit limit. I don't think that's correct though, Lorenzo. That Penrith and 100 career losses is Dylan Jogu. All right. Oh, yeah, Radley is on Fox. That's pretty funny. I would have wanted to see the pre-game stuff. Speaking of, how much of the 18 and 19 Roosters just got media roles? Luke Keary, Cooper Cronk, Jadria Hargraves, now Victor Radley. Mate, holy. Tigers or Sharks, who's winning? I reckon Sharks at home, but my God. Coruscant being out, I think, is a big thing for the Tigers attack. I'm going to go with David Fafita here.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Oh, wait, no, it's Andrew. Andrew played Tigers, not David. If bits were dollars, you'd be a rich man. Now that I would after 220 bits. Thank you. Well, Andrew Fafita is not a good option there anymore because he's a high-profile player. I thought I was slick with it. Damn. Penrith 1 Prem, Scott Sattler. Send it. Oh, yeah, of course. Is there anyone else? Luke Pratton or something? Luke Prittis? Oh, no, Luke Patton. I think Luke Patton played for them. But anyway, oh, geez, my computer is lagging. I'll go with Sattler, though. I am lagging badly here. It's completely frozen on the stream. My mouse is going at like seconds per frame. It's Pritis? It's Pritis? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to go with Sattler. All right, are we... Okay, we're back. Sattler. Bang. 100 plus career losses. I reckon like soured. You're frozen? Yeah, my computer was absolutely struggling there. Oh, the Mind Games pods there. Podcast that I have been on. Shout out to Mitch. Not Flaxy. Flaxy doesn't run that podcast. Although I said that I'm looking about. Mitch runs it. Penrith fan. Shane Rodney for which square? 100 plus career losses or... He's a Penrith fan, so I'm going to trust him. Luke Lewis for Panthers 100 losses. I'm going to wait for Mind Games to confirm that one. I think in this, Luke Lewis could be this one, as could Catewell, Maloney, Peachy. I could Peachy. We are not rating the United. We are not rating the United. No, not this time around. Sharks debuted 15 to 20. Maybe I wouldn't risk Josiah Feki there. I'm trying to think of like a real niche player. Tuku Hautapua. Probably not. Oh, no, instead of Sattler. Well, anyway, we got Sattler there. Tigers 100 career losses in Matalino. Let's send it. We've got to go quicker than this. Bryce Gibbs, middle left square. Gibbs. Bang. I'm trying to think through this one. Like a guy that played like one game for the Sharks back in the day. There's people on the tip of my tongue. I could see him. Panthers 100 losses. Nigel Plum. Oh, is it just Plum? Yeah. No. No, that's so devastating. Well, we're not going to get a good score, unfortunately. Sharks and Panthers, Billy Burns. Yeah, probably the best one. Probably the best one. Yeah. Tricky. Bronson Sherry would work, as would Carl Flanagan. I really see an opportunity to get like a niche player. Matt Ekavalu. Bang. That's our man. Yep. Could have been Nathan. Oh, I don't know about Nathan Gardner. Did he? Because he was... I know he played 2015. Oh, Nikita Zoo in a nice jersey. That's nice. Well, his brother's a South fan, I'm pretty sure. Hughes for debuted 15 to 20 and won a premiership. I'm pretty sure Jerome Hughes debuted in 13. One premiership, debuted 15 to 20. Matt Burton. Yeah, that works. All right, 100 plus career losses. Debuted 2015 to 2020. Who's a player that's been like very stinky at stinky clubs? I think Brooks was before 15. We're about to get kicked off. Woods? No, Woods was before 15. So George, we did it last time. I don't want to do it every time the Knights play. I'm really not sure. Alex Chwal? Yes! Love it! Bang! That's so clutch from St. George Dragons fan. That is so clutch from you. We still ranked slightly above average, despite getting one wrong. Anyway, we'll be back for the grid, maybe between this game and the next. Anthony Don would have been a shout as well, I think. I don't know if, well, did he debut before 2015, though? I'm not sure. Elijah Taylor definitely did. Anyway, we've got kickoff for the second half of this game. Keon Kaloma-Tangi there, the run from the kickoff. I think he's playing middle. It kind of looks to me like he's playing middle. But it's probably shifting around. Love you, Leaguie. Thank you very much, St. George Dragons fan. Much appreciated. Toil's a great shout there, though. All right. I want to see how often the Fox AI is correct. I don't know anything about that WTF, unfortunately. Does anyone remember the American guy who played one game for the Knights? His name was Greg Smith. I do not remember him. I do not remember him, no. All right, kick from Latrell there. Oh, the last. Ponga catches it in goal. Good result there for the Newcastle Knights. Right, broken arm for Whiten. I missed that news earlier on. That's why I was saying quiet. I wanted to listen to Jake Duke. I missed the news earlier on because I heard Jake Duke say massive news for South and I assumed it was Whiten. Broken arm. God damn. Did you know the most common names in NRL history are John and Smith? That doesn't surprise me. I probably would have guessed that it would be those two. I think that'd be the most common names in just Australian male naming. News to me that happened, Lorenzo. Interesting. All right. I have no idea, Sir George Dragons fan. I didn't do it. Crosland's in a dummy half. Gets it now to find Kalen Ponga. Short ball for Dylan Lucas. It was a bit behind him. He actually did very well to hold that one in contact. On the last now. Ponga will get it. Goes through the hands. Best can't find a kick, unfortunately. And it's going to go over the sideline. Knock on, I'm going to say by Bradman Best. Who is the worst NRL player of all time? Cooper Johns. The one that stands out to me, I can't remember his name, but I think it was he played fullback for Parramatta. And there's just one game where he did it was the most stinky NRL performance of all time. Truly just diabolical. I can't remember his name, though. Tom Yeager knows his name, because Tom Yeager spoke about him recently. The most common first and last names in the Bundesliga are Thomas and Müller. Really? That surprises me a little bit. All right. I'll look after the stream, Lorenzo. I don't like doing other stuff while I'm streaming. Latrell with a beautiful flick pass to AJ. He's got support inside. Finds a kick. Up over the top. Walker has it. He's close. He's there. I'm not sure he's got it down. I think he has. And Liam Kennedy agrees. Game on, ladies and gentlemen. Game on. And normally that would upset me incredibly deeply. However, I'm now owed $5. It was a great pass. Or as Dufty potentially knocked it on into Cody, I think you'd have to say probably. I reckon this will be taken off them, unfortunately. Well, we know that's not true, St. George Dragons fan. Would you captain Twal, Cleary, or May for NRL Fantasy? I don't know how any of them are scoring at the moment. No idea. I don't really look at NRL Fantasy once the season starts.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big
Wait. Wait, Isaac has donated $5, but it's going to be a no try probably. Now I owe Isaac $5. Well, okay, next try that's scored, Isaac doesn't need to donate. I reckon surely it has to be taken off them. You can't have a player in an offside position. Even though it's like essentially a handoff. Wait, confirmed. Wow. Okay, no, never mind. It's going to be a try. It's going to be a try. I guess the only way they could rule on that is that they think Dufty never had possession there. But if Dufty had possession and essentially handed it to Cody Walker, that's in effect a forward pass. I struggle to see that. I don't think that can be ruled a try personally. But anyway, 28-16. It is still 2 converted tries. The margin in this one, Newcastle. I probably felt that they wouldn't stop their scoring at 28 anyway. So we'll see how they go. Who scored that try? Cody Walker. So George Dragons fan is truly one of the commenters of all time. 2 messages here back to back. One says thoughts on Jeffrey Epstein. Then 2 messages later. Only 2 people messaged between that and his next one. Full capital letters. You are such a good boy, Mr. Leaguie. Thoughts on Epstein. You are such a good boy. Mushrooms, psychedelics, they are a hell of a drug. Hell of a drug. Hell of a drug. Chico says, what about last year, Teddy offside Roosters versus Melbourne at Allianz? Do not remember it. Do not remember it. But two wrongs has never made a right. If Tedesco did that exact same thing, I'd be saying that we should be removed of that try. American guy Greg Smith played one game for Newcastle Knights in 1999. I will remember that, and we will use it in the NRL grid. Bradman Best is through. He's got no support around him, though. He's going to have to try and beat Dufty one-on-one. Can't do it, but gets up to the 30. Great run there. Great run. All right. Who's your favorite player? Connor Watson. Young, who's gone towards the middle of the field. Interesting there. Ponga gets it. Trying to step away from a few of them. Gets it to Fletcher Sharp. There's space in front of him. They're baying for a late hit on Ponga there, the Newcastle Knights fans. Young gets it. He's kind of playing back row or something. I don't know. In that play, at least. 6 more now for Newcastle. Short ball doesn't find anyone. Souths get it. But it's going to be a penalty Newcastle for offside. The pass, if it had hit, would have been a try for sure. There was a big opening there, but it was just a little bit overrun. The Eels fullback you mentioned was captain coaching the Fassifan Bombers like 5 years later. Damn. Damn. Matt says Connor Watson is extremely overrated. Well, we'll agree to disagree on that. We'll agree to disagree. Chico says, what do you mean offside? Well, I would assume that it's probably because in rugby league, I don't know if you watch much, Chico, but you have to get 10 meters back from the play the ball. And I'm going to just hazard a guess here. Just pure speculation from me. But I'm going to say Sassady didn't get back 10 meters and then got involved with the play. So therefore, that's what created the penalty for offside there. Yeah. Thoughts on Sao Tome and Principe? I'm more of an enthusiast of St. Kitts and Nevis. Matt says, I absolutely can't stand the Eastern Suburbs Roosters. Well, again, I'm going to have to agree to disagree. They're probably the greatest love of my life, so... Newcastle will take the 2 here, put it back to a 3-score game with a 14-0 lead. 30 points to 16 it will be, as Ponga slots it. Beautiful work there from the Knights. Please don't spam to George Dragons. You did this the other day as well. Did Leaguie swear says, have you ever been wrong? Many, 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 many times. Many, many times. Thoughts on Grenada? Grenada? I barely even know her. So, Roosters over Jess? Well, yeah, I mean, it was Eels versus Broncos over Jess, so. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you apologizing for the kind of spams that you're a Dragons fan, but again, don't spam. I've told you this before. I'd much rather you not do it than do it and apologize. So thank you. The Titans putting 50 on Para a few rounds ago was only the second time in their history the Titans have scored 50 in a match. It's interesting because we view them as such a free-flowing attacking side, but then they also are just fundamentally bad. Watch us lose to them next week, though. So we play Titans in Gosford, Roosters, and I see that, and I just see a weird old aberration of a game where Roosters are well off their best and Titans get a tight win. How is this spamming? It's sending a lot of messages again and again to fill up the thing. Fill up the chat. It's not fair on everyone else. If everyone did that, chat wouldn't be readable. So, thoughts on Alex Trial pulling his hamstring after walking off the bus after arriving to the stadium? Really? Can someone confirm that for me? I hope the next Rugby League TV broadcast rights end up on Paramount Plus and Channel 10 in 2028, because Fox Sports and Channel 9 have become ordinary with their coverage and Fox Sports is too expensive. I disagree. Look, Channel 10 I wouldn't mind as long as we do have that free-to-air option, but when you go to something like Paramount Plus, when you go to that like proper subscription service, it does alienate a lot of people. All right, solid take there from Maju. Talis Duncan was all over him. Does well to get up to the 20-meter line there. Knock on there, Dylan Brown. Jeez. That could be costly. That could be very costly. After this game is done, you should look at the Roosters song I made in the Discord. No. I respect it. However, I just want to stream. All right. I don't see anything about Alex Troll when I look him up and go to the news section. Yeah. I know Fox is a subscription service, but it is a television channel. There's something in terms of the technological side of it. You get a box. It's cable TV. Whereas the online streaming services, I think it would be difficult to get a lot of the older fans over to that. But, you know, you can also make the argument move with the times as well. All right, Mamizelos is in a dummy half here on the third. At the back to find Jamie Humphries. Now, knock on there, Cody Walker. Lucas knocked it on as well. It's going to be 2 ways there. First bite out. Excuse me. Hello, Mendini. Favorite match official would be Grant Atkins. I love Grant Atkins. Bro can find a broadcast camera. Oh, good, Tiger. No worries. Is this the footy or the best sport ever? Boys, let us go. That's a... Now, I don't know what you mean, but footy is the best sport ever, so... It popped up for me. Try to search it up again in like 5 minutes. Can you give me a source? Could you say, like, it's on Fox Sports or whatever? Oh, congratulations, Magnetic. Did you enjoy touching your first game? All right. Played here by Greggy Marju. Brown's in a dummy half. The man who made the error before, but they did survive it. With 14 points the margin, 28 minutes to go, it's a fairly comfortable lead. I think if the Knights get any more 4-pointers, then that's going to be all she wrote. That's a very personal question, Lorenzo. Won't be answering that. Also, because if I did give like a name, or knock on there, Dominic Young. If I gave a name of anyone that I had been in a relationship with, some of you freaks would absolutely track them down. Like, no doubt about it. And, like, send DMs and stuff. Like, yeah. Not all of you. Definitely not all of you. Not even most of you. But 10% of you, you'd be weird about it, so. Where is the AFLE gone to? AFLE was never a thing. AFLE, I don't know what everyone's talking about with this AFLE nonsense. Never existed. There hasn't been a good match official since referees Harrigan and Hampstead. I think that's a little bit maybe rose-tinted glasses. But granted, I didn't see them referee. They're before my time. I'd argue Shane Hain was pretty good. I'd argue Matt Chekin was pretty good. I think maybe even if those are the greats, I think it's not fair to say that none of the ones since then have been good. Okay, this is George Dragons fan. Sorry, you're done. I appreciate your contributions, but warned you 3 times. It's so disrespectful towards me. You're making me look like a bit of an arse if I just warn you again. So, timed you out for the rest of the stream, unfortunately. All right. Campbell Graham gets the ball out wide to find... Is that Moala Graham Taufa out there on the field? Shout out to him. I imagine he's been there actually for a while because of Jack Whiten. Mario with the donation. Well, South might be about to score. There's a lot going on. Penalty now. It's all happening.
Nearly a half a squad worth of players in the NRL. Really excited for the Dubsy. Hopefully the new coach doesn't have favourites.
The new coach, I don't think he will have favourites. Brian McDermott, he's been an assistant around the NRL for a while now. So I don't think he's favoured towards any particular Super League players, but truly one of the most legendary coaches in the Super League era. I am worried for England a little bit, just off the back of what they showed in the Ashes, but I think it will be a brilliant World Cup. It was on Code Sports. Okay. I don't have Code Sports, but I do trust Code Sports, so I'll take your word for it. Dufty with a good pass over the top, but Graham Taufa doesn't hit that ball with momentum, unfortunately. $13.50 for a beer at McDonald Jones Stadium. Damn, yeah. Look, food and drink at the footy, it's just not a thing. It's way too expensive. Hello, Stacey. Good to see you. All right. Play there. Now, Mamizelos in a dummy half. Dummies takes it on the 4th. 1 more to go here in this set. Humphries goes to the left-hand side. Kolomatangi finds Cody Walker. Kick in behind. Oh, that's stunning. That is stunning, the way that ball sat up. That was absolutely gorgeous. Tallis Duncan is in. Rabbitohs aren't going away here. Look, I would love to see Bevan French back in the NRL. Granted, is he still at the peak of his powers? I don't watch the Super League week in, week out, so I don't know. But that was a point where genuinely in the Super League, the opinion was Bevan French is one of the best players in the world, and he always had potential in the NRL. But no, I don't think you can pick him for Australia, nor do I think they will. Frankly, Kevin Walters, the Australian coach. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed. I would bet copious amounts of money.
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed head dent check.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
There we go. And $5 from Isaac. He's a man of his word. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think Kevin Walters is watching Super League. I don't think Kevin Walters has watched a single match Bevan French has played for the Wigan Warriors. So, yeah. Did Leaguie Spurs says, remember how I traded in Dunkin' Donuts this week? I don't remember that, but it's looking good at the moment, isn't it? Do you think Ganane's a great rugby league commentator for Fox Triple M?
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
There we go. I really like Ganane. I really like Ganane. I think he's a better radio commentator than he is a television commentator, but he's a good television commentator. Tiger, they haven't. However, that doesn't change anything. All right, wow. So 8 points the margin, 24 minutes left to go. It's an absolute eternity in the modern NRL. Newcastle, I describe their 14-point lead as comfortable. They are not comfortable now, not by any means. Magnetic says, I played a game and hurt my leg, so I need an MRI. Damn, but touch judging was fun. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Yes, well, that is correct. That is correct. Actually, I need to... forgot about this. I need to send a message in my building group chat, actually. About that. Bear with me. Because I run watchalongs in my building for Formula 1 events. I'll do it. I'll do it when we get... or when we have a break and play. On the last hit, kick there. Kalen Ponga with a very solid take. And he's going to draw a penalty off the... no, penalty South. I thought it was for the contact on Kalen, but penalty South Sydney. Here we go, folks. Here we go. It's all happening now. All happening. Look at that. Jeremy. Obviously it didn't happen, though. Obviously it didn't really happen. All right. Run there from Keon Kalamatangi. Important set here for them to defend. Granted, look, there's so much time left. Even if they concede here, I doubt Newcastle will not score more points in this game, but they're looking good here. They're looking good. The South Sydney Rabbitohs. Short ball there. Ewan Aitken close to the line. Not quite there, though. I don't know if it's just me, but Ewan Aitken, there's no way a guy with a name like that shouldn't have played for the Newcastle Knights at some point. Beautiful pass. Alex Johnson for the corner. Bang. This is the game I thought we would be seeing. All out attacking footy. AJ for the corner. Isaac Wright is going to have to take out a mortgage, honestly. Holy. Study history, Magnetic. Study history. Aiken, the Latvian goat. I do remember seeing that on He Can Play For. Is it He Can Play For or Who Can He Play For? I think it's He Can Play For. I'm ahead of Magnetic. Damn. All right. Sorry, I've got to send this message. Bear with me. I'll only be a minute.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why.
Isaac, a man of his word again. So he's got 11 tries in 10 rounds? Or is it only... no, it's 9 rounds. That's great going from him. Kick for Latrell. Oh, that's one of the all-time shanks. That is one of the all-time shanks. Jesus Christ. Holy. Would love to see a She Can Play For to help out the Women's World Cup. That's a great point. I don't know how he can play for finds their information. Like, the amount of digging and research that would require is insane. Probably would be even harder for the girls, but yeah. Alright. Oh wait, I need to send it in the other chat as well. Anyway, Keon Kalawamatangi there. He is doing the runs up the kickoff, so I think that he's playing. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing. Lock kind of roll.
Roaming to Rome just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
We won't be storming the Knights podcast, Magnetic, just because I don't want to make it a thing where every single time the Knights play, we go over and do that, you know? Is AFLE in your basement with Expat? Why is Expat Ollie in my basement? Expat Ollie's doing his thing. Pass out the back there from Cody Walker to Matt Duffy. It's all South Sydney at the moment, man. All South Sydney. Thoughts on Belarus declaring war on St. Kitts and Nevis? I don't think that happened. Knock on their hub now. $10 from Isaac.
All right, Leaguie. You can choose for next game. $5 for either time to score a try, or you can choose one team and only get $10 if the team of your choice scores.
So, that's a brilliant question. So we're extending this to the next game. So what he's saying is $5 for every try for the next game, or $10 but only applying to one of the teams. Oh, I really hoped it was the next game was Panthers and Eagles, but it is Sharks and Tigers. That's a banger of a question. I will take the gamble here. I will take the double or nothing. And it's weird because even though my tip is Cronulla, I feel, somehow I'm like the Tigers have more points than them, which makes no sense at all. None whatsoever. I will take $10 every time the Cronulla Sharks score a try. That could go very wrong, but thank you. Holy. 6 more here for the Knights. Are you made of money, Isaac? Are you some like a trust fund individual? Or have you got your mum's credit card? And am I going to get an annoyed email from someone saying, why did you allow my son to donate $100 to your stream? Holy. Tiger says, I hope the League doesn't get any money for next game. Well, yeah, you would, wouldn't you, as a Tigers fan?
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big
I'd say you don't need to donate every time you want to tell me something. Thank you, but you don't need to. Knights are very close to scoring here. They've got one more. It's been an attacking set for the 4 points to the margin. This is huge now. Brown, will he put a kick in? He does it. He goes through the hands. Best gets it to Marju for the corner. Greggy Marju, he's scored that, I reckon. We got to check his left arm. But Greg Marju, I think, has had the strength to get over. Does Liam Kennedy agree? Liam Kennedy agrees. I did hear about twirl. How does that even happen? How does it even happen that you pull your hamstring on the way to the ground getting off the bus? He's still listed in the starting side, so I don't know, but... God, I really hope Cronulla clutch up today. Yeah, I think he's got that. Magnetic, not a huge fan of that from you, the 7-6. The color stealers. Yes, that they are. They are the color stealers. Going red, white, and blue jerseys. See, that's another one of the reasons why... Right, yeah, $5 for the try. Yeah, I was like, why is he donating again? $5 for the try. Bro, Isaac, okay, what are we on for donations in this stream? We're on $80. And in fact, now it's $87. And I reckon 80 of that has come from Isaac, right? We've had 8 from Mario. Yeah, the rest is from Isaac. Oh, no, Highlanders fan with $2 and WTF with $2. Anyway. What I love about that, it gives me such faith in humanity because Isaac would get the exact same viewing experience without donating anything. He would get my content, could take it for free, could walk away, and yet decides randomly I'm going to donate like $80 to this streamer today. If not a lot more. Ponga with a kick. Oh, it swings back beautifully. 36 to 26, 16 minutes left in this one. Newcastle should be able to defend their way to a win here if they can manage it. Would be a fair choke if they lose having scored 36, but with the points that South Sydney have had in them to start this game, wouldn't shock me if they finish it off with a flurry of tries either. Check late mail, it just changed. I looked on NRL.com. But no, I mean, I believe you. I believe you. Ponga signs with Roosters? Really? Because he just extended until 2030 with Newcastle, and I swear he's playing in this game.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Remember when I used to donate every time?
I do remember that, Dean. I do remember that. You still donate pretty much every time now. I can't remember streams where you haven't donated. $15 from you, bro. We're flying. We're at 102, and we're not even done with the first game today. Brilliant work. We need a preseason cup between West Tigers, Eastern Suburbs, South, and the North Sydney Bears, New South Wales Cup team. Just, what, for old vibes? Storm fan, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Are they through here? Newcastle, they're not. They knock on. That could be costly. Dylan Brown, he's had a couple of errors in him today. Look, it's in the pursuit of scoring more points. And it was on there. It was really on there. It beat Latrell. Yeah, it's a knock on there from Dan Gagai, but the pass was what created that error. It was way too low. Look at that. Can you make another every team roasted video? I'm currently working on every fan base roasted. The thumbnail is quite something, but it's just taking me a long time to do. Long time to do. Lorenzo, I know your game, bro. I know your game. All right. Cameron Graham staying down here. He's baying for a penalty. He genuinely looks in a little bit of pain here, Campbell. 10 points is the gap. It was a short ball from Duffy and Marju. I don't think it was high contact from Marju, like shoulder or anything like that. 12 still in the side on NRL.com, by the way. But anyway. Did you see the Dragons lost to the bye? I did. That was so funny. That was so funny. Tiger says, I haven't seen anything on Twal yet. Yeah, I'm starting to doubt it a little bit. I'm looking at the NRL.com late mail. He's still listed as there. I mean, they haven't. If he's done his hammy, they haven't updated it. All right. Isaac's gonna buy a new swear at this rate. He is. Well, we got. The one time we got to $300, I said I would say the F word, and I did. It was from deep in the soul. I did hear about that, Terry. Absolutely awful. I spoke about it in depth, so I won't go into it again. But, yeah, very, very tough. All right, Mamazelos in a dummy half. He throws a dummy and is tackled there on the fourth. One more to go here. Humphries for Cody Walker, kicking behind. It's been trapped. 6 more, that will be. Cody Walker for the line. Cody Walker for the line. Tell you what, Sammy Walker off his own kick yesterday scored an absolute gimme of a try, and Cody says everything you can do, I can do better. 36 to 30. I said earlier in this game that defense was optional. It really, really is. We're about to have a 4-point ball game here with a stack of time left on the clock. We really do have a hell of a game, Tiger. We do have a hell of a game. Nerves are starting to creep in. Oh, we're beyond nerves creeping in, bro. We are well beyond nerves creeping in. Leaguie, do you have a job? And if you do, what is it? You look like an electrician. An electrician is not something I ever imagined myself as. I do have a job. This is my job. Believe me. With my schedule, I could not throw employment in there.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks.
Isaac with $5. There we go. Thank you. Mate, you've given away a rugby league fortune, honestly. Yeah, I'm a full-time uni student. I'm a senior residential mentor in my building, which is not a full-time job by any means, but it certainly is much time as a part-time job. It's a couple hours a day at least. And then I do this, and then I do this. Then social life, cooking, shopping, exercise. Yeah. Let alone leisure time. So Yeah. Cody Walker better than Sam. Leaguie South saying confirmed. Yeah. I didn't say that though. Like, not what I said. Not what I said. I did the whole anything you could do, I could do better. I did not say Cody Walker's a better player. Full-time dorm uni student. That's what I am. That is what I am, Lashinsky. Thank you for the 10 bits. How do you remember that, the League speak to? That's hilarious. That's one of the funniest jokes I think I've ever made. Anyway, beautiful pass back in field there from Latrell Mitchell to Matt Duffy. It was good sliding defense from Ponga. Otherwise, they would have been through. Ponga is caught in the dummy half. Not dummy half, sorry. He's caught in the ruck there. So it wasn't home at fullback. I thought they might put a kick in to exploit that, but they didn't. Humphries with a kick now on the last. It's going to go up for Campbell Graham, who's playing in the centres. Taps it back into the hands of Fletcher Sharp. Newcastle survive again. What's the building thing in your uni? Senior residential mentor. I do well-being checks on residents. I run events. Those are the two main things, actually, to be honest. But it does take up a lot of time. I attend events. I attend meetings. I manage people, conflict resolution, all this stuff. It's a lot. The fact that the South badge and the name thing are different shades of green on KO bugs me. It doesn't... Okay. I kind of agree with you. However, it's not the worst example of it. The worst one is the Bulldogs. It's just not the right shade of blue at all. It's awful. Yeah, you can't say that, Leaguie's big toe. That's diabolical. No more of that or you'll get timed out. All right. Good run there from a while like Graham Tautha. Lorenzo, I spent a lot of time in both. I'd say Warren Ball's better than Kinlock. Leaguie, I tip Rabbitohs 13 plus. Am I cooked? Yeah. I tip Rabbitohs to win the game. Wouldn't have gone with them 13 plus though. 59% of you reckon Newcastle will win. It was a little more than that to start the game. So actually we've had a bit of a swing towards South Sydney. But after 117 votes, that's the results. Rex Mossop was a fantastic rugby league commentator. He was. He's probably the GOAT. He's probably the GOAT. I know modern GOAT is Ray Warren, but like, yeah. Anyway. Johnson, oh, is he over the sideline there? No, Casey Badger says not quite. One more to go here in this set. 11 minutes left in the game. Cody Walker will put a bomb up across field. Again, aiming for Campbell Graham. Will be caught in goal at will. That was a poor kick there from South Sydney. Real pressure reliever. Brady Best gets it from the in goal. Taps it quickly. Gets up to about the 30. Good work there from Bradman. If we get to $400, can you call your dad, quote, I'm proud of you, son? You want me to tell my dad that I'm proud of him? Is that what you want? Oh, good. League's big toe. All right, up beyond the 40 now. That's such a pressure relieving kick. It really is. If they had landed that close to the try line, they would have been able to pepper the Newcastle Knights, keep them down their end, and make sure that they get attacking field position. Not that they've struggled to make meters or break the line or sideline beckoning there. Yeah, Kalen Ponga, that was a terrible play. That was terrible play. That, you know, that kind of resolves it, to be honest. That kind of resolves it. Because I was going to say Newcastle will be able to march downfield and set up shop down the other end potentially. But that was a poor play from Ponga. He was always going over the sideline there. Always going over the sideline. Mason, we've got enough mods at the moment. But I appreciate your interest. I do. All right. Humphries now to Cody Walker. Was that touched by a Knight at all anywhere? I don't think it was. Alex Johnston is tackled behind the halfway line. They lost about 15 meters on that play. Now Duffy tries to step outside Lucas. He gets it offload away. Now Campbell Graham pins the ears back. Nearly got through the line there. Very, very close. All right. Graham Tauffa in a dummy half on the fourth. Gets it now to Ewan Aitken. Passes to Tavita Totola. Goes through Cameron Murray. Rushing defense there from Dane Gagai, not Greg Marju. Created a situation where Dominic Young was 1 on 3 and Latrell scores. That's one of the great Latrell Mitchell tries to level us up. That is so good. That's unreal. I'm not confident there are many more players in the game that could score that try. He looks really hurt here, Latrell. But he's leveled things up. South Sydney are going to kick for the lead. He's really in a bad way. But Souths have leveled the game. jeez. He just about stays in field. What a try that is. Kalen Ponga is a good, strong player. To beat his physicality and stay in field, the pass from AJ was brilliant. Dominic Young wasn't, unfortunately, there, but he did well. On a side note, look how wonky that sideline is. But anyway, what a put down. Isaac with another $5 for the try. Latrell Mitchell will kick from the place, exact same spot that he missed awfully in the last attempt. He will kick from here to put them in the lead. I hope he doesn't. Obviously, I want Newcastle to win. Try is confirmed. Yikes, the put down was a bit suspect. I hope we get golden point. I knew there'd be a lot of points in this game. 36 all is diabolical, though. 36 all is diabolical. He did very nearly drop that, Magnetic. He very nearly dropped that. All right. This is huge. You know what? I don't use the sound bites that much anymore, but...
Don't miss it. Don't miss it. I'm telling you. Seriously. Shoelace! Shoelace, Renato! Hey, clutch! Hey, clutch!
Are you clutch? Latrell Mitchell. Still a lot of time left on the clock. This is by no means to seal the win, but it is to put them in front for the first time in this game. It's a tough spot to kick from. Very tough spot to kick from, but he loves these moments, Latrell Mitchell. He hits it. He's got it. 38 for South Sydney. As he screams at the Novocastrian crowd, Latrell Mitchell lives for these situations. And that really is... Where's the soundbite I'm looking for? It's this one.
The Iceman cometh!
That is Iceman cometh kind of territory. Beautiful try. I mean, to stay in field there off the back of the contact from Ponga, get the put down done. Gorgeous. And then the kick. When it came off the boot, I thought he'd hooked it. But he did very, very well there. How many more tries do we see? Under or over 2.5? I reckon under. I reckon we might get one more try.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Wow. Tavita Totola off the kickoff. 7 minutes left. Newcastle. They are behind for the first time in this game. They've got a lot of work to do. Knock on South! Knock on South! The last thing that they needed. Handing the ball back to the Newcastle Knights in prime attacking field position. Here we go. You want to win the game. You want to win 2 points. 2 competition points in the NRL. These are the moments you stand up. Both sides. Defensively for South and with attack for the Newcastle Knights. Huge. Ewan Aiken, you cannot forgive that error. You cannot forgive that error. Will Ponga go for a 2-pointer? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. They're thinking a try. They're thinking a try. Off the scrum. Cheeky try off the scrum. All right. They find Dylan Brown. Just runs it himself. 6.5 minutes to go. Clutch. Crunch time. For both sides in this one. Go with a run. Plays it. Crosses it at dummy half. They're going to the left-hand side. Dylan Brown now. Deep into the line. Oh, he gets an offload away. Mooney scored. Mooney has scored. This game is fundamentally stupid. This game is fundamentally stupid. What the hell? You and Aiken are penning for your thoughts right now. 40 points to 38. Newcastle take the lead straight away again. Oh. I'm up and about, folks. I'm so up and about right now. I'm so up and about right now. 40 points to 38. Brown, he stood in the tackle. I thought he would have scored himself, but no, found the ground. Beautiful pass. And Mooney, the take. Oh, it was not the easiest one for him. Isaac Wright with $5. Right on cue. Holy, you've given a lot of money. The pass was low. He did so well to take it and hold it and get it down. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Kick to come. The try being scored right next to the post does take the Latrell Mitchell 2-point field goal threat out of the equation. Newcastle surely defend their way now. Mate, is 44-40 the highest losing score ever? Wait, 2 points off them. Trial Mitch field goal. If Poga kicks this, the Trial Mitchell field goal would do nothing. They'll absolutely kick off short, Magnetic. No question, they'll kick off short. I mean, Matt, Latrell nailed that try, nailed that kick, and was not at fault for them conceding that try. So, anyway. Kick here from Kalen Ponga. 4 minutes 44 left on the clock. Slots at 42-38. DM me the link, Viewey, and if it's on it, or not 40, I nearly put in 44. If it's on a website I already used, then I'll do it. Otherwise, I'm already in a lot of tipping comps, so. Holy. What an error. Rugby league is about moments, ladies and gentlemen. And there have been so many moments in this game. But that knock on from Ewan Aiken off the kickoff set off the back of points. Like, that is nearly unforgivable. Souths don't go short. They back themselves to be able to keep Newcastle down their end. Marju will run it himself off the kickoff. Watch Newcastle knock it on now. Give it right back to Souths, honestly. Terry, I think the most clutch play I've seen in my life was Nathan Cleary kicking a 2-point field goal against the Eels. I'd be giving it to Nathan Cleary. Why didn't they go short? I would have gone short if I was them, no doubt about it. But they're backing themselves and their defense. There's enough time left on the clock that they will get 2 possessions. So, does anyone like to see this scoreline? I don't. And I think that Rusted on Rugby League fans don't. But the viewing numbers are higher than ever. They're higher than ever. You can't argue with that. Crossland gets it to Dylan Brown. Kicks from inside the 40. It doesn't really have the length on it. Alex Johnson takes it. They would have wanted a much deeper kick there. I'm not sure what Dylan Brown intended to do with that kick, but I can't imagine that that's what it was. Yeah, as I say, viewer, DM me the link. If you guess what I'm eating, I will sub. I reckon you are eating a ham and cheese sandwich. Holy. Holy. Humphreys for Walker. Latrell Mitchell with it. Beats Gagai. 2-on-1. Good tackle there, Dylan Brown. On the 4th, he's going to try and play it quickly. He does. Alex Johnson gets it to Cody Walker. 2 tackles left here. 3 minutes left to go. Totola takes a hitter. 1 more to go for Souths. They'll get the ball back for sure. They'll have at least 1 other set. All right. Humphreys for Cody Walker. He's been the danger man. Steps inside, but is taken by Dylan Brown. He can't believe it. He got up and tried to run again. How did he not think he was held? I don't know. But anyway. He's absolutely mouthing off there, Cody. I hope it's not at the ref. If it got past Dylan Brown, that was on. I will say that. So I don't mind him taking the option, but you go a short side, you have Latrell Mitchell capable of breaking tackles, you give it to him. Thank you, Jackson. I appreciate that. Viewey, for the 3rd time, DM me the link. I won't answer you more, because I've answered you 3 times. All right. Run here from Saifidi. Brungy says, hope your weekend's great. Should I be worried as a Dragons fan for what Newcastle will do to us next week? They could put on a cricket score. They could put on an absolute cricket score. On the last, 2 minutes left now. Crossland will find Dylan Brown. Will he go for more length than the kick before? A little bit more, but I don't know. Maybe they're kicking into the wind because those kicks are really sitting up. They're really sitting up. Stars have to score this set. That they do. That they do. This will be their last possession in the game, you would have to think. Campbell Graham heading it up. Tackled there by 3 committed Newcastle Knights defenders. Crossland and Mooney doing that tackle. Graham Taufa with a run. Not terrible from him. Mamazelos now to find Keon Kolomatangi. They're baying for high contact there. They don't get it. William Kennedy doesn't bite. Mamazelos will find Cody Walker. This is the strike play here. No, they go through Tallis Duncan. And they draw a penalty! Oh, I can't believe that. Absolute rugby league, mate. Absolute rugby league. Latrell to kick for touch. It all comes down to this. 80 minutes we have had between these two sides. 14 tries we have had between these two sides. And it comes down to 1 set. Can South score? Can Newcastle defend? It comes down to this. High contact potentially there for Safidi on Kepi. No, it's ruled to be okay. Mamazelos is in a dummy half. We'll find... Oh, Humphreys who's hit there. Now Keon Matangi. We'll play it there. Penalty again! 49 seconds left on the clock. I wonder if they're giving away penalties at that point there to wind down the clock. 46 seconds on my days. Oh, my days. Holy. Folks, this game, this sport, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I'm queuing up an Instagram post of Absolute Rugby League. You've got to do it. All right. South on the attack. Mamazelos for Kepi, close to the line. 35 seconds left to go in this one. 35 seconds left. Humphreys for Dufty. Jeez, there was space in front of him. There was space in front of him for a fleeting moment. It closed up quickly. We've got a whistle here. Jesus Christ. Safidi comes off the field. 23 seconds to go. 23 seconds to go. This game is fundamentally stupid. This game is fundamentally stupid. The Knighton must be sweating nuclear bombs. I cannot imagine. I absolutely cannot imagine what he must be going through right now. If it was the Roosters defending this, Jesus. Mamazelos for Keon. 20 seconds left. Walker gets it to Latrell. Good tackle there from Dan Gagai. 15 seconds left. This might be the last play. They go Latrell again. Short side. He loses the ball. He loses the ball. Newcastle have done enough. We're going to review this. But I think Newcastle have done enough. And they're getting into it now. Mooney and Duncan. Oh. Viewey, please DM me the link. DM me the link in the code. I can't do it if you've just put it in the chat, unfortunately. Yeah, Chico, absolutely not robbed. Absolutely. I really don't like that that's your first reaction. But anyway. What a game of rugby league. They're reviewing it. They're reviewing it. We could yet have a twist in this tale. They could yet have a twist in this tale, folks. It's not done. It's not done. What a game of footy. What a game of footy. We're reviewing this, though. I think it was just a knock-on by Latrell Mitchell. But I wonder if there's going to be any penalty potentially for a bit of afters. They could yet be. He got close. Look at the number of Knights players that are in that, man. The quantity of them. Special. Oh, yeah, there's a shock. Wow, Cody Walker creating a bit of a brouhaha on the field after he's salty that he lost a game. It's so always the ones you least expect. It really is. Honestly. No try. That'll be all she wrote. That will be all she wrote. What a game of rugby league football, ladies and gentlemen. What a game of rugby league football. I'm putting up an Instagram post with the absolute rugby league thing because, yeah, like that's just... What a game. Knights get a penalty. There's nothing left on the clock. They'll kick it dead. Oh, in fact, Dominic Young, I didn't even know about that, bro. Go over the sideline knowing you. What a game. What a sport we follow, ladies and gentlemen. What a sport we follow. Play the night song. I'm going to be playing that night song. I'm going to be playing the hell out of that night song, let me tell you. Very, very special result there for Newcastle. Very special result. I am going to pop off for a second. We'll be back, leaving you with the Newcastle Knights theme song. We'll be back in a moment, and we will call my dad for his thoughts on that game. See you in a bit. How good is Rugby League, by the way? Just quietly, how good is Rugby League? I can't make sense of this game at the best of times, bro. When you see something like that happen, you just have to sit back and marvel, honestly, because wow. Wow. How long have we got to kick off for the next one? It is 3:50. We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes. All right, yes, I've just put that up. You can't really see it because it never shows, but it's just the scoreboard on top. It's a weird old rugby league sport we follow, ladies and gentlemen. All right, as promised. So, maybe some of you who are new wouldn't know this, but when I stream Roosters games, we will call my dad at halftime and full time. He's a big Roosters fan, quite the character as well, to give his thoughts on the game. Now, unfortunately, yesterday I couldn't stream the Roosters game. However, to make it up to you guys, seeing as it is such a popular segment, we will be calling him now for his thoughts on that, and I'm sure he's going to be incredibly opinionated. So let's see what he has got to say.
Hello there.
Looks like defense is optional.
I was going to ask you, I'm going to get in touch with our Missing Persons Bureau work and ask them to look for where has the NRL's defence gone across the NRL. Here's a quick question for you and your audience. Is 38 the highest losing score ever?
No. A couple of years ago, the Dragons, I think, lost to the Eels, 40 points to 44.
I wasn't going to talk about the Dragons, but have you told your audience that their new signing?
No, you feel free to share that. You got an inside scoop.
Inside scoop. The new signing for the St George Illawarra Dragons. First name is Owen, but the guy changes his name every week so far this year. He started off 0-1. He eventually worked up to 0-5, 0-6, 0-7, and I believe at the moment his name is 0-8. And he's, God knows where it's gonna finish. Okay, enough of the wild humour. I wouldn't want any of your audience to split their sides laughing.
Oh, they are in stitches at the moment.
They are in stitches. Well, very unfortunate. Very entertaining, right? That's the sort of game. If someone had no interest in rugby league, if they were from, I don't know, Uzbekistan or whatever.
Why is Uzbekistan the first nation that comes to your mind?
Yeah, because every other nation knows and loves rugby league.
Of course.
And I've been to Uzbekistan, and it was very hard to convert the locals, Dylan. I even had their fermented yak's milk to try and be one of them. Oh my God, try not gagging when you're talking rugby league.
We talk about random things on these streams, but fermented yak's milk is not something I ever thought would come up.
Fermented yak's milk, yeah. I drank the first, second, and third. I had to give to my PA when no one was looking. I said, Saja, you got to drink this for me. I can't cope, and I do not. You don't insult the Uzbeks when you're in one of their big marquee tents and they're giving you fermented yak's milk. So, you know I don't buy into this whole East-South hatred thing, right? Because it was a rivalry, not a hatred, before that idiot Russell Crowe became involved and decided to confect some hate, because apparently there wasn't enough hate in the world, and what the world needed more of was hate. Having said that, it is always wonderful to watch that grubby little team lose, right? That was enjoyable, and you think really looked like, oh, they're going to come back and steamroll the Knights like we did. So that was wonderful. I think it was in part due to the fact that their football jerseys looked like a minty wrapper.
I like it. I like it, though. I think it's a good design.
I don't. I think it sucks and it's horrible. Give me just the horizontal stripes from back when they used to win premierships. Although no one can remember the colour back then because everything was still in black and white. We'll have to go to some documentation or something. So, yeah, game of tit footy. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Right? But you know one of my favourite games of all time is when we beat Manly in a 2013 semi-final 4-0.
Yep.
Your guts are in stitches. But good on Newcastle for winning. Only thing I'd like to say in closing to South is give us back our half territory back, you land-stealing bastards that you stole in the 1950s. So, anyway, enjoy the rest of your... and what a weekend. I got a free ticket yesterday to sit in the members of the Roosters, and I wasn't even going to go out. And, but where did defence go in that game either?
Well, to make the weekend even better, you'll be very happy to know that one of my dear viewers by the name of Isaac Wright committed to donating me $5 every time a try was scored in that game.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah. So that was fun. He's committed to this game as well. He said $5 for every try in this upcoming game, or pick one of the sides, and each time they score, you get $10. So like a double or nothing. So I've taken him up on it. I'm going to get $10 every time the Sharks score a try in this game.
Yeah, because in a bizarre way, we're going for the Sharks, aren't we? From an Eastern Suburbs perspective, we want the Sharks to win.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. I'm going to be very conflicted about this. So, all right, enjoy your call. It was a fun game to watch, and I'm glad Newcastle scored that. I've got to say, of all those tries, the standout to me was Marjus. He had 4 guys ready to barrel him over the sideline. I don't know how he stayed in play and got the ball down. That was a joy to watch.
Did well.
So I feel tired. I've been sitting on my ass doing nothing for the last 2 hours, and I'm freaking tired watching that. But your brothers are about to want their dinner, so I better get...
Alrighty, cool. Thank you, as
All
always.
right.
I'll see you later.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Be beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Always love doing that on stream. Cronulla versus the West Tigers. I love these two teams when they play up against one another. It was one of my favorite games to watch when I was a kid because they were both kind of mid-range teams. But I know this is weird, but there's something about the light blue and the orange as well. It's just a unique look. Something about them. Love seeing them come up against one another. They're two high-quality attacking sides most of the time. Obviously, the Tigers more so this season. Really, from a Cronulla perspective, they are well off where they would have expected to be. They've been taking very small steps forward in recent seasons, but a huge step back this season. At home, now to the West Tigers, this is a game that they would absolutely be expecting to win. Sorry, I've just banged the microphone there, but I had to plug in my iPad I'm watching it on. We need Cronulla to score 60. I personally need Cronulla to score 60 for sure. I'll put up the poll on YouTube as the Tigers are running out onto the field. I don't really know a funny way of spelling Tigers. So I'm going to go, basically, given that Michael Ennis is commentating, I'm going to go with the way that he pronounces it. All right. Unfortunately, Twal won't play it. They still, have they said it? I can still see Twal named at lock on NRL.com. Why you never poll on Twitch? Favoritism? I did say this before. I mean, yeah, it is favoritism. But look at the numbers. 31 people on YouTube, 9 on Twitch. That can't be us. Can't be us to put it on Twitch. I think Twitch mods, though, can put up polls. So, one of yous lot put it up. I don't know what you mean by that, George. As it says, I was depressed watching that game as my team can't string 2 passes together. Aren't you a Dogs fan? Swall is playing. Right, so was that just bollocks? Cooper, you are the only person who has said he's not playing. I feel that this is a frankly epic prank from yourself. All right. I understand that reference, Dean. I understand it. There's the kickoff if you want to sync up with myself. Why is the music so sad? Oh, hang on. Why's my timer not working? There we go. I can change the song. I haven't listened to every single song that plays, to be honest, but I can remove this one and go to the next song. Clock is up. Let's go. Watching that game makes me wonder, what does AOB do for my Bulldogs? It's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah, could well be some war crimes taking place behind the scenes there at Belmore. Because the Knights look hella good. Holbrook's a really good coach, though. Has to be said. But all right. For the teams for this game, Tino Tavana comes on to start on the wing. Dry Skelton will come off the bench. No Buller, so Taruva starts in at fullback. Looks to me like Alex Twal is on the field, so I don't know what you lot were smoking earlier, but anyway. Riley Jones, and then is the only other change coming into the bench for the Cronulla Sharks. Good to see Cam McInnes back in, starting at lock. Thoughts on Sunderland 1, Wolves 1? Well, we had a send-off earlier in that game. I'm honestly happy to take the point. We're now mathematically safe. Happy with it. I'll have a look at it later, Fury. Have a look at it later. All right. Toby Rudolph now with a run. I think he's one of the true great characters of our game, Toby Rudolph. I love Toby Rudolph. Vanilla Blake, with Origin on the horizon, his form's not been the most barnstorming, but I expect him to get picked. It would be good for him, though, if he can do a little bit of a favor to his selection chances by putting in a good effort in this game. Underneath this one, oh, they don't really go for it there. Tavana, have Cronulla recovered this for 6 more? They have. Braley will be at a dummy half now. Hines calling some shots. You expect them to go to the right-hand side now. Tavana was nowhere near that ball. Hines gets it to Brito Nicola. All good, Bendek. See you later. If Tigers win, it'll be the first time they win in Cronulla since 2014. Wowzers. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
C_Phantom just redeemed change the background color. How about a pair of pink sidewinders and a bright orange pair of pants?
Well, you could really be a Bo Brummer baby if you just gave it half a chance. Pink and orange, that is not a combination I have had asked for. I don't know how that's going to look. I can't really, it's tough. That's kind of the best I can do because of the light coming from outside. Later tonight, we'll be able to get more clear colors in the background. Hines holds it. Oh, yeah, Kennedy there on a short ball, but he got committed to that as the play. In fact, it wasn't Kennedy. Sorry, it was Trindle. And Trindle, they read that. He should have gone out the back in hindsight. Do you think the bottle will happen? Arsenal? Probably not, unfortunately. I was annoyed to see Brentford beat West Ham 3-0. West Ham, a win there would have hit like crack. Hit like absolute crack. It is like a sunset. It's actually quite nice lighting. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I love Tiana Panatani. Don't waste your money on your new set of speakers. You'll get more mileage from a cheap pair of sneakers. Next phase, new wave dance craze. What are the lyrics of that mean? It's the next phase, new wave dance craze anyway. Yeah, that's it. Next phase, new age dance craze anyway. It's still rock and roll to me. New wave, not new age. Why is the background giving GTA 6? It really is. They have that sort of color scheme going. I like it though. It's kind of retro neon style. Will says, I dreamt about you last night. What did I do in your dream last night? Who's the best Lebanese halfback, Moses or Dewey? Moses. The best current Lebanese player is Adam Dewey, but I do think that the best halfback is Moses. Axel, I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure that Bai beat the Dragons. Was it 32-6 or something? Do you think Dolphins will be able to make the finals for the first time this year? They've got the side to do it. I've not been impressed with them really at all, unfortunately. Beating Melbourne was good though. Oh, now through Keon Iro, pass back in field. Teague Wilton, the man who I sold a suit to once upon a time, scores the opening try for this game for the Cronulla Sharks.
Up, Cronulla, the boys in the black, white, and blue.
Name of the Sharks fits you. Look at that. It was, oh, were they onside on that side there? The Chasers were very close. Tavana under the high ball has had two poor moments so far. Iro, look at that. If he stayed in field there to get the offload away, that is stunning. Iro staying alive with it. Oh, it's tight, but I think he stayed in field. I think he just about stayed in field. Pizza says he's out. I think Pizza might be ahead of me here. Let's see. Iro. We need a slow motion replay of that. It's so close. It is so close. The Tigers fan says absolutely not. What is that even in reference to, Lorenzo? I know I get the reference, but what's it in reference to? If Dragons lost to the bye, then how did they get 2 points? DEI. DEI stands for Dragons, Equity and Inclusion. That's stunning. That's stunning. What play from the Cook Islands captain, KL Iro. It was a tight thing. He held his knee in the air just about, got a beautiful pass back in field. That is, we take things like that for granted, and by the end of this game, we won't really remember that play necessarily, but wow. Wow. Imagine losing despite scoring 38 points. That's why we should kick South at the comp. I mean, look. And they did. Isaac with $10. That one took a bit of time to come through, but granted, we had to have a good old look at it. 4 points to nil. Nico Hines with a kick to come. Teague 89 rated on RL 26 Wilton. Yeah, don't get me started on player ratings in that game. Hines with a kick. Oh, he struck that beautifully. 4 points to nil. Honestly, after what Cameron Serraldo said in that interview the other day, where he meant to say little niggles, I'm nervous about quickly saying Nico Hines like that. Anyway. Shark Park is such a vibe. It is technically a vibe. It is not a a vibe we should be very proud of. But yeah, it's a terrible. When did the commentator say that? This was, I think, at the start of last season. Dan Ganine, it was a play in Newcastle I had nearly messed up, but they then scored off the back of it. I don't play Supercoach, Katzen, unfortunately. No. Yeah, that's where I get nervous, Lorenzo. That's where I get nervous. Hines prefers Nicholas anyway. Really? I'm happy to call him Nicholas Hines. All right, run there from Cam McInnes. Leg speed through the middle. He's so good with that. All right. McInnes. Oh, one-hand pick up there from Blake Brayley. Short ball to find Britton Nikora. 6 minutes gone. Sorry, 7 minutes gone. 6 points the margin. Good start there for Cronulla. At home, you'd expect them to be able to get the job done in this game. And hence they are my tip. But let's look at what you guys have said. In fact, you guys have gone the other way. 62% of you reckon Tigers will win this. That's interesting. Cronulla are favourites. Cronulla are favourites as they knock on there on the last. Now in the hands of, I think that's Tavana. Are you nervous about Origin? Yeah, I'm always nervous about Origin. Even when I expect we're going to win, I'm nervous about Origin. But I don't expect we're going to win anyway. So, you know what I'm most nervous about at the moment? Aside from, like, you know, my education, my career, all this stuff, which I really do need to get on top of. I am more nervous about my current season in F1 24. 3 races left. I'm second in the championship, 16 points behind Max Verstappen. Any of you lot who are F1 fans know how tight that is. Oof. It's fun stuff. Vegas next race. All right. Run there from Tony Suka. Who are the most Bogan fans? South would be up there, but I'd have to go with like Cowboys or something, surely. All right, kick there on the last. Oh, that's gone straight up and down. Not sure what's happened there. I think maybe Cronulla knock on. Yes, and Fanua Bolly certainly is a fan of that call from Todd Smith. Clapping it away. It's not CSF Talakai. What? I cannot ever call Braden Trindle's name correctly. I either say he's Will Kennedy. I don't know where Talakai came from there. No, like, not a clue. But always get him and Kennedy confused. Excuse me. Lorenzo says, I'm nervous because of Munster and Grant being out of form. You should always be nervous coming into Origin. However, like, how many Queenslanders have we seen come in out of form and just kill it? Beautiful pass there from Luai Dewey. Oh, has he bounced it? I reckon he's scored. He's not getting up and celebrating, but Todd Smith awards it. Tigers hit straight back. Oh, he might be hurt here. He might be hurt.
We are the Tigers in black, white and gold. Stout-hearted men, all fit and bold.
Watch us make a break and see us score a try. Ziggy and his stash not reffing a Sharks home game is utter woke nonsense. I reckon, personally, the more Ziggy on my screens, the better. I'm a Zig enthusiast. I'm a member of the Ziggy fan club. Yeah, he's got that down easy. It sort of bounced out there, but might be a shoulder problem there from Adam Dewey. Thoughts on Pasami Saulo? A stereotypical, like, solid player. Job doer. Yeah, he's hurt here, Adam Dewey. He's really hurt. Yikes. Yikes. What F1 team are you doing? It's a driver career. I started with Sauber. Had a really good first season. Only big team offer I got was Mercedes, so I went to Mercedes. Yikes. So have they got Jockey Madden on the bench? Yeah, Jockey Madden's on the bench. He'll come on and do the job. Jeez. Yeah, he's really, really frustrated here, Adam Dewey. Henry, thank you for following over on Twitch. Yikes. Oh, bloke, I don't think there's any doubt that he'll be out until World Cup. So, yeah, interesting ruling here. Very interesting ruling. Made even more interesting by the fact that the goal kicker is the one that scored the try. So, Madden can't take the kick. So, who's it going to be? All right, Luke Loliti. In fact, I just mispronounced it. I hate when this happens. It was correctly pronounced by Vossi. Michael Annis incorrectly pronounced it. And 90% of NRL commentators call him Luke Loli'i. That's not correct. It's Loli'i. Loli'i. It's 3 I's, not 2 I's. Luke Loli'i. First attempt in the NRL, hits it, hooks it. It wasn't the worst kick of all time. Was not the worst kick of all time. You know what I don't get? A guy like Jerome Luai, who has such a good short distance kicking game, very solid long distance kicking game. How is he just like incapable of conversions? Is it that different a skill? I've never understood that. How taking a guy like Cooper Cronk, one of the great kickers that we've seen, couldn't kick a conversion to save his life. To be fair, Lorenzo, he's not a goal kicker. It was his first attempt in the NRL. They do, WTF. They do have the Balmain and Magpies logos on their kit. It's nice, and I love the fact that this season especially, this kit looks like a Balmain kit. Well, again, not like an old Balmain kit, but it's Balmain colors. And the other kit looks like a West Magpies kit. And depending on where they're playing, they wear different jerseys. It's a really nice touch, I think. Right, May. Now to find Luai. Early ball out to Samuela Fainu. Runs it up nicely there. Up to the 30. Plays it there for Taylor May. Now in the hands of Terrell. Hits it up to the 40-meter line. Can't get away from Rudolph there. There's a bit of argy-bargy going on in that tackle. Hoping the dummy half gets it to Alex Toll, who, I'll be honest, his hamstring looks completely fine. All right. Now in the hands of Madden there. Oh, he had Will Kennedy moving late on that kick. The fullback gets it, though, and kind of breaks through the line, but finds the ground, unfortunately, for the Cronulla Sharks. He's posted for it is. We've had 12 minutes gone. Iro now with a run up over the 30. Good tackle there from May. And Tristan Hope, one of the great names. I love Tristan Hope, especially given that he's like a late debutant in the NRL. Like, he had a lot of hope coming through. Stuck with it. Hoped that one day he'd make it. Because Cooper is a fraud. We've spoken about this before, Lorenzo. For you to be a Storm fan with negative thoughts on Cooper Cronk blows my mind. Blows my mind. Brayley. Now to find Bruto Nicola. Plays it for Brayley again on the last. Time to put a kick up. It's going to be Kennedy and Trindle chasing. Kennedy went up for it to River with a very, very solid take. Up to the 20. Great work there. If he hadn't got that, Kennedy probably scores, to be honest. Probably scores. Do you think Newcastle Knights will score 50+ against the Dragons? If they play the way they did today, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to say so. All right, Hope there at the dummy half. Giving it to... That's Suka? No, it's not. It's Stafford Toa. Got a solution to have us win the comp. We just need to get Willie Mason to bash our boys' heads in for a training session. Oh, as Luai knocks the ball on. Cronulla come up with possession here and good attacking ball. Well, yeah, but for the Dogs, you've always been like, oh, mate, we just need to bring back the Dogs of War. Like, is that the case? Oh, not Cronk, the guy who said Twal is injured. Right. Sorry, yeah, there is more than one Cooper, isn't there? Sorry. I'm with you. I'm with you then, Lorenzo. All right, Brayley. Now to find AFB. Dummies close to the line. Is tackled there by Twal and... Oh, in fact, it's the entire front row. Twal, Bolle, and May. Brayley for Hines. Underneath Nicola, there's room in front of him. Oh, but yeah, he takes a tackle there because Rudolph was in an obstruction position. Pablo, thank you for the follow on Twitch. One more to go here. Brayley. Across to Nico Hines. Finds Trindle. We'll put a kick in behind here. Wilton's the man chasing. Oh, geez. Taruva left that very, very late. But they do force a dropout. Do you think Broncos could go back-to-back? They can. Yep. For sure. It is too early in the season to really say that the vast majority of teams come. Like... Take Cronulla here. It's going to be a penalty Tigers for a push. Take Cronulla, who are in 10th at the moment. They could flick a switch, go on an absolutely brilliant run of form, and go on to be one of the dominant sides in the final series. I've got a little note on my calendar on my phone here. It's yeah. So this is okay. 25th of May, right? So that's later this month. end of this month, really. After 12 rounds, the Broncos had a 5-7 record. They had lost 7 games and won 5. They won the comp. So I'm going to, in a few weeks' time, make a bit of content looking for a team with a 5-7 record and go, that's the situation that the Broncos won the comp from before. Which will blow people's minds. Oh, beautiful pass there. Infield. Bye-bye.
Goodbye!
Try for Taylor, mate. West Tigers take the lead.
We are the Tigers in black, white and gold. Stout-hearted men, all fit and bold.
Well, at the moment, my call to get $10 every time the Sharks score not looking tremendous. Look at that. Beautiful ball playing there through the middle. Madden, Luai, short ball. Beautiful work. Fainu then finds Taylor May on there in support, and it was Tigers jerseys everywhere. If it wasn't him, it was going to be one of several others. Off the back of re-signing, look at that. That's a great line run from Samuel Fainu. I love him. He's one of my favorite players in the comp, honestly. It's a fun story. I've been very crook these past few days. For those of you who watched my last stream, it was 2 games, and towards the back end of it, I was really struggling. I was super unwell. I didn't really realize while I was streaming, I know the adrenaline, whatever, but I was really unwell. I've barely eaten, really, over the last 48 hours. I've not been hungry. It has just hit me like a freight train. I am starving at the moment. I might, I don't know if I can last the next 24 minutes, but I might try and, not after this break and play, but after another, go heat up some food, because holy. What a try it was. What a try it was. Do you think Manly can beat Penrith? Yes. Honestly, when someone asks, can Team X beat Team Y, I don't think I've ever said no. Of course they can. Will they? No, I don't think so. I'd definitely be tipping Penrith, but yeah. Kick there from Madden. Slots it. 10 points to 6 it is. Hasman, can you remind me? So is it, you've ordered them by appearances, right? So is 1 the most appearances of all time and 9,910 the least? Remind me and then I'll pick a number. Give us chair content while you cook. I won't be cooking. I'll just be heating something up in the microwave. But yeah, I can do that. Funky fingers. I like that. All right. Go eat something? Yeah, but, you know, it's a struggle that creates this, creates character in us. Gets us, resilient. That's what I was looking for. All right, solid take there. Off the kickoff from the West Tigers. Nuapole now hitting it up. Tristan Hope will be in a dummy half. 23 minutes left in this first half. It was all Cronulla early on, but yeah, off the back of giving away that penalty for the push in the back from the dropout, Tigers went the length of the field and scored. Hell of a momentum changer. Who should have won Abu Dhabi 2021? Probably Lewis. But I don't know, because the cars would have been blue flagged anyway, because they were lapped. I don't, yeah, well, I guess racing wouldn't have got started again. I don't know. It's tough. It's very tough. What are you going to have for dinner? I'm going to get pizza. I have an entire pot full of free ravioli that was from the building dinner event yesterday. All right. Kick there on the last. Now, Kennedy. Caught myself on that one. We'll be underneath this one. I just see bald man in Sharks jersey. And I'm like, it's one of them. Ace, one of them. 1 is most appearances. The lower down you go, the less games they've played. Okay. In that case, give me 9,400. Excuse me. We here at Leaguie were early investors in Jock Madden. That we were. We are Madden enthusiasts. I commented on a few of the posts about Luai leaving the club. I said Jock Madden never looked so hot. And it has never looked so hot. McInnes for Rudolph is tackled there. 40 out from the attacking try line. I will watch Miami. Yes, Hamish, I will. I'll stay up for it probably. Rudolph staying down here. We'll play it eventually. He's looking to the referee here. Yeah, he's definitely baying for something here. It was incidental. Very incidental high contact. Who do you think is going to win this match? I tipped Cronulla beforehand, and even though they're 4 points down, that's not enough for me to change my tip. That's what I would describe as technically high contact. Kick there from Trindle on the last. It's not very nice for you to say, Pablo. Underneath is Sunia Taruva. Right, news on Dewey here. Wow. Knock on there, Tigers. The talk of Dewey potentially coming back into this game, I don't expect it to happen, but anyway, wowzers. Can the Dragons beat the Panthers? Yes, they can. Remarkably unlikely, but in the NRL, anyone can beat anyone. With the Broncos injury crisis, get ready for our Jet Bryce stock to go. Brrr. Yes, well, it's been in the chat for a while. There's still actually quite a bit of doubt some people have as to whether that was the real Jet Bryce, but I believe him. I believe him. All right. Brayley, now to find Nico Hyde. Short ball, Iro, straight through, bang. He is truly one of the best centers in this game. He is truly one of the best centers in this game. Sharks level things up.
Up, Cronulla. The boys in the black, white, and blue.
Isaac, that was finger on the trigger from you. That was immediately. Immediately. Short ball, bang. That's not Talon, Pablo. That's Safatoa's edge. Talon's on the other side. Yeah, tough. Very tough one there. Can Luke Brooks beat the Panthers if he was the only one on the field for Manly? Well, Luke Brooks isn't an NRL team. However, because he's so good, I firmly believe that he can. I am going to heat up some food for myself. You'll get some chair content. They'll probably kick a goal while I'm gone. But cope. All right. Goal kicked. 12 points to 10. Food is officially heating on up. What happened? Did they knock on? Oh, I must have knocked on because Tigers have the ball. I saw like a bunch of Sharks players around. I was like, have they scored another try? Like super quickly. Luai for Alex Twal. You actually got a player who debuted last year. Really? You got Temple Kalepo. Played just one game in round 18 for the Cowboys against Melbourne off the bench. Unfortunately lost 26-20. I thought that the high numbers were the high... Did I read your message wrong? I must have. I thought the high numbers were the high appearances. I remember Temple Kalepo though. Great name. All right, anyway. 2 more to go here for the Tigers. In attacking ball here. Madden will find Tyrone May. Not Taylor May. Not Tyrone May. Quick play the ball there. Tristan Hope. Close. It was worth him going for it. It was worth him going for it. But they survive here, the Cronulla Sharks. Good work from them. Bam. Run for Stone Street. Look, job's not done. Job is not done here for Cronulla. They need to get out of this end without making an error. The ball nearly came free there from Stone Street. No, I did tell you 9,400. I thought you said that the high numbers were the high appearances. But I must have read it wrong. Oh, beautiful offload there. Brayley with a bit of a run there in behind. Got an extra 10 meters there. Nice little bonus for the Sharkies. Kennedy finds Trindle. Kicks from inside the 40. It's definitely angled for a 40-20. Tavana is running backwards here. It had the length. It's going to just bounce over the dead ball line. Yeah, that was pretty worst case scenario when it comes to the bounces. Tavana survives. Do you think Xavier Coates will get picked for Origin even though he hasn't played a match this year? I think he'll come back next week and then get picked in Origin. Paolo, I will time you out. I don't like... You can express your opinion on a player, but you going this hard on one guy is abusive, and I won't have that in my chat. One means the most games. Probably my mistake. Alright, I'm gonna grab my food. You know what food tastes the best? Free food. And that's what I've got today. So what's this? Knock on Tigers, surely. Isuka nearly scored there. Very nearly scored. It should be Sharks ball, I would think. Yes, it will be. All right. Warm ass ball. Here we go. We're back. We are so back, ladies and gentlemen. We are so fundamentally back. Chair said the Roosters suck. Thoughts? That's why I sit on him all day. Because he deserves it for holding opinions like that. CSF Talakai, very solid run there from the... is it fair to call him a makeshift centre? I don't know. He's played centre at a very high level. Knock on there, though, Billy Burns. Yikes. You put two on one side. What? Are you talking to me? I don't know what I've done. Anyway, why do you think all the games are high scoring? It's not... I don't think they are all high scoring. The first two games of the round ended up being high scoring. Yes, true. But they were like 10 points apiece until the very, very end. But we're promoting attacking footy. We are promoting attacking footy. That was a bad high shot there on Taruva. Bad high shot. Damn. Are you going to beat me in the tipping comp? If I join it, yes. If you DM me the link to it. I don't know if you have already, but I've now said that 5 times, so yeah. I'm not a good tipper, though. I'm not a good tipper, so probably not. You can join my tipping comp, though, if you like. That's in my Discord. What's your Discord server? Do !Discord, and you'll be able to join up. Do you think it's going to get to a point where there's no need for defense? No. Defense is always the most important thing. Luai, now to find Saruva. Defensive quality is all the more important given how easy it is to attack. Taylor now can't get an offload back in field, unfortunately, for the Tigers. They're only halfway through the set, though. Still a lot of chances here to come on the Cronulla line. Swab gets a great offload away to find Hope. Short ball, May. Oh, if it'd gone through the hands, there was numbers out there. Massive numbers out there. Hope. They go to the right-hand side. Now back, shifting towards the left. Run there from Sione Fainu. Who do you want to host League World Cup 2030? France or America would be very cool. Luai, out the back to find May. Holds it, steps back inside. Offload back. Potential for a intercept. And Cronulla do have it. Luai is claiming a knock on there. Jeez. There was a lot going on there. Taylor May just sort of caught in two minds, unfortunately for him. Again, Pablo, it's exclamation mark Discord. I've never seen someone with, so, I mean, I know the word I'm looking for, but it's a bit provocative. A hate be, you know, stiffy. Let's go with that. A hate stiffy. For a player. Out of nowhere. Lorenzo, I should absolutely not coach the Roosters. I don't know ball. I don't know ball like that. No chance. All right. Confirmation Dewey won't come back. Yeah. Doesn't shock me at all. Given that they've got Jock Madden there, no need at all to risk Adam Dewey. Braley out of dummy half, giving it to Nico Hines. I know. So is there that article that said that he preferred Nicholas? Someone said that he did and then said they couldn't find it. All good, Viewey. All good. Now underneath it, good catch, Tavada. Was that in goal? I thought it was in goal. Apparently not, but they might review it. Why should I time that out? NRL had probably made a typo. Here we go. I like this idea from Lorenzo. You should coach the Rabbitohs so they get the spoon every year. More knowledge from you. How about keeping the World Cup between Oz, England, and New Zealand? We can if we don't want to be ambitious whatsoever. Tap back there by the Tigers off the short kickoff. Sorry, short dropout. Beautiful pass there from Luai. Geez, in space. May was there in support as well. Good play from him. Lolili'i, though, with a very good run. Tigers, they've been able to make meters with ease. Adam is injured. Yes, he will not be back. He will not be back. Should become a ref so people can blame you for calls. People blame me for enough stuff anyway, as it is. Look at that. Who do you think deserves an Origin debut? Either New South Wales or Queensland? Terrell May. Terrell May. I think Max Plath probably as well would be a very solid shout, but Terrell May is the one for me. That'd be hilarious, WTF. One more to go here. Twal gets it to find Jerome Luai. Now in the hands of Taylor May. Puts a kick in behind. Comes off the Sharks. Goes over the touchline. Good result there. Good work from Taylor, actually, because he drew a another set. Another set. How long? Is it bad? They're going to send him for scans. Are they going to challenge this? They might win this. They might win this. I'm going to take this chance to scran some ravioli. Broncos were robbed yesterday? No. They were not. You just say that because you wanted to see a comeback and you didn't get the outcome you wanted, so you're having a sip. Challenge is successful. I had a feeling they might win that. I had a feeling they might. It was not a bad idea, but yeah. I mean, the kick was not a bad idea, but Talakai, yeah, I don't think he did actually even move. A debutants for New South Wales, Preston, Ford, Main, Queensland, Finifuyaki. Finifuyaki absolutely does. Plath and Walker. I don't have Sammy Walker in my Origin side for Queensland. Excuse me. I'm very sorry. It's very unprofessional for me to eat on stream. And I don't like the fact that I'm doing it, but I'm so starving. I've been really ill recently. I need food. Alrighty. Brayley, now to find Hines. The kick there into the corner. It's a good kick from him. Waits it quite nicely. Bounces away from Taruva. He actually does well to take it. With Hines bearing down on him. It's okay to eat. Thank you, Pablo. I appreciate you saying that. NRL Head says, you're telling me you can give away 5 consecutive high shots while if you elbow someone in the head, that's 10 in the bin. So you've made a claim. You've then said something incredibly exaggerating, which is 5 consecutive headshots. And then you've gone elbow someone in the head. You're leaving out all the important details that made it bad. That it was the back of Savala's neck, that Savala was on the ground, that it was forceful, that it was completely unnecessary. So come to me with actual facts, and then I'll have a debate with you, NRL Head. All right. Burns now. close to the sticks. They've got a full attacking set here, Cronulla. 7 minutes 45 left in this first half. It's been a really interesting match to make sense of. Both sides very evenly matched, as we might have expected. But if Cronulla are going to try here, they could take an 8-point lead, potentially into the break. Trindle. Now finds Kennedy, tap on, finds Mawene Hiroti. Will take a tackle there. Good sliding defense there from the West Tigers. Hosts the RLWC in Bermuda. Well, let's go with Aruba, Jamaica, Bermuda and Bahama, Kilago and Montego, and Kokomo. I think that'd be a really nice sort of road trip for the Rugby League World Cup. How much money to run it straight against Payne Haas? I'd do it, but for an egregious quantity, an egregious sum. I reckon. You know, I was going to say 5 figures, but I think if you offered me high 4 figures, I'd do it. Cronulla have scored. Cronulla have scored right under the post there. It's a great little run from Jesse Colhoun there. Brilliant line run. Right between the 6. Cronulla cement their lead.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Cronulla, the boys in the black, white and blue.
Thank you for the $10, Isaac. You are a man of... I've said this a few times. You're a man of your word. You are living up to the commitment you made. All those places, what are you, some kind of beach boy? Say that again. Why didn't Radley get 10 in the bin for high contact? Because you don't always see a player get 10 in the bin for high contact. Often high contact is a reportable offense. But again, and I won't get too deep into this because we've had these conversations before. But the only reason why this upsets you is because you wanted to see the comeback. If the refereeing had been biased towards the Broncos, this would not be a conversation. Case in point, you're not asking why Ben Tolti didn't get sent in for a hip drop. Yet you'd probably say that Radley should have got sent in for a hip drop, even though I think both were pretty much the same thing. So, yeah. How much you got from this stream? Oh, I just absolutely destroyed my spoon. You guys would have heard the hell out of that. 147 Rugby League dollars. And an egregious amount is from Isaac Wright. An egregious amount. I'm going to say 130 of that. No, yeah, maybe 130 actually. Kick from Hines. Between the sticks, and it is 18 points to 10. 5.5 minutes left. For Cronulla, they're going to want to make sure that the Tigers stay at 10 until the break. For the Tigers, well, if they can go in 18 points to 16, that's a big psychological bonus for them. Legman, you should bash Chris Griffin. I could bash Chris Griffin. He doesn't seem to be a very physical individual, nor much of a fighter. So I'd back myself against the Family Guy character. What kind of currency is Rugby League dollars? I just like putting Rugby League in front of things. I am having one of the great Rugby League days of all time. Leaguie, do you consider you held up as a try saver, especially if it's in the last 10 minutes? Well, the time's irrelevant, of course. It, by definition, would be a try saver. Do you truly believe any current or former Panthers players are going to follow Luai to the Chiefs, and if so, who? I don't. They probably will, but I don't. And I can't single out a particular individual. Fair call, but Stag's getting 3 weeks for that shouldn't be allowed. He's not getting 3 weeks. He's getting 2 weeks. It's 3 weeks if he fights it unsuccessfully. I'm 90% sure of that. Might be wrong, but I'm fairly confident about that. So again, bit of an exaggeration there, but you might have seen a headline or whatever. But I think it's completely fair. Radley was tackle technique gone wrong, but there wasn't malicious intent. Stags was on the ground, elbow, back of the head. That can cause real damage. That's a very sensitive spot of the body. No reason for it. 100% malicious. And that's not a Roosters fan just saying it because it's against my player. There's no way that that was not malicious when you look at it. I want that stamped out of the game. I think 2 weeks is very, very fair. To be honest, I think it might even be a little light, but anyway. Adam Dewey will not be back this game, unfortunately. All right, Madden. Oh, beautiful run back in field there. He's got support outside. Finds a pass, and it finds my way to Hiroti. I very rarely say this, but That might have actually been the opportunity to go for a kick there rather than the pass. Did Leaguie swear? I don't know. Apparently some news came out just before kickoff. I didn't see it. Axel says, in my footy game, the hooker tried to scoot to score, but I slid under him and we held him up. We were down 20-18. We won 26-8 or 26-20. Try save it from you. Try save it from you. On the halfway line, Brayley finds Colquhoun. Tommy Hazelton then underneath. He's done well. The bald front rower. Love a bit of Tommy Hazelton. Incredibly shiny man. Under an incredibly shiny coach. That ball, that's one of the worst kicks I've seen. Truly. Out on the full, dead. How do you kick it legitimately that deep? That's kind of actually a little bit impressive. I know the momentum tracker is bull, but seeing two islands of Tigers dominance and random Cronulla tries between them is kind of funny. I would kind of say that that's the way it's played out, though I feel that Tigers have actually been kind of the dominant team. Six more here for the Cronulla Sharks. Tommy Hazelton, on report, I'm not actually sure for what it was. Anyway, Hope in at dummy half. 2 minutes left here. Tigers, this is probably their last chance to get more points on the board before the break. Luai into the line. Potentially could have gotten offload away, but would have been pushing it for sure. Yeah, sure, Leaguie Mistress. Yeah, sure. I see you. I see you. All right, Madden there. Monstered in that tackle by Nicola and Brayley. Plays it. Hope will be in a dummy half to a charging Alex Twall. 2 more to go here in this set. Hope will go to the left-hand side.
Silas Kinski just redeemed. Change the background color. Wayhood and Van Oranje.
Wayhood and Van Oranje, indeed. That means we love orange. And we do love orange. At least in the World Cup that's coming up at the end of the year, the Soccer World Cup. All right. Knock on there from the Tigers. 1 minute, 11 seconds left. That's going to be a penalty then for Cronulla. I'm not sure what for. Oh, Taruva's hurt. Taruva looks very wobbly here. He's walking it off, but he looks very wobbly. Play the dog song because, no. Isaac says, as Dragons fan, still hurting from the loss on Anzac Day. People hating on the Roosters, trying to come up with a reason to put down Roosters by saying the Broncos are robbed. Roosters deserves it. Thank you. We did deserve it. I don't take it personally. We're a massively disliked club, and I understand why. But it's because people wanted to see history happen, especially against us, and they didn't get to see it. And so it's not necessarily just those people having a whinge, but of course the media narrative is going to be, let's give all these people an excuse, because then they're going to comment more and say, yeah, you're right, it was the refs. But anyway. Trindle. Short ball to find Colquhoun. Potential field goal, 19 points to 10 before the break. They might set up for it. Brayley gets it to Trindle. Short ball, Nicola. They'll pepper the left here. They will pepper the left. Brayley for Trindle. Deep into the line. Gets it back to Hines. Kennedy. Oh, if that pass had stuck, it was on. Tavana picks it up. There's going to be a whistle. Knock on Tigers. I thought it might have been a penalty, potentially. They're packing the scrum here. They've stopped the clock with 2 seconds to go. Field goal, maybe? Again? What do you think of Dolphins not playing Trey Fuller? They have been playing Trey Fuller, haven't they? I know they used Bostock the other day, but that was like objectively a good call. He pretty much won the game for them. All right, they're not going field goal. Trindle kicking behind, runs himself actually, dies with it. In fact, May tries to get out of the goal here. Why is he offloading back there? No need for that. Jesus Christ. Don't know about that one from Talon. But anyway, 18 points to 10. It is at the break. Let's get into a bit of chat. That was a weird one. I often struggle to dissect the exact momentum of games. And this is what I'm struggling with more so than most. Is it because I'm dehydrated? Probably. But despite the 8-point margin, I think the Tigers have probably been the better team. in many respects. I think the stats will probably indicate that. Really don't know how to feel at the moment. Yeah, that I agree with that, Target. I don't know what to make of the game. G'day, watching you from the ER. I did my meniscus while skiing. Jeez, I hope you're all right. That sounds incredibly painful. All the best with your recovery. I'm very flattered you'd bother watching me while in hospital. Thank you, FJ, for following over on Twitch. So far, made the better choice. $30 instead of the other choice, which would have made you 25. True. Or the other choice, which would have made me 20. So we're doing well at the moment. Long second up ahead of us, though. Excuse me. I had to play Paseka over Twal to try and win my Supercoach matchup. Yikes. Well, how's Twal doing with his stats? Someone said something earlier that I was particularly thinking I would respond to. I can't see it. I can't remember. Tiger says, I think we can still win, but with 75% of our spine out, it's going to be hard. Yes, that's a good point. It is 75% of your spine out. Yeah, and you know, you're a side based on scoring a high volume of points. To have those key people not in their positions, that's really going to create some struggle for you. No doubt about it. All right, let's get into the NRL grid. I'm going to let you guys take a look at the grid from yesterday. I know I keep disappearing, but this is the grid that we've got. I'm going to grab myself some water. We'll be back in 15 seconds. Don't worry. I'm not going to be gone for long. Do some thinking, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, for this one. LG. Bang. I found my water bottle. I found my water bottle. Bang! It's Matt Parcell time. Is it really? Are we actually serious? We're properly sending Matt Parcell. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Matt Parcell. Bang. Bang. You know, someone said that this American played one game for the Knights in 1999. And I said I'd remember that for the NRL grid. I've forgotten. Was it Greg Smith? Axel says Queensland Titans Leaguie. Tino for Queensland Titans. Tino would be correct for Queensland Titans. However, I feel he'd also be the highest score. We're looking for the niche players. What's to go to at Macca's? I don't have Macca's, genuinely. I think I've probably not had it in the last decade. So I don't really know. I like chicken burgers, though. Be a chicken burger enthusiast. Jackson Polo, Manly and Cowboys. Yes. Carl Lawton also a good option, but probably Jackson Polo is better. We'll go with Jackson Polo. Bang. Sami, Queensland and Titans. That could be a very good shout. Let's send it. Yeah, a lot of people forget he played Origin, Phil Sami. Solo it is. Yes, it's lime flavored. Zero sugar solo. I quite like it. Going to change the background to green. We're kind of smashing this one so far. Don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. Getting some good quick answers in. Can you please ask the r/NRL mods to start pinning the match threads? They're always impossible to find. Really, I've never struggled to find them, but yeah, I can bring it up. Thoughts on the NRL bringing in a new rule? If you lose 7 games in a row, the team is kicked out of the competition for the rest of the season. I mean, it's would be absolute rugby league. All right. 150 games, no rep games. Don. Surely. Yeah, not the lowest score though, but decent. Which Dragons player punched Cam Smith in the nuts? It wasn't a punch, but the squirrel grip did come from the great Jeremy Lattimore, the GOAT himself. Played for Queensland and played in 2015. Probably not Jaden Sewer. Obviously, there's a lot of guys. Corey Norman might be a good chat. Ethan Lowe. Let's send in Ethan Lowe. Bang. Do you skip leg day when you go to the gym? I don't go to the gym. Jacob Lillyman would have also worked. But I'm happy with Ethan Lowe. It was not Dave Brown. No, WTF, it was not. 9 showed Fitzgibbon in the sheds talking to an equally shiny assistant coach. Do you reckon he appointed a bald assistant coach so that he felt less bad about his own seasonal follicle lack?
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby.
Wow.
That's why you get the big bucks.
$20 for correctly answering that Jeremy Lattimore grabbed Cameron Smith's gonads. This is what I wanted to do as a job. Like, just niche rugby league knowledge, people giving me money for facts like that. Can I ask, genuine question, Isaac, what do you do for a living? I'm just wondering. Because I want to do what you do for a living. Whatever it is, I want that level of finances. Cowboys Queensland Antonio Kofusi. I don't even know who that is. But we have a refresh. Yeah, let's go. I legitimately didn't know that name. Isaac is Elon Musk, baby. All right. Isaac is PVL. Hey, if Isaac Wright is PVL, DM me, bro. DM me. I sell feet pics online. Well, you're not Isaac, though. 150 plus games, no rep games, and played in 2015. I wonder what they count as a rep game, because like Mitch Orbison never played at Origin or Internationals, but played City Country. That's a rep game. Not Aiden Guerra. Jared Croker. Jared Croker also played City Country, though.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
I've been on a fair few
I've
streams.
been on a fair few streams. Probably donated to 1K at this point. I'm a tennis coach.
I do recognize your name. I know you've been around. You're a tennis coach, though. I've got a soft spot for tennis coaches because my favorite game of all time, the events of it only take place because of the actions of a tennis coach. I imagine there's a lot of people who know which game I'm talking about because it is probably the biggest game ever made. Orbison would work. Yeah, again, if they don't count City Country. Oh, that's gorgeous, that flavor. I mean, we can send in like an Orbison. And then refresh. What about like a Scott Sorensen? I think that might be better. I think we can, 150 games is like, it's a good amount, but it's not heaps. It's not heaps. An Australian, ideally. David Williams? Did he ever play Origin? Did Sorensen? Oh yeah, Sorensen played New Zealand. Yeah. I didn't know he played for Tonga. Yeah, I'm just thinking Origin. Yeah, so it has to be an Aussie. Has to be an Aussie. Michael Gordon. I'm going to send in Michael Gordon. Although he played for a lot of clubs, that might not be a good idea. Townsend? Yeah, alright. Nice. Croker works? Okay, well, so City Country wouldn't have counted then. I think that's a shame. I don't like City Country Erasure. 150 plus for Cowboys. Ty Williams. I respect that. However, one of my mates is a massive Cowboys fan, and his favorite player of all time is Ashley Graham. I just can't not go with Ashley Graham here. I have to go with Ashley Graham there. Look at that. Ranked 22 out of 403. We take that. Take that. All right, that we did the day before. We got time for another. Here we go. So this is very... Oh, wait, we didn't we... I swear we did this. Maybe we didn't completely finish it. Canberra and Josh Dugan teammate, because I remember I went Sandor Earl. Yeah, we did do this. Isaac Wright Jr. is an American attorney, businessman, and philanthropist. He is best known for being falsely accused and convicted as a drug lord and sentenced to life in prison in 1991. I don't think that's the same Isaac Wright, I'll be honest. That's hilarious. You should do this, but do the highest scoring ones. Okay. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Played in 2018, Josh Dugan teammate. I think Widdop. He was like the highest profile dragon at the time. That is, okay, that's very low scoring. Raiders, Josh Dugan teammate. Let's do Croker. 150 plus games in Josh Dugan teammate. There's just, there's so many. Like even the highest score is very low. Moylan. I don't think that's going to be incredibly high. Mid-range. Played in 2018, Souths. Inglis. How is that a low score? Raiders and Bunnies. Only player I can really think of is Havili. Oh, Whiten. Ha! 20 points! 150 plus games in South. Sutton. Or Reynolds. Let's go Reynolds. NRL grid is... Yeah, I'm frozen again here. NRL grid is really causing my computer to struggle. Played in 2018, Jack White and teammate. At the Raiders, Papali'i. Raiders, Jack White and teammate. Hodgson. Why are we doing kind of well, except for the middle one? I'm not trying to. White and teammate in 150 plus games. Rapana. We did averagely. I tried to go incredibly high scoring and we still did averagely. Playing Whiten in a Whiten grid. That is pretty special. Yeah. Given that, like, if we hadn't done Jack Whiten, we would have done very well. Half of our points were Jack Whiten. Scored 3+ tries in a game. Panthers, Stains. Although that might be kind of high. That surprises me. Panthers and Dragons. Did Lattimore play Panthers? I know Trent Merrin did. Are you cheating on Pepsi? Pespi, actually. I am. I'm going to get more, though. Katoni Sags. I'm going to be real. I don't think Katoni Sags played for the Dragons or the Panthers. Soured. But I want to do kind of well. Let's go Merrin. Whoa, that's high scoring. 10+ years at same club in Penrith. Oh, they're coming out again here. They're coming out again here. George, I know you love nature documentaries, but I'm not that fast on them. Thoughts on the Warriors? They look so good. They look so good, and I'm incredibly happy to see them thriving. When the Warriors are going well, the game is going well. Alrighty. Here come Cronulla. 8 points is the gap. Next try is everything here. It is. 18 to 16 is an entirely different outlook to 24 to 10. It is. 1 to 3 origins plus and 3+ tries would be Edrickley. That would work. Would work. Aw, that's a shame, Watson. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Do you think Storm will make the 8? I need to sit down and look at their actual draw coming up and be like, okay, what games are they going to win? What games are they not? Because to get to an even record, it's a big, big climb back. But I still can't find myself saying no. Eli, that would be a fairly low scoring one. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. Although I do kind of want Cronulla to score more tries so I can get more money. Alrighty. Here we go. for the second half of this game. Look at that. Will Kennedy off the back fence. Didn't want to find a front row whatsoever there. The fullback just went bang. I love these Sharks jerseys, by the way. The Tigers jersey is brilliant in its own right. But it's just so 2016. This to me is what a Sharks jersey should be. Why does the referee blend in with the Tigers jerseys? Well, I thought to myself, I don't see it. I can't see the referee. And then I was like, oh, maybe I can't see the referee because he blends in with the Tigers jerseys. Oh, I mean, it's yellow. Bet much. Hello, Axel. Good to see you. We were introducing him today. Mum's torn as it's an extra expense, but she loves him. So we've decided not to have the kitten. And that's a shame. But it happens. Tap back there, I think, by Cronulla. No, it's going to be knocked on. Storm next 5. Wests, Eels, Dogs, Roosters, Knights. They could win. They could go 4 of those. It would be a hell of a turnaround, but they could win 4 of those. And it wouldn't completely defy logic. Remember when 26-22 was the greatest grand final of all time? Now that would be a low scorer. It wouldn't be a low scorer. I think that'd be kind of mid-range-ish, but yeah. Oh, good Leszczynski. Good luck with your exam. All right. Yeah, so the wind is a big thing out there. It looked like a big thing in the last game, actually, up there in Newcastle. Not that the weather would be anything similar. Oh, Dewey's confirmed that his shoulder's gone. Yikes. Could be bad. Kick there from Jock Madden. Underneath this one's going to be Sammy Stone Street. I reckon they should rename one of the roads in the Shire to Stone Street. The one they can't win is Roosters, Holy Glaze. So I said a thing about a rate they might win at. You said that I specifically think they won't beat the Roosters, and then accused me of glazing. You sure about that? You sure about that? They can absolutely beat us, the Storm, and I'd be terrified coming up against them. How did you feel being a team who won the grand final last year? Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Trindle with the kick on the last. It's going to be Wilton going up for it here. Ball comes free. Trindle's there. I think it's Tigers' ball, though. We've got a whistle here. Knock on first there by Cronulla. Change over. It's quite windy in Canberra. My hair was glorious when getting the gates. I wouldn't know. Have not been outside today. All right, so we're going to get a challenge here from the Cronulla Sharks. It's one that you'd think that had to be pretty confident about because all the result is a changeover. It's not a penalty or anything like that. And really, we're so early in the game. No, I think that's gone through, Wilton, to be honest. I'm just gonna angle my camera a little bit. These big long streams, bro, where we have like all 3 games, 3 hours. I kind of need to sit back sometimes because my neck starts hurting from like sitting forward and looking down. Top 5 Katoas. Eliesa. Sione, Sharks winger. Oh, wait, Isaiah. No. Eliesa, Isaiah. Sione, Sharks winger. Sione, Bulldogs hooker. And I don't think I know another Katoa. Inconclusive it will be. Did you know that the Dragons are 2 wins away from not being last and the Storm are 1 more loss away from being last? Yes, however, 2 wins for the Dragons is a big thing. Do you regret pushing Warriors 12th in your prediction? Yes. Yes, although I think this is the first time you've asked me, it is about the 25th billion time someone has brought up the fact that I put Warriors 12th in my prediction. You know, I knew I would regret it. And so in that video, if you actually watch it, you'd hear me say, I'm very upset that I have to predict them in 12th. I think that this is very much the floor of where they're going to finish. In all likelihood, they're going to go a lot better. And now everyone's like, bro, what were you thinking? Why'd you put them so low? Yeah, I knew at the time. They massively exceeded my expectations. I didn't think I'd be this wrong. But yeah, I overestimated the likes of the Bulldogs and Dolphins and Sharks. And I think that was kind of a little bit reasonable. Even Parramatta I overestimated. Underrated way to watch Fox League games without KO is at the pub. Saw the Knights game there today. Very true. Go support your local. Go support your local. All right, Hines with a pass back now to find Moene Hiroti. Space in the middle of the field here for him. Can't get an offload away. Iro was there for him, though. Okay, on the third here. Brayley to find Jesse Colquhoun. He already has one try in this game. Can't get a second one just there. Angelina Teakaranga Katoa is the best dual NRLW player on Boxer. Is she the only? Trindle finding Hazelton back towards the middle there. Winding up. Now Hines will kick on the last. No, he won't. He goes through the hands. Jeez, I don't know about that. Wasn't really on the cutout pass. Great defensive set there from the West Tigers. I thought surely the play was Nico Hines. Kick in behind. Lorenzo, I thought I did have a challenging conclusive. Oh, I do. I pressed the wrong button for it. I pressed I when it's in fact Shift I. Do you think Farlongo's carrying the Storm? No, because they're in 16th. No one's really carrying them at the moment. All right, penalty Tigers. Out of nothing. It's really been a brilliant defensive effort for them. It has been. Look at that. Low penalty count to start this game as well. Hello, Mandeni. Good to see you back. I don't know what you mean by that, WTF. Anyway. 12. Let's find Jock Madden. Run there from Royce Hart, former Cronulla Shark. Braley reckons he lost the ball there, but play continues. Madden, short ball now. Shoni Fainu. Push back to the halfway line. Halfway through this set, ball comes free. And you just get the sense that Cronulla are getting the little 1% areas done here in a way that the West Tigers simply are not. It's just, yeah, little things like that. Was he trying for an offload? Nah, it's just hit the ground, ball came free. That's rough. That's rough. So, Cronulla will get this ball near the halfway line. 18 points to 10, 34 minutes left. Brayley in a dummy half. Across to find KL Iro, close to the halfway line, up over the NRL logo. I reckon Cronulla get the next try in this game, and I reckon that they go on to win it as a result. What stadium needs renovation / replacement sooner? Shark Park or GIO? Shark Park is more of an embarrassment of a stadium, and kind of needs to be replaced more. However, I think the fact that Canberra is our capital city and GIO is the stadium there, or is that a legal steal? It is. I think the fact that that's our best stadium in our national capital is a bit of a choke. So I'd be going with GIO. What's your opinion on Storm being so bad? You should watch my latest video, which is literally all about my opinion on why the Storm is so bad. It's a good video. It's done quite well. All right. Cronulla now. Brayley going to the left-hand side. Kennedy underneath to find Teague Wilton, a try scorer from earlier in this game of a brilliant try assist from KL Iro. Brayley will find Trindle. Picks an option at the back. Hines, massive pass over the top. Hiroti holds it. Does well to in the end. And to go away from the sideline. I don't know about knocking down 4 pints. Not after the renovations they've just done. It's kind of okay now. Alright. Hiroti to find Trindle. 2 more to go here. Yes, they'll just do a little settler there. 3 Hazelton. So surely they'll kick to find Wilton and Iro on the other side. And Stone Street. Don't discount Stone Street. Brayley finding Hines. They're going to go through the hands. Kennedy pumps it. Goes to Iro. Iro's through. Oh my god, he's good. My god, he's a good player. KL Iro had a lot of work to do there. Gets the job done. That is why you get the big bucks. I literally welcomed you back, Magnetic. Literally said it. You just didn't hear. $10 from Isaac Wright. I'm very happy with my decision at the moment. So that's now $40 is donated just in this game. And was it 20 at halftime for me saying Jeremy Lattimore? This guy. Ted is coaching, bro. Must pay well. Must pay well, I'll give you that. I checked my ladder prediction I wrote down and I put Storm number 1. I think I put Storm probably second. I think it was Panthers 1, Storm 2. So, yeah. All good, Magnetic. No worries. Tristan Hope was not happy about that. At all. At all. So with the kick to come, be a 14-point lead. Still stacks of time left in this game. And as we saw in the last game, and the game before that with the Roosters and Broncos, leads are surmountable. However, yeah, tricky. I need Sharks to win for tipping. I mean, it looks like they will. 60% of you voted for Tigers to win this game after 81 votes. It was not the right play. It was not the right play at all from Will Kennedy. Iro had so much to do, somehow got over. Yeah, it was tremendous work from the Cook Islands captain in the end. Ranked the Finus 1 to 4. People forget how good Manasseh Finu was. But Samuel is the best. Samuel is definitely the best. I then reckon Manasseh in his day, then Sione, then Latu. Great kick there from Nico Hines. Latu Finus is not consistent. That's the issue. He's a guy who can come up with absolutely brilliant play regularly. But then we'll have games that completely pass him by. I remember last year he tore up the Roosters when he played us. I don't think that's true, WTF. All right, Walsh officially in the Manly side. I thought that they'd kind of confirmed that anyway, but I love how I put Cowboys for a spoon, but they're doing so good. It's the beauty of this competition. It's incredibly difficult to predict. Teams often exceed expectations. Other teams fall short of expectations. And yet, people will still say, oh, mate, it's the same every year, mate. Mate, salary cap's not working, mate. Mate. It's just, you know. 6 more there for the Cronulla Sharks. With 14 the gap, I did say that the try that was just scored was the important one, and I believe it was. I think we're now in territory for Cronulla where they hit 30. I don't think they're chased down. Where do you think my Bulldogs finish? I don't think you make the 8 anymore. I did tip you guys, I think, 7th initially before the season started. However, yeah, I don't think you make finals now. Kennedy now. Stepping back in field, we'll take a tackle. Sheep Gear Unleashed? What? What does that mean? Lime Solo. Yes, indeed. Lime Solo. Hines. With a pass to find Trindle, there's numbers out there. Will he put a kick in behind? He won't. This is only the 4, so we can just take a tackle. Great work there from Taylor May to comprehensively beat Trindle. A bit of a push there as well. They're going for it. They're going for it. I think it's going to be a penalty in favor of Cronulla here. I heard a whistle. There's a 6 more. But yeah, Taylor May was really, really upset about something there. Magnetic, I really don't know anything about Cup, but I know that you're first, so I tip you to go on with it. Forrest got Storm making the finals, but not the Dogs. Crazy. I don't know if I sincerely have Storm making the finals anymore. I just said I need to have a look, and I'm not completely sure. I don't know. I don't see enough from Dogs, and I don't feel you have the same ability as the Storm to turn it around. I think, yeah, Luai is not necessarily wrong with the question he's asking, but May's reaction was not acceptable at all there. All right, here come the Sharkies. We've got a packed out Shark Park as always, with a whopping like 12,000 or whatever people there. Now in the hands of Blake Braley, and a dummy half. Another 6 more there. Hines running himself. Not a bad option there. I have not seen those ads. Really? I'd be surprised if that's an actual ad campaign. Otherwise, I would both love and hate that. I'd never be more nervous. Roosters and Rabbits grand final. My God. Yeah. Anyway. Trindle with it. Short ball to find Breton Nicola. Tackle there. Good work from Jerome Luai as well to get him on his back. Turtle him. Brayley will now find... that's Bird Colhoun. I thought it was Nico Hines, but they've got a few long-haired galoots out there at Cronulla, as well as a few baldies. All right. Trindle finds Kennedy, holds the ball, still only the fourth, gets it off the back of field. Brayley has room in front of him. Short ball was a all-or-nothing play. If they caught that, they scored for sure. But Tigers do survive. Tigers do survive. Would you be in the ER if that grand final happened? Probably. Yes, I would. I'd be absolutely defecating myself.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Do you believe in the burning a young half chat during an interim coach period? Regarding the Manly half.
Well, Ricky Stewart came out last night and said that he doesn't rush in young halves. And he criticised other managers. He said managers, not coaches. So that's why I'm quoting him there. For doing so. He said these days, all these young halves are rushed in before they're really ready for the NRL. Thank you for the $8, by the way. But I don't think this is a case of Joey Walsh not being ready for the NRL. He's a guy who probably has been waiting in the wings a bit. He played, did he make his debut at the back end of last year? I seem to remember him debuting next to DCE. So he's a guy who's been in and around there for a while. He's their backup half. Go for it. Go for it. Thank you again for the $8. What are we up to now? It's 190. We are potentially in record-breaking areas if you have a big game 3. He debuted round 27, 2025 versus Wires. Yes. Okay, there we go. That's what I remembered. I'll take, but I think it's going to be a Wires-Tigers grand final. I'm a Roosters fan. We have an opportunity to win the premiership, and yet if you told me now, we'll give you a Warriors-Tigers grand final, I would take it. I would take it. That would be so good for the game of rugby league if that was the grand final. So good for the game of rugby league. I don't think it will happen, though. I think Warriors could be there. I'm not all that confident about Tigers being there. I would still say my prediction for the grand final is Panthers and Roosters. Oh, lost ball there, Fainu. Again. Yikes. He's done it a fair few times so far in this game. Sharks red hot on the attack once more. What do you think is more likely? Penrith bottling minor premiership or Dragons not winning the spoon? Oh, good. It's my favorite song playing. Well, my favorite stream song. I would say Penrith bottling minor premiership. I don't think Dragons are there at all. Although, new coach, maybe. I don't know. It's tough. I think that there's enough teams that are like very good. Warriors. I think we will find some form. The Roosters. We've already got five on the trot here. Oh, jeez. I thought Burns would score there for sure. For sure. Brayley kicking behind. Gorgeous. Teague Wilton makes it 28. Alright, chat, you want to see some red hot copium? NRL Head says, Dogs are the only team to beat Panthers. Nobody else can say that. We also... Thank you for the $10. We also have a pretty good draw once the Dogs stop running at the line and stopping before it and passing it back into the middle. We will win. So, we'll win so many games. That's why you saw the stat of 40 to 60 tackles in the red zone, not the Westpac red zone. It's not the Westpac red zone. It's the red zone. What Westpac aren't paying you anything, NRL Head. You don't need to call it the Westpac red zone. In the red zone, because we would stop at the line and pass back into the middle, which ruined our attack. Sure, but I don't think you're suddenly going to stop doing that. Otherwise, I think you already would have stopped doing that. You might. I don't know. But I'm not necessarily going to say it's just going to happen because you're playing against weaker sides. I know you beat Panthers, but at the same time, it's kind of the only thing that you guys are clinging on to right now. Your side is massively underperforming, unfortunately. Who are you supporting at Soccer World Cup? Well, Australia, obviously. But if you want a team with a decent chance of winning, it would be the Netherlands. Joey Walsh is a top 2 Walsh in the NRL, and he ain't number 1. I agree with that. Yeah, sure. All right, Hines with a kick. I think you'll win some games, NRL Head. You'll definitely win some games. I don't think you'll win enough games. Probably. You might win enough games. I don't know. Look, I'm not sitting in front of the ladder and having a sincere look and looking at the draw. I'm vibing it. At the moment, you're not playing like a top 8 team. So that's kind of what I'm saying it based on. Yeah, John, if Roosters can't win the grand final, I'd be on the Warriors bandwagon. I'd be on the bandwagon, for sure. All right. 20 points is the margin now. I'm happy with this tip. What's your Blues team prediction? Did a video, a selection roundtable with random stats guy, Big Les, and SC Experience. Go to my channel post and you'll be able to see it. We went through in quite some depth. You might enjoy it. All right. Panthers weren't playing as a top 8 team last year, but they still made it. Okay. You know who else wasn't playing as a top 8 team last year? Newcastle, Tigers, Dolphins, Parramatta, Manly, Cowboys, Titans, and they didn't make it. What you're saying doesn't mean anything. It doesn't prove anything. You're not the Panthers. You might make it, dude. I don't know. But you're not playing good enough at the moment. And I'm surprised a little bit to see you kind of making excuses for your team when I think they've really been letting you down. Okay. Underneath this ball is Taruva. I think it's back off Cronulla, though. Kicking behind from Brayley. It's weighted beautifully. Luai will be trapped in the in goal, you'd think. Yes. Wow. Hines is happy about that. Do you think Jackson Ford will make the Blues this year? Yes, I do. He's in too good form not to. Although we have a heap of quality middles, I think maybe Payne Haas being out injured will help Ford's chances there. Broncos were out of the 4 for most of last year and they still won the comp. Yeah, there were 16 other teams who didn't win the comp, though. You can't point to one example in the... Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, dude. Of course it's possible. But all the teams I just named, plus 4 others, were out of the top 4 last year and didn't win the premiership. You were in the top 4 and you didn't win the premiership. So, yeah. That depends if doggies can actually learn from their mistakes. Yes, which they haven't lately. You look at someone like Hectic Fred, he's accepted it. He's accepted it for sure. You might turn it around, but the way you're going now, it won't be good enough. What a pass out of dummy half to find Trindle. Kicks for himself there. Didn't really have support from the outside. They didn't follow that one in. And they did force a dropout, the Cronulla Sharks. Bro, that's because of Critter getting injured. You reckon the only reason you didn't win the premiership was because Critter got injured? Really? I don't know about that one. What the hell? The Didki? That is one of the profile pictures I've ever seen. What am I looking at? Sorry. Hold the phone, folks. Oh, hang on. I messed that up completely. That's actually so well done as well. That's all time. That is all time. Holy guacamole. I don't know if you've been in the chat before and I just haven't noticed. Because normally I don't look at the actual profile pictures. But wow. Wow. Shocking. Anyway, AFB has knocked it on. Knocked it on. I love that. Haz says, I'm a Dogs fan. We're absolutely faltering at the moment and we're doing everything to our game except actually bloody improving. Yeah. Yep. Low-key mod that guy. I can't mod it. I can't, surely. That is insane, the Diggy. Hello. Damn. I'm assuming that you're probably the guy who was called Diddy Son before. Oh, what a pass from Taruva to find that Tino Tavana. Hasn't had good ball there, Tavana. Hasn't had good ball. Not even sure if that's AI or actually properly edited, low-key. It looks properly edited to me. Luai. We'll find May. Now out to find Luke Lolali'i. Subscribe to him, mod him. I don't think I can mod him. Could subscribe to him, though. I'll subscribe to him. That's hilarious. You have a new subscriber. I think I might be your first. I don't know. Alrighty. Hines will be in a dummy half. He's putting his hands up in the air, baying for some sort of 6 again. Doesn't get it. That's unreal. I kind of can't believe what I've just seen there. Anyway. 30 points to 10. We've now got inside 20 minutes left, so the Tigers need better than a point a minute. Admittedly, we're having too many shifts in our backline with people being injured and dropped. We need to stick to a backline that actually works for us once everyone's good and get back to form. Yes, but that's a luxury that you get, at least when it comes to droppings. It's a luxury that you get of being in form. You get to keep that stability. If you're out of form, like say Marcelo Montoya was, and I think it was rightfully dropped, that's what you've got to do. You can commit to sticking to this backline you've currently got. Might work. But then if they're out of form as well, it probably comes to a point where you cut your losses on them as well. Ozzy says, this is a fun stream and I feel better watching after... Okay, Jesus Christ. Yep, that is a brilliant comment. I love that from you. Look at the profile picture as well. I'd be fairly confident you are probably a 12-year-old boy. I respect your audacity. Tawny's one try. Well, I had it on good. I don't know about good authority, but certainly confident authority pre-stream that 12 wasn't even going to play today. So, all right, Hines finding Moana Hiroti. Can't get an offload away. He had it all out there. Would have been very speculative, but you know. Lorenzo, if you want, wouldn't be a good use of your time. I don't think you'd be able to find me, but you could. You could. On the halfway line now. Iro gets it to Nico Hines. Just holds it. Not really a big run from him. Good offload there, though, from Kofusi. Now Hines finds Nico underneath. That's better. That's a lot more direction. Tom needs to do a James Tarmo at the ref. No one should do a James Tarmo at the ref. Dude, I know your uni. That's all I need to find you. I don't think that's true. I think you would really struggle to find me. Even though you know my uni. All right. Pass back here. Sharks might actually score. No, it's off the back of a kick. That knocks it dead. Yeah, it's got to be a goal line dropout. Leaguie, what are your thoughts on flies? Very annoying in the summer. Probably just the most, I guess, inconvenient thing. I don't really get that WTF, so I don't think I'm going to bother. Oh, yeah, it is 30-0. Did I just completely missed that kick. That's water for Tiger Walker, although he's not watching. Damn, that took a long time for someone to notice, though. Oh, they've dropped it here, the Tigers. Sharks get the ball, and you'd probably back them in for another try here. Leaguie, I remember a video of you saying you were frustrated with the Roosters' performance. So you're still unhappy with their performance? No. I'm incredibly happy with the position we're in right now, but we turned it around massively. Trindle, short ball, Wilton. Is that 3? Is that 3 rugby league tries? 3 of the best. He's made them pay, and that completes a wonderful hat-trick.
Up, Cronulla, the boys in the black, white and blue.
$10. Let me hear it. 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 Or has Isaac finally run out of money? Let me hear it. Is this thing on? I'm not hearing it. Also, how many ANU people wear a green jacket and a 6'3"? Well, I'm only 6'2", but I also don't wear this green jacket to class. Isaac, is this thing? I think this thing's not working. Isaac has failed us. Ah, there we go.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
No, he's still committed. He's still committed. There he is. There he is. It was 30 before, then you went to the Diddy account and it changed back to 28. Really? That's very strange. There's no reason why that would be the case. Anyway. Maybe the tennis coach / money launderer was waiting for try confirmed, actually. That's a good point. Oh, Hines. Poor kick there, but they're leading by 24. Would have put it, 5 scores away, but with this amount of time left, it doesn't really matter. Did you play footy for a club or school when you were a kid? I did not. Where I grew up, which is over in the Netherlands, there was no junior rugby league, unfortunately. I played for the Menai Roosters, local junior club in the Cronulla competition for like a year, like under 6s. But I'm not a good rugby league player, and it's because I never played it as a kid. I'm sorry for doubting you, Isaac. I'm sorry for doubting you. Short kickoff. Oh, it does go the length. Knocked back there by the Sharks. I think Tigers might get this, though. Yeah, they do get it. No, it's going to be ruled a forward pass by the Tigers. Jeez, May's not happy. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't charge forward pass? Foreign will be sacked tonight. That's, okay, one of the predictions of all time. Would you cry of happiness if Roosters beat Panthers this year? In the grand final, I would. I'm not a crier. I honestly, I was thinking about this the other day. Wow, whopping 14,000 people. Huge crowd. I've cried maybe once in the last, 5 years. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a healthy thing, but there's just nothing in my day-to-day life that makes me cry. So, yeah. Anyway. You know that it's going to be a bit desperate when we've got to a point where we're talking about State of Oranges and how you can buy tickets to State of Oranges. Is that so, the Dicky? That there's evidence that Diddy himself sent him my check, because this doesn't look like a New York State Penitentiary to me, but 14,000, Tasmania's VFL team will pull bigger crowds. Oh, it's not Kennedy, it's Trindle straight through. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's calling Braden Trindle Will Kennedy. Stone Street's got yet another. Wowzers.
Well,
Isaac with another $10.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Cronulla, the boys in the black, white, and blue.
This was one of the great gambles I've taken. For those that have joined the stream in the last hour or so, Isaac Wright was donating $5 a try in the last game. He then said, for this game, I can have a choice. Either $5 a try or $10 per try, but only for one of the teams. And I went $10 a try, and I said only for the Sharks. It's been a good guess. And that's led to $70. $70 would have been $45 if I hadn't taken that bet. If I'd gone Tigers, it would have been $20. Hell of a turnaround. Is this considered a sports bet? It's not a sports bet because I'm not wagering anything. So, not a bet. Cronulla on an absolute tear. That they are. 50 is possible. They still need 2 tries, but they can get 2 tries. That's within them. Average Tigers game without your cream. He is important to them. He is very important. We have Mrs. Leaguie, Did Leaguie Swear, and the Diggy. Oh, man, we had so many before. Like, about a year ago, there was a whole thing of, exposing the Leaguie, exposing the Leaguie, exposing Leaguie cast, exposing Leaguie games. We have Leaguie Mistress. We have the Leaguie's Big Toe. I don't know why. I just stream footy. Kick from Hines. Beautiful. Makes it 40 points to 10. Bang. Rugby League in 2026. It's a difficult one to predict. Bro, you did live solo? That I did. It's not littering, dude. It's in my own room. This has to be the most individual donations by a single person in leg history. I would think so. Someone once donated like 130 in one go, but I think Isaac has absolutely cleared that. Why didn't Luai get dropped? Because he's leaving. That's what happened with Galvin. Dude, NRL head, you cannot think those two situations are the same. Galvin was under contract, announced that he didn't want to stay at the club anymore, and forced an immediate release to the Bulldogs in the middle of the season. Luai has not broken any rules, has taken an option in his contract, and given the Tigers 18 months notice before he goes to the Papua New Guinea Chiefs. Luai has done everything right. Galvin did not. Not the same at all. It's also Luai, not Lowy, but yeah. Stop littering. ANU gave you this room, you better keep it clean. I pay for this room, so ANU didn't give me anything. Are we allowed to spam Isaac as W at the end of this game? Yeah, I'll allow that. I'll allow that. My favorite Roosters player is Connor Watson. Underneath this one is Tavane. He's had a difficult night under the high ball, but he nails that one. Nails that one. They've been going at him all night. To be fair, he started pretty poorly. He's been okay since then. Garver got dropped before he asked for an immediate release. How was his form then? I'm struggling to remember the exact timeline of it. Maybe it was private knowledge of the Tigers, though, before it was public knowledge by the media. All right. Was it you, WTF, that donated 130 in one go? Are you sure? I thought it was some like a name, a first name and a surname. How much money from donos today? 220. Oh, gorgeous. Ah, what a lovely drink of lime solo. Alrighty. Stone Street plays it. Now in the hands of Brayley. Gets to Cam McInnes and then Toby Rudolph. I said I praise his sort of character at the start of this game. And I love that not only see this personality, but he's an incredibly hard-working guy who's got into a tough forward pack to crack in the Cronulla Sharks. Galvin asks for a release and gets dropped, then gets bullied and leaves. It's not Lowy, it's Luai, again. He's contracted, but has 200 player options available. So since not Lowy, Luai, asks for a release, same with Galvin, he should be dropped. No. What? What are you on about? Luai acted within his contract. Galvin didn't act within his contract. It is not the same. At all. I'm a little surprised at Arrowhead. This is... I expect kind of a bit more from you, to be honest.
130 in one go. Also a bunch of 20s. You could get your roast chickens.
That doesn't surprise me that it was you. That doesn't surprise me that it was you. He says that they needed 130 in one go. Also a bunch of 20s. So you could get your roast chickens. Yes, I remember that. I remember that. Brilliant. I love that from you. My brand new sugar daddy's a tennis coach. Okay, I'm glad that it's a mistake on our end, because there's a lot of people who misspell Luai's name. And it's typically a bit of a, disrespectful type thing. Would you ever consider doing weekly NRL related good news stories? I'm sick of watching / hearing nothing but bad news, plus love watching your content. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed the content. I would love to. I would love to have more output of content. I just can't. What are they cheering about? I completely miss it. I don't think I have time to do that output. Oh, interception! Interception! See you later. Oh, he's being chased down pretty hard there by Leaguie, but Hines is going to go the length. Let me hear it, Isaac. Yeah, the time it would take to uncover and then report on positive news stories. I try and be positive in my content.
That's why you get the big
Thank you for the 10. I try and be positive through my content. I very, very rarely make any negative video. So that's sort of my contribution there. Luai was contracted till 2030, but has 200 player options. Again, not 200. Let's bring facts, not exaggerations. Kind of no point in doing that. But had 200 player options available, so he didn't use them. Galvin asked for a release, same with Luai, and Galvin gets dropped, but not Luai. Luai didn't ask for a release. It's not true at all. Luai has never asked for a release from the West Tigers. That's factually incorrect. Luai took up an option to legitimately sign with another club. The Tigers have a massive amount of notice. They are probably like this is the thing. If Luai had just signed from next season onwards, it might even be less noteworthy. Oh, look at that shot. Oh no. Oh, the little boy, the Tiger Mask is crying. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that warms the heart. I don't do Supercoach. Damn. I don't think you can post an image on the chat, unfortunately. I don't think YouTube allows that. Hines with a kick. Damn. 8 tries. I'll take that. $80 from Isaac Ryan. And more than that. Oh, the poor kid. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's going to get framed. That is going to get framed. That's going to go on the mantelpiece. Poor kid. And just the fact that he's got, I don't know, it might be his cousin or something, smiling in a Sharks jersey. Damn. The stare into the abyss. That's exactly it, Mario. The stare into the abyss. Oh, that warms the heart and breaks the heart at the same time. It is adorable. It is adorable. Oh. I don't know exactly how much Isaac has dropped. I think I could go through and add them all up. I think he might be better off telling you with his bank statement or how much of a mortgage he's had to take out for the donations on this stream. Or injured Tiger. It's Samuela. Oh, that looks really bad. Being chaired off the field there. That's how I feel every week as I'm a Dragons fan. That, I feel sorry for you, Phil. You can see the pain behind his eyes at a very young age. He's been conditioned to heartache. It's true. I imagine, like, you know, you're that young. You got so much hope in your eyes, and then you decide to follow the Tigers. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. The biggest thing between Luai and Galvin is that Luai is sticking out the rest of his contract per the clause. Galvin still had the majority of his clause to go, but wanted to leave immediately. Iro's going to score a hat-trick. 3 of the best, he's made them pay, and that completes a wonderful hat-trick. Wowzers.
Up, Cronulla, the boys in the black, white and blue.
The key difference between the two, and this is the only thing that matters, is that Luai has acted within his contract, and Galvin did not act within his contract. Yeah, actually, I don't think that'll be a try. I think Isaac's gone off on the donation early, unfortunately. I can't think that Iro has competed fairly for that ball. What the hell? Love that. Big up. Topless man. Love to see that. Shake that thing, bro. Shake that thing. That's what this is all about. Who let Blocker Roach out into Shark Park? Absolute rugby league. Gorgeous. Off goes Samuela. Yeah, that looks really grim. He's got one boot off and he's just carrying that leg. I don't think this try is going to stand. So everything about them being faded, I don't think is going to stick. Seriously, Blocker. Look at that. Shake that thing, brother. Try confirmed. Really? Really? Damn. Okay. $50 it is. Tigers faded. Magnetic says, can I say, why are we debating that Luai is the same as giving Galvin? Like what? They are polar opposites. That's my point. Yes. I agree completely. I feel the need to defend Jerome Luai more than I do most players, because I think Luai is subjected to the most unnecessary hate, probably of any player in the Premiership, and has been throughout his entire career. So, yeah. Who thought that before the match? Yeah. Not me. And even I tipped them. Oh, that's a shame. Kit's back on. If Isaac donates and it's a no try, you should pay him back. I mean, yeah, reasonably I should. I think the only reason why they confirmed that try is because they didn't want me to have to go through the hassle of paying back Isaac. Asa says, I don't think what Galvin did was right, but he got way too much hate. Yes, both of those things are true for sure. I often defend Galvin as well. Okay, for the last time NRL head, you've said Galvin and Luai both asked for a release. No, that's not true. Luai never asked for a release. Factually, didn't happen. Not true. I don't know if you might need to familiarize yourself with the story, because Luai has never asked for a release. I think it's knock on their Sharks, unfortunately for them. Could have gone even higher to 58. Leaguie, do you remember when you crashed out on Sam Walker when he kicked the ball straight to Warriors player when it was only round 1? I do remember that. You live by the sword and you die by the sword when it comes to Sammy Walker. You do. I'll take it, though. I love him being a halfback. I love that he's at the Roosters. We have now had 7 fadings. Remember Hull in Vegas? Are we counting that? Yeah, so that's super duper not the same thing as asking for a release NRL hit. There's nothing wrong with rejecting a contract or taking an option in a contract. Is that knock on Tigers? It's a successful challenge. They're going to get the ball back. I do remember that. Well, one of my mates brought that up to me the other day and said it was hilarious. Damn. Kick there from Madden. So what you're advocating for, NRL head, is that if a player rejects an extension with the Tigers, which isn't even what's happening, he's just taking a option in his current contract, you think they should be dropped. That's your line of argument. Even when they're probably the best player at the club. Really? Okay. Brayley. Now to find McInnes. Back inside there, he hits a bit of a tough line there through the middle on the 3rd. Now Brayley. Oh, that was a bit of a weird one. Found Adam Fanua-Blake in almost like a field goal position. I don't know about that. I don't think Nathan Cleary will go PNG. Anyway, Brayley. Oh, that was a good run. Line run from Billy Burns. Brayley on the last. Finds Hines. Oh, onto Hiroti. It was a bit hot. Bit hot. And it will end 52-10, you would think. It was 18-10 at halftime. Yeah, and someone said that the game would end 22-18. They said it will end 22-18. Trust. Turns out I can't trust them. Turns out I cannot trust them. No, NRL head. Galvin requested a release. An early release. That's all she wrote. 52-10. And all my days, I'll tell you what. Given the choice of $10 a try for the Sharks, $10 a try for the Tigers, or $5 a try for either of them, I've just got $90 off the back of that. Isaac Wright, shout out to ya. Shout out to ya. Unreal. I am in a state of rugby league shock at the moment. We have about 20 minutes, actually, until the next game. I don't know why we've got such a long break between the two. League getting rich, indeed. That's the narrative arc we are on. Let's have a good old listen then to the Cronulla Sharks theme song, because it's one of the best in the comp, as I take a second to set up the scenes for the next game. Back in a sec.
Sharks forever. Go out and play without fear. Now's the Sharks, sharks forever. Go out and play without fear. Now's the time to see good football. For the Sharks are here. Up the Sharks.
Up the Sharks. They are well and truly up today. Let me tell you, holy guacamole, that was a win and a half. 52 points to 10. They've been struggling recently. Haven't managed to find their best footy by any means at all this year, Cronulla. But that was probably the best of where they are at. Bit lucky with a couple of the tries. That last one, I'm surprised, stood. But regardless, a win is a win. A win is a win. I was like, donate $10 for every Panthers try. I think he'd like to somehow keep a little bit of his net wealth overall, if possible. Would be ideal for him. Tiger says, everything gone wrong. I do not like rugby league. I mean, he's taken the W. Sorry, not the W, the L. He's taken the L. Let's get into the teams for this next matchup. I have not yet looked at them, but there is obviously one very high-profile change in the form of number 20 there at halfback for the Manly Sea Eagles. Why is my mouse not showing? My mouse should be showing. Oh, no, it's showing. Joey Walsh. That 7 jersey at Manly has been, it's had a bit of a mortgage on it in recent years. Obviously, with one Daly Cherry Evans occupying it. Isaac is back again.
Just my luck to do this on a high-scoring match and then for you to pick Sharks. Well played, Leaguie.
Hey, they don't call me the Leaguie for nothing, mate. They don't call me the Leaguie for nothing. Ignore the fact that I incorrectly tipped the game beforehand. Yeah, that was... I massively respect you for, like, actually committing to that. Because I think there's a lot of people who would have been like, well, I didn't think that would cost me $90. So, mad respect to you, Isaac. You... a viewer who very much helps this modern media movement be able to exist and allows it to exist. So, much appreciated. Thank you. Yes, Joey Walsh. Joey Walsh. Daly Cherry Evans has worn that 7 jersey for about 15 years. Obviously, he's now at the Roosters and killing it, might I add. Joey Walsh is the man who, coming into this season, many thought he should be starting in the halves next to Jamal Fogarty. He is a tremendously talented player. However, a baptism of fire against the Penrith Panthers. Yikes. Yikes. I'm not sure what Fogarty's injury actually is. I can't remember, but out of this game. Billy Scott comes onto the bench for the Panthers, and the only other change to the sides in this game. Honestly, I reckon Kieran Foran should have just, like, chucked himself in there at 7. It's so weird to see Victor Radley there in a suit. What the hell? Why is Victor Radley wearing a suit? That's not what he's supposed to do. Gorgeous jersey from the warm-up jersey from Manly. It's just... that should be their away kit. It really should be. It's got such heritage around it, bro. Groin injury. Groin injury. I see. People wanted Joey Walsh instead of Brooks. Yeah, no, that's what I said. That's what I said. Hainesy's in the chat says, Rooster, man. Yeah, well, we've had a bit of debate, haven't we? Had a little bit of debate about the officiating yesterday. I'm sure, Hainesy, you would agree with my point of people wanted to see the comeback. And if the refereeing had gone the other way, we wouldn't be hearing at all about it because people wanted to see that history be made. They're more upset that the history wasn't made than the refereeing standard itself, and they're allowing the media to convince them to blame an external factor when really they were down 30-0. 30-0 wasn't? We're down 26-0 at least.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Oh!
Can confirm bank statement tells me minus $208.
Jesus Christ! I'm glad you're saying ha-ha, because my God, I mean, I'd be crying myself to sleep if I just spent $208 rugby league dollars on a YouTuber. Wowzers! Respect to you, my brother. Respect to you. Gee, look, I hope your backhand is absolutely mastered because you're going to need some incredible teachings on that technique in order to earn that money back. Holy. Hainesy says, no, I wanted 70. I'm sure you wanted 70. I wanted 70 as well. I wanted us to put the foot on the throat, which we obviously didn't. But no, we're talking about the refereeing. I thought we were past this. Yeah, no, we are. It's just because Hainesy's here. My Pookie Bear, Hazy, is in the chat. Hey, Leaguie, did you actually fall for my prank about 12 pulling his hammy? About 50% I did. I have to say this. I actually said this last year about the May Brothers. I love it. It's my favorite kind of prank of all time. Where you say a thing, and then the epic prank at the end, the twist, the reveal. And like, it's so genius. I love when this happens. When the thing that you said was true is actually, get this, not true. The epic prank is that you were in fact telling a lie. And shame on the person for believing you. Because, wow, how could they be so silly as to trust you? That's, yeah, I don't know how you keep coming up with these, honestly, Cooper. It's absolute genius from you. Honestly, maybe you should be the one streaming, because, my God, the levels of genius are just astounding. Astounding. NRL Head says, something about PNG, which could actually be quite an interesting conversation. I'm finding it. I hate how everyone says PNG is unfair, because they forget how the players have to relocate the whole family to PNG, and PNG has a lot of violence. Yeah. The two things can be true at once. I think it's unfair on the Bears to be coming in at the same time as a team that have all of those, tax-free dollars, all that stuff. I think that's unfair on the Bears. However, I don't think it's unfair that PNG are getting those concessions. I just think the Bears should also be getting some concessions. Maybe less so, because living in Perth is, fine compared to living in Port Moresby. It's a much higher standard of living. However, I think in terms of expansion, both Trent Robinson and Ivan Cleary said this. You want to see the expansion sides do well. And at the moment, especially with Perth, they're not going to. Doing my research, Galvin rejected to re-sign in April. Got dropped the next week. Then he asked for a release in May. His dropping happened before he asked for a release. So was Galvin's dropping fair? I would have to go back to his form at the time. But also, is it we don't know what was happening behind the scenes. We don't know if potentially the Tigers knew that he was going to ask for a release and was then dropped. Maybe he, kicked up a bit of a stink and he was dropped for an attitude problem. I don't remember. It was 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. No, it was last year. Yeah, it was last year. Anyway, it was last year. But anyway, I don't remember the specifics week to week. Is dropping being fair, though, is, I don't know, a matter of opinion. It's not necessarily related to the debate we were having, which was debating the point that Luai should be dropped as well because he's leaving the club, which, yeah, I very much don't agree with. Why can't Simi Sasungi do Origin? I'm going to assume he's just not eligible. His Samoa eligibility wouldn't stop him from being able to play in State of Origin. In fact, no international eligibility does anymore. But I don't think that... No, I'll look it up. Born in Auckland. Played junior rugby league for the Ellerslie Eagles in New Zealand. So that would be why. He's a Kiwi. James says, that was rough. If you're a Tigers fan, yeah. Bears are playing Eels next week, Tip. Well, Magnetic, I really don't know anything about Cup, as I've said, so I don't know. I know that I'm a big brain green giant genius. Yes, 100%. 100%. I hope that again, you're able to pull a epic prank like that where the thing that you say is true is in fact not true. I feel bad for the kid who was crying. Yeah, as do I. That was very, very rough. Imagery, right? We love imagery in our game, and that was some of the best of it. Let's do an NRL grid. I'm going to go open up my window because it's getting very stuffy in my room. I'll let you guys take a look, and when I come back, I'm hoping to see a billion different suggestions here in this chat for players.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Yeah, I forgot my microphone was muted. Lol. And I muted it and then left, and I was like, I better remember to come back and unmute it. I missed something. I missed something pretty big. 100 rugby league dollars. Isaac. What? Why? When? How? I didn't even answer Jeremy Lattimore to that one. I didn't give you a bit of, you know, a relatively niche NRL meme knowledge. Just out of nowhere, with no context nor explanation. Just saying, you know what? I'ma give you $100. Why? Did you say the F word when you're muted? Yeah, I did, so I can't say it now. Bruh, what? Did he say anything? Sorry, I know the screen's just gone blank. I'm looking back in my chat. Just gave $100 and peaced out. Just did it and left. So we're now up to 352. I think that's record-breaking areas. I think that's got to be record-breaking areas. Do you not think it's time for you to pass over the mantle? I think it might be. I think I've got a brand new... I mean, Dean will live on in our hearts forever, but I think I've got a brand new sugar daddy for sure. What the actual hell? You guys can still see me, right? YouTube's kind of messing up at the moment. Anyway. I mean, I guess I have to swear, right? I guess I do. Like... That was the... I made that commitment beforehand. I didn't make it this time around, for sure. But I did make that commitment beforehand. Okay. I'll think carefully about how I go about this. Because last time it was just an F word. And I'm happy to do it again, for sure. Because it's probably the number one, realistically. Undisputed GOAT of swear words. But if you'd like me to give something else, another swear word, I'm happy to, especially if Isaac's in the chat, because he's the one that's paid for it, happy to take a recommendation, if you so desire. But I will say it, and I will say it with chest, with heart, with soul, and with the commitment that you tend to see from players running off the back fence. Okay. I think Isaac might be gone. So, here we go. I'm going to see. Fuck! That felt good. What the hell is this game? Leaguie swore, he did. For $300, that's my price. That's my price now. I sure hope my grandmother was not watching. Putting up a poll. What will bro do for 500? Absolutely unspeakable acts that do involve feet pics. Unconfirmed, but probably true. Poll will be up in just a moment. It's hard with Penrith. They've got so many different colours. I need to put so many different hearts. Wowzers. He will show us the match. I will not show you the match. I cannot show you the match. How did Tigers win the poll? Yeah, well, I voted for Sharks, that's for sure. Someone donate $500. Immediately, as soon as Feet Pics enter the conversation, Lorenzo's like, I need this. I need this in my system right now. Gotta do it. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Inigo Montoya 10 just redeemed, change the background color. Pink for the Mike Pink Panthers.
Hang on, I'm struggling to change it. There we go. Finally got it. Stream the game for 1 second. At 1 second would still be illegal. Okay. For the mighty Isaac, you should show snippet of the game. Yeah, no, that still would be as illegal. As illegal. Isaac's been a star of the stream more than Leg. Happy to wear that. Happy to wear that. Okay. We're about to get going. I'll set up the timer for game number 3. My neck is absolutely killing me right now. I probably need to find a way of getting my iPad higher up because I sit up in my chair and I look down all stream. So it's just 6 hours of like that. Can you show the Bulldogs and Bears score from this week? Well, I'd rather you just tell me what it was. It's less effort. As it says, I got my 4-year-old cousin to do my tips for the week, and he got me 6 out of 7. In brackets, please don't. Please don't. What? What do you not want me to do? I'm not sure what it is you are referring to. Not confident that I am doing or not doing what it is you do not want me to do. My stream keeps freezing. Alrighty. I remember during the Pacific Championships you showed a still frame of the game, so you are already a violent felon. Yeah, that I'll wear. I'll absolutely wear that. Why is Leaguie tweaking out? I'm not tweaking out. I'm totally fine, bro. Never been better. Never been better. Alright, Dylan Edwards will kick us off for today's game. James Tedesco delivered a very good performance against the Brisbane Broncos. Dylan Edwards with a chance to respond here against the Manly Seagulls in good form, but up against an incredibly good NRL team in the Panthers. One of the best that we've seen. And with a debutant at halfback. Let's see how we go. What's the hate towards Manly, Lorenzo? I don't get it. Danny says, I'm trying my best to stay positive. It would be difficult to. It would be difficult to. There's the kickoff. If you do want to sync up with me, 0-all to start, as it tends to be. But I don't think that will stay the same for very, very long. I'm backing Penrith to get a fair few points in this game, if I'm honest. I think it could be a bit of a comfortable win in the end. Could this be when Fosball dies? I won't call it death, but I think it could be when the run definitely dies. But it is Manly with the ball off the kickoff. Now in the hands of Wakeham. On to Tolu Kola. So no Fogarty and obviously no Tom Trbojevic, as we've come to get used to over the past few weeks. But Kola's done a very good job filling in there at fullback. Isaac says, I can speak for everyone in saying we appreciate your hard work in doing live streams. Almost every game. You deserve all the Rugby League dollars. Thank you. Massively appreciate you saying that, Isaac. I can tell you mean it very sincerely. So, yeah, thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm incredibly flattered and incredibly humbled by the support that you give, both in your views, your comments, and obviously, particularly with your financial support. So much appreciated. Why was Edwards kicking off? Doesn't Edwards tend to kick off? Teams like to have their fullback kick off because then it allows their defensive line. So that's what happens when I open my window. I live next to a... Well, not next to. I'm actually a few buildings away, but I live close to a bus depot. You can hear the buses. You can hear the buses very loudly. All right, Kola. Now taking it off the kick there from Penrith Panthers. Leaguie help, I was unfairly timed out. Take it to the Supreme Court as far as I'm concerned. Go ahead. All good. Today we will learn what is better, a pen or a man. That's true. I've never noticed that before, and I'm sure that it's been the case because they tend to just use those 3-letter abbreviations even on the old scoreboards. I love that. Are there any other ones? Canberra's can. Any others that mean anything? All right, Manly. They're looking good here with ball in hand. This will be the last. Walsh with a kick. Jenkins was all over him in terms of pressure. Underneath it is Edwards. Good take there from the fullback. This game better be peak. I don't reckon it will be that peak. Smart Guy says, I went to Q Cup today with my dad. The score was Redcliffe 20, Northern Pride 20. Oh, nice. NRL players for the Finns were Trifula, David Nafahu, Trent Wolfe, Oren Keeley, and Brian Punyu. And the Pride had Ethan King, Justin Paulo, Robert Derby, and Zach Herdigen. That's quite a bit of NRL talent in there. Good stuff. Yeah, but is SOU is not a word. I mean, Mel is like someone's name. That works. Mate, I need some sort of neck support or a pillow or something. It's so stiff. All right, kick there from Cleary. Oh, that's very high and shallow. Edwards, in fact, it was Jenkins went up for it. I think he's tapped it back there. No, it's going to be ruled to be forwards off Jenkins. Toke says war. Yes, initially I was like, what is it good for? But no, yeah, Warriors. That's a good point. It's a good point. Danny says, I give a killer massage if you can get me to Canberra. Would pay quite a bit of money to have a neck massage at the moment. Happy to pay for your bus ticket down if you can. You can get here in the next, well, before full time, really. News true. I don't think cow is what they use. It's NQL or something. But new, that's a good point. So it's like new pen, new man. Harry Newman. That could work. New war. Oh no, we don't want that. Wash with a very solid run there. Bit of a half break. And immediately we get a shot of the Budgie Smugglers. Good stuff. Good stuff. Jake Jaboyevich. Tackled there 20 meters out. Magnetic, there's context there. You're on the Discord, aren't you? You probably know. Brooks to find Kohler. Short ball to Clayton Falala. He's going to get there. Jeez. Clayton Falala off the back of Manly. Really just marching up the field. Manly getting for the first. Wowzers. Wowzers. It's just been all Manly to start this game. Penrith well and truly off the pace, off the boil. Tigers can't win the Prem now, lol. Well, yeah. Were they going to anyway? No. But, anyway. League's big toe. You can't be saying that. I think I warned you for something earlier in the stream. Might be misremembering. Can you just keep things PG, please? It makes me a little uncomfortable. It actually makes me very uncomfortable when you say something like that. We mustn't forget Buller re-signed. We mustn't forget it's been raining. Leaguie, I'm not on Discord anymore as my Discord is bugged. What happened? Oh, well, this was like ages ago. I don't know. Ask Smart Guy or something. All right. All good, League's big toe. Just, in future. Okay, here we go. Kick from Garrick. Slots it wonderfully. The future, Sydney Rooster. Puts Manly up ahead, 6-0 to start this game. Kieran Foran, the master coach. The absolute master coach. Magnetic Smart Guy wanted to know why you weren't a mod anymore. And I'm not going to explain it all on air. So I said ask him privately or whatever. Why did your parents call you the? Because they wanted to name me after the Dolphins. But they felt the Dolphins was a silly first name. So instead, they just went with the. As it says, I'm half white and half black, which makes sense since my two favorite artists are the Beach Boys and Nelly. Thank you for that fun tidbit. That's brilliant work from you. Love that. I think that's a really interesting combination. The Beach Boys and Nelly. Where's the what makes you like them both and like them two in particular over anyone else? We mustn't forget there was a blade of grass slightly off whenever Tavana jumped for the ball. I truly believe Tom Hazelton being in the vicinity allowed for the floodlights to shine off his shiny head into the eyes of Tavana. Right, kick there. It's not going to be a 40-20 or anything, but gets Brian Toto on his bike. Not bad there from Brooks. He's not happy with it, but it's all right getting the ball out of play there, letting them set in defense. I think he was aiming for a 40-20, to be honest, but works out all right. When are the Warriors playing next? Let me have a look. Next week, they play against the bye. The week after, which will be Magic Round, they play against the Broncos. That's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game. I'm not explaining that on air. I don't actually really know. Like, I couldn't confidently explain it. I just make footy videos. I let other people deal with it. Why do you want players to play international at the end of the season when they need postseason surgery? That's not necessarily my argument. My argument is that if it was club games, they would be playing, and they would not. They would be delaying their surgery essentially. It annoys me when the international game is considered to be something that's so expendable and secondary that they could just have that surgery. Also, because the reason why they have the surgery then is so that their preseason is undisrupted. And I get that preseason is very important. However, for the game of rugby league, it's vastly more important that we have a strong international game than that the best players can be training in the preseason behind closed doors. That doesn't do anything for us. So that really frustrates me. But more so than that, I firmly believe, and this is because I've heard it firsthand, that players are pressured by clubs to pull out of representative fixtures, basically anything except Origin, so that they can avoid the risk of injury. When, if their club was playing instead that day, they'd definitely be playing. So, yeah. Double Scott, I can't do that. That's illegal, unfortunately. All right, kick there on the last. Jenkins does come across forward. He's looking stocky, Jenkins. I like it. He's put quite a bit of size on compared to the start of his career. That's cool, the Leagues, we tell you. Are you good at Rugby League? League is my favorite African Roosters fan. That's technically kind of... I mean, it's half true. It's half true. It is half true. All right. Alan Watty. I'll be real. You guys asking, like, when teams play. How about... So, NRL.com. It's 6 letters. Just Google's your friend. Like, I don't know. I'm commentating a game right now. Respectfully. 6 more on the last. Cleary back in... Or he dummy back in field. Then dummy the other way. Then just went himself. Damn. Best team that didn't make the top 8. That is a great question. I don't think I'm equipped to answer it. There's so much to think about. The Dolphins have been very unlucky to miss out in years gone by, though. All right. Edwards takes a tackle on the second. Lussick now to find Moses Leota. Short ball to find Lindsay Smith. Bit of ball playing between the two front rowers. All right, here we go. Cleary will find Dylan Edwards. Dummies goes himself, but is tackled there by Brooks and Burbo. Lussick's in a dummy half. Has Garner to the right, but goes left to Cleary. Now Yo, dummies. Gets back to Cleary. There's numbers out there. Talangi holds it. It breaks through 1, breaks through 2. That was way too easy. That is way too easy. He gets stacked, but doesn't matter that he's got his budgie smugglers hanging out. Gets over easily. And frankly, given that it's a little body near the line from a standing start, that's not good enough. George, I won't be doing that. I'm not a fan at all of ref bashing. Look at that. Well, good. We'll see you later. Much appreciated. But players need surgery. International doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, there's quite a bit to say there. The players don't need surgery. Well, they'll need it at some point, but they very rarely need it immediately. My argument is, it's incredibly coincidental, don't you think, that a guy like, say, Jerome Hughes last season didn't need surgery throughout all the end of the season, the finals, the grand final. Could do all that, but suddenly, immediately after the grand final, needed surgery. We see this every single season. Every single season. That's not even, to be fair, that's not even what they're claiming. The players do play through the pain for their clubs, but they're not allowed to play through the pain for their countries, although I know for a fact that they want to. For you to say internationals don't mean anything, I just don't see how you can think that's true at all. You must be really trying hard to ignore the massive revolution of international rugby league we've had recently, and the cultural phenomenon that is Tonga, Samoa, even New Zealand, that we've seen in recent seasons. So, yeah. George, probably depends how old you are at the moment and if you have any referee experiences. Has that gone broke? No, I don't think so. I think, well, maybe after donating $100, but he didn't say he'd donate anything for this game, and I completely understand why. Yeah, but if you're in the grand final, you're 100% playing. Well, okay, but they play as well in the regular season and in the early finals games. But get to the internationals and it's not that they can't anymore. They can. They could play through the pain. But they get the surgery so that the preseason is not disrupted. Preseason does nothing for us as a sport. Absolutely nothing. A few weeks of preseason training, it's pretty gross, I feel, that we prioritize that over the international calendar. Yeah, Kobe Hetherington's in a very bad spot right now. Very bad spot. It's just the yin and yang in me, or you can say the fried chicken and the potato salad. Listen to Lovin' Me is genuinely a goated song. All right, I will have a listen after the stream. Is Casey McLean on? Yeah, I believe so. I haven't seen him go off. Yeah, according to NRL.com, he's on. Yeah, they do get angry at you, Magnetic. It's a shame, but hopefully they did it respectfully. Sacrifice yourself for the sport is what you were saying. No, not at all. All I'm saying is let's treat internationals equally to NRL games. That's it. Because they're willing to do it. Well, they're willing to do it for both, as I keep saying, because I've heard from players firsthand. But if we make players play at the club level, we should allow them to play at the international level as well. Are we for real trusting NRL.com? No, not really, but it is kind of all I have to go off. So, why is representing your country seen as less important than a few training weeks for a club? Yeah. I wonder. Something that's not even televised. There's not really much media around it. We're like, yeah, let's prioritize that so a player is 1 or 2% more ready to go at the start of a season for round one than literally the international calendar. Blows my mind. Disabled grandpa games. What? Wow, that's special. That's one of the usernames I've ever seen. Thank you for following on Twitch. It's because players get a salary from the club, not the international team. Well, they do get paid for the international team. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. But that's where you need a governing body to step in, not let the clubs dictate it, and the governing body to say, hey, we're not giving you this power anymore. You are clearly abusing the power. The players need to be allowed to play internationals. Because if it was up to the clubs, the players wouldn't play internationals at all, because it's a risk of injury. So at what point do we draw the line and say we need to protect our sport because the clubs are not helping it? Kick there from Cleary. Underneath it, Jason Saab, very uncontested, that kick. So 6 points all, 15 minutes gone. It's been a good start, especially for Manly. Hetherington won't come back. But the international game happens every year, whereas playing in the finals can happen if the team are lucky. They don't need to choose one or the other. In fact, at the moment, they're choosing one or the other, really. I'm saying they should be playing in both. What the argument that you're making is that they should prioritize preseason over internationals. Preseason happens every year. Getting picked for an international team only happens if you get lucky. So I think that actually you proved my point. You might not think 6 Twitch viewers is a lot, but imagine 6 people making out with you at the same time. Oh, I frequently do. Don't get me wrong. That's like, you don't need to convince me to try and imagine that. However, I don't think that's completely analogous to 6 Twitch viewers. Sorry, what was that Sharks Tiger scoreline? What it was bombastic. Was bomber-clarted. 52 points to 10. Wowzers. Wowzers. Yeah, that should probably be clipped. That should probably be clipped for the back end of the year. I don't think Sea Phantom's watching. Lost ball there from Talangi. Lost ball. Papali'i recovers it, but it's a knockout from Blaze. They're not making inroads the way that you expect the Penrith Panthers to. They're not. I did say that as well, did League, swear. I did. Bro swore in Jamaica? Yeah, but it's like slang. It's like slang. Come on. I am very surprised only 64% of you think Penrith will win this. That's wowzers. Like, it's the Panthers. I know Manly have been in good form, but it's the Panthers, bro. Penrith are winning this game. You need to imagine it when you can just get a harem. I don't know about if it's as easy as just getting a harem. I've been in the market. I have not been in the market, to be clear. I have not been in the market. Always on the third game of the day, we get a little bit loosey-goosey. We do. Are the salaries higher in the NRL or Union? Do players ever go back and forth between Union and League? Players very often go back and forth between Union and League. Some examples would be Mark Nwangani-Tuwase, who's currently in League, going back to Union. Angus Crichton's going to Union next year. Particularly at the junior level, there's a lot of transition. Semi Radradra, former NRL player. The salaries at the top level of Union are higher than the top level of League. However, there's very, very many levels of Union where the salaries are not higher than the NRL. And I would say, personally, although this is a contentious topic, that I maintain the NRL is the highest standard of rugby competition, Union or League, in the world. When you look at a league, I think it's the best, highest standard. You have a harem of 11.5k. We've been through this. I don't know if that's completely the way I would describe it, but sure. All right. Talangi with a dummy. Oh, we can't get it through to Papali'i, though. Can't get it through to Papali'i. Would you rather get knocked out playing Union or League? So basically the question, given that I'm getting knocked out other ways, would I rather play Union or League? Absolutely League. I'd rather not get knocked out by playing neither, though. All right, Lindsay Smith. Back to Blaze Talangi. They're really giving him a lot of ball, the 5'8" here, the try scorer. Sands gets an offload away to Freddie Lussick, pins the ears back, gets pushed over and the ball comes free. Kohler's got it. Can he get away from Cleary? He can. Holds it. Jeez, that was close. That was very close. Judah says, I used to follow Union also, but NRL won me over and I stopped following Union. That's because it's by far the best sport in the world. True story. Oof. I don't know the answer to that bloking. I've heard of Roman Reigns, have not heard of the other. Alright. You might not think 11.5k is a lot, but imagine 11.5k people making out with you at once. I don't think my brain has enough RAM for that. I don't think I can imagine it. I think that's a bit tough. But I do think it's a lot, to be very, very clear. May want to read my previous chat. Oh, pick two numbers between 1 and 9. This will matter later. Okay. I will go with knock on Manly. I will go with 8 and 7. No, actually, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. I might regret changing, but I'm going to go with 5 and 3 because my favorite number is 53. Dewey, Buller, Appy, Samuela all out next week. Who do you play against next week? Dixon says, I agree, but Bordeaux Rugby in the top 14 sold out 33 games in a row in 40,000 capacity. Mad passion over there. Yeah, their crowds are... Union is a much better sport than League. Sorry, wow. Union is a much bigger sport than League. Not a better sport than League. Union is a much bigger sport than League. That was... Wow. Can't be having that. Please don't clip that one up. Holy. Anyway. Yeah, I don't dispute that at all. Yikes. Is Herbie the reason you like number 53? Yes, it is. Correct. All right, Lussick now finds Lindsay Smith to find Isaiah Yeo. Dummy, or he had Leota through. Oh, no. Look, as far as misspeaking goes, given what Cameron Serraldo said in the press conference the other day, I don't mind what I said. It's a bigger sport. It's not a better sport. Oh, knock on there, man. Penrith. We are really, really not seeing the best of the Panthers. And frankly, I feel that we haven't for quite a lot of time.
That's why you get the big bucks.
$1 from Isaac. It's almost ominous. The single dollar. Appreciated, of course. But I'm curious. I think he's playing at something here. And I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not a huge fan of the word female, especially when you're saying, what's your type? What's your type of female? Typically being a female would be my type. I think that's knocked back there by Jenkins. Yes, and that's going to be the ruling.
That's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Okay. He tipped $1, then he tipped $2. I picked 5 and 3. The question is, are we going to get $3 or $4 next? Is it a Fibonacci or is it a... I think it's probably... I don't think we could have Fibonacci. I think that we'll get to a lot. But how does 5 and 3... I don't know. I'm confused. He's going to go to 53. If he goes to 53 in $1 increments, do you have any idea how much money that would be? That would be 4 figures.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby.
Oh.
That's why you get the big bucks.
It's not 3. It's not 3. That is really funny. My love for the number 53 has cost me there. I remember when I said 87, you were like, "Oh no, oh no." Oh, that's hilarious, Isaac. Thank you, dude. Wait, okay, what are we up to? What are you up to? We're up to $405. I just sat down to stream a bit of NRL today, dude. Like, again, I want to reiterate this. Last year, even towards the back end of last year, if I got a donation in a stream, that's a win. If I ended a stream with $5 in donations, that's above average. You just casually got $400. Bang. There we go. No notes. No context. Garrick now. Fassar is going to go over the sideline, passes back in field. Talangi, in fact, McLean has it. Wowzers. I feel like every way you say the name of the opposite gender, there's a downside. Like, girl means you're a pedo. Yeah, woman has a sexist vibe, and female is an incel virgin. I agree with that, actually. You raise a good point. You raise a good point. That's why I like to use the word huzz. What's your favorite type of huzz? Oh, Jesus. I do not do that, to be abundantly clear. Here we go. WTF says, how long before Benji starts feeling the heat? Now they've been faded in the NRL Premiership and looking pretty ordinary. Surely it can't be radio silence when his mates in the media forever. I love that copy pasta. May I present Lady? Lady's nice. Lady's very refined, actually. That's a great point from WTF. Great point. Great point. $500, please say a cuss word, please I'll do anything. Will you donate, what, another $100? Because that would come under anything. 1, Cameron Serrato. 2, the Union, 3, Daylight. The Cameron Serrato thing was... Wow. 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 I have a mate who's a Bulldogs fan. He hadn't seen it yet, and I showed it to him, and it's just, I guess the fact that he said little beforehand as well. Little niggles. Because that's obviously, like, it just makes it sound more intentional, I guess. Can't wait for the rewind at the end of this year. Already got some classics. It's going to be special. I'm just going to go through all the clips that people have made. Probably on Twitch specifically, but I'm going to see if I can do it on YouTube as well. Because I can't go back and watch all the streams, obviously, but... Yeah. I am so not doing that. Also, not really pronouncing your name PW, because that looks difficult. Alright. Kick there from Manly on the last. Great take there from Casey McLean. He's been involved quite a bit early here, man. Talongi, they're going down that left-hand side a lot. McLean taps it and goes, and Edwards was not happy he didn't get the ball there. You better include fire alarm? I will. My idea is to have it be like a just out of context thing. So just the fire alarm going off. Stuff like, you know, I call them Huzz. Like all this. It will all be like, yeah. It's going to be really funny. But I'm probably going to not release it at the end of the year, but just before, like a week before the NRL season starts. Or maybe the week before the preseason starts. So that it's like, these were the best moments last year, so you should watch the streams this year. Alamotti with it. Offload back in field, that was forward, I think. Yes, and that's the ruling. Jeez, they were in. They were absolutely in, and it didn't have to be forward either. Edwards isn't happy. The copy plaster was originally about Robinson. Really? I didn't know Robinson had mates in the media. Yeah, this is my job, Cooper. I'm a full-time uni student. This is definitely a part-time job, if not more. And then, yeah, I have the residential role here as well. But it takes up a lot of my time. A lot of my time. I'll post it on my YouTube. Leaguie's big toe. Alright, it's going to be penalty Manly as well. So they're holding on. I'm kind of just waiting for Penrith to, like, actually be good. And, like, score points, like, unironically. And yet, it's just been Manly. It's just been Manly sticking in there, defending, keeping the scores at 6 points apiece. And really almost looking maybe the more likely side to score a try. Disabled Grandpa Games. Yes, sir, I am. Very happy about his performance. Granted, there's quite a big chunk of the game that I was very unhappy about, but I'll take it. It was a 13-plus win against last year's premiers. You always take that. There's no F1 I don't know NRL head at the moment. Kohler stays. He doesn't stay in field, excuse me. He goes over the sideline there. It was kind of on. A little bit of a short play down the side, but couldn't execute that one, unfortunately. George says, are you going to meet me at the stadium between Eels and Raiders? If it's a game in Canberra, I can. If it's a game in Parramatta, I will not be there. If Isaac gets the donation thingy to 500, what will you do? Well, firstly, I'm not putting that expectation on it. I'm incredibly overwhelmed by the amount he's already donated. What would I do? What could I do? I would pretty much... I feel that if he asked for something and it was within reason, I feel I'd do it. I feel I'd have to do it. I did say feet, Biggs. You know, I'd show feet. I'd show feet if we got to $500. Like, I'm barefoot right now. Like, I've got shorts on, looking down, seeing the dogs out. Like, I'd show feet. 100% I'd show feet. All right, kick up over the top. It's been bounced back there. Papali'i's got it. Out to find Jenkins. Saab has him covered. Offload back in field for Garrick. When's the F1 channel starting? Probably never. There's enough people doing F1 content. Hello, Mrs. Lee, under a new account name. Shirtless at 1,000. So what you don't realize is that this shirt, I've taken off the jacket before, but not the shirt. It's actually fused to my skin. I can't remove it, unfortunately. So, like, man, I will seek employment, and when I become employed, I'll save up and donate you $500 for feet. Deal. Absolute deal. You've already shown feet? I've shown leg. I've definitely shown leg. All right. So with a decent little run there at the back end of the field. Someone asked if you had legs and you kicked up your legs and shown your feet. Well, I'd do it again then. Why did you pick your theme color as green? That's a very good question. I picked it as green for two reasons. One is actually three reasons. One, green with white stripes is the color of a rugby league field. We see it every single game. We're looking at it now. Green with a white stripe across the field there on the halfway line. Also because it's the colors of the NRL, so it's associated with rugby league inherently. And then 3, because by some miracle, no other NRL content creator was really using the color green, which blows my mind because it's the most obvious color to pick. So yeah. Underneath it, Kohler is knocked it back, I think. What's the ruling going to be? It's going to be Panthers ball. They might challenge. They might be tempted to. You guys are going to have to get us over the line. I've done my part. Isaac has done his part. Captain's challenge it is. Thoughts on Christian Horner maybe making a return? It's been rumored for a long time. I believe it when I see it. I'm kind of sick of believing the rumors. He sort of held it over his head, almost collar, but I think Jenkins might have touched this first. I think it's Jenkins. Look at that challenge, bro. Look at that challenge. Where is Dean? I don't know. He might be off celebrating a win. Might be off celebrating a win. All right, so Manly with a good challenge there. Challenge is successful. They get away with it there. Good stuff. All good, Benedict. See you later. Simpkins in a dummy half here. Cooper, don't spam, please. All right. Let's just describe Luke Keary as the busiest man in media. To be honest, he is kind of everywhere. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Although sometimes I feel like the busiest man in media, let me tell you. Anyway. How much of a surprise was that image of Diddy? Well, given the Diddy theme in the chats that I believe it's you who has brought in recent weeks and months, not the biggest shock, but to see that particular picture of Diddy's face edited onto mine was certainly a surprise. Why are you always 3 sets behind? I think 3 sets behind's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's because I watch it on Foxtel Go, which is already slightly behind. Then it goes through my software, uploaded to YouTube, and then you watch it. It's never going to be live. So I always, at the start of the game, let you know exactly when they kick off on my screen, so that if you don't want to be synced up with me, you can sync up with me. Play He's Everywhere, bro. That's a perfect moment. I'll be honest, don't know what moment you're referring to. What do you think the Niggle man will have to do to get my club out of this mess? Sign Nathan Cleary. All right, Dylan Edwards with a solid run there, close to the halfway line on the 4th. Gets to Isaiah Yo. Now to find Nathan Cleary. Short ball Papali'i. Now Talangi. They're really using Talangi here. McLean up to the 30. Gets an offload back to Talangi. Gets away from Saab. Holds it up. Gets it to Jenkins on the wing. Has Cleary inside. Pass back infield. Finds Jason Saab. They are still surviving. Panthers looking really good and really threatening, but somehow Manly just keep getting the ball back. They really do. They really, really do. Who is your GOAT? Nathan Cleary probably is the best I have personally ever seen. I do think he's a better player than Cameron Smith. I don't feel that Cameron Smith was that particularly skilled. I feel he was a very good leader and had great footy IQ and played for a very long time at a very, very high level and won. But I feel that Nathan Cleary's skill beats him. Oh, I meant 3 tackles. Well, yeah, anyway. That's the reason why. Do you like 3 sets behind or 3 doors down? Preferably neither. Preferably neither. Did Leaguie swear says, I use Maroon, which is also an original idea. Yeah, no one's ever used Maroon in the NRL before. True story. True story. How much till 500? I think we're still 95 away. Yeah, we are 95 away. That's not looking likely. It's not looking likely. All right, Lussick. Now to find Edwards. Short ball. Oh, Foreign is screaming about something, saying go, go. I don't think they could hear you, Kieran, unfortunately. Matt Galaxy says, excuse Broncos, man. What does that mean? What does that mean, Matthew? Look at that, Manly. They're hanging in. They're hanging in. Hopwate with it now. Foxtel Go is genuinely so bad, I hate it. Compared to 9 now, it's a cakewalk. A cakewalk. Love it. Definitely Tiger Walker is my neighbor. He's worse than Abby Diddy at my house for 24 hours. Alright, Simkin now. Finding CSU or Talkiaho. You can DM any of them, Mrs. Lee. That's all good, Leagues, Vito. You have no obligation to donate. This is an absolute stinker of a game. Hard disagree. I think this is proper gritty defense from Manly. High tackle there. Penalty to the Panthers. That's the kind of thing that could march him downfield and see him get a try. Who's your greatest referee of all time? Cameron Smith or Bill Harrigan? Shout out to them both. Shout out to them both. How do you know I'm not already your neighbor? Because you are a minor. And minors are not allowed to live in this building. All right. Benjabojevic is then on report there for Manly. Edwards gets it now to find, I think that's Scotty. Is that Scotty Sorensen? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. I think that's Scotty Sorensen. Only very, very few players have a rig like that. All right. Lussick to find Cleary. Now Papali'i. Gets past Walsh. In fact, no, Walsh holds his legs very well there. Lussick. To the right-hand side. Cleary now. Gets it to Sorensen. He had actually a fair bit of room there because Brooks had rushed out. If Sorensen had dummied and gone himself, that would have been a better play. Cleary now. Tackled on the 20. Because you said you live in Brisbane, Tiger. Brisbane Tigers. Shout out to them. Oi, Hamaleo Lukawatu knocks that one on. I think it's a double knock on, though. But it could have gone the length. Is this going to be Penrith ball? And Olukwatu went for a one-handed pickup? Seriously? I guess he assumed that Talangi knocked it on. Yeah, that's a really poor error. I guess Hamole just thought that it was knocked on there by Blaze. Yeah, they might have been able to win that if they challenged. Anyway, Penrith get a fresh set here. All right, now for Cleary. Gets it to Paul Alamotti. How do you know I'm not lying? Because I trust you, Tiger Walker. Unlike Cooper Knight, who I obviously don't trust anymore. All right, Luke Garner now. Heading it up into the line. They've still got a full set here. Penrith have not had a better opportunity to score already so far in this game. 6 more here now. Gets it to Cleary. Cut out pass. Toto for the corner. Bang. 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 Glorious. Slinging that ball there. Cut out pass. It was a very, very good effort there from Nathan Cleary in attack. But you can't give the Penrith Panthers that much field position and possession without expecting them to score. Manly do finally crack. Look, 12 points to 6 if this kick's converted. It's not a terrible result at halftime, but work to do for Manly. Yeah, no, it is the prank, if we're going to call it a prank, Cooper. Is that Scott Sorensen? Leaguie when he sees Braden Trindle? Yes, literally, yes. Braden Trindle is anyone but Braden Trindle. What would be your reaction to the NRL having the 2031 season opener in Israel? I'd understand it, because the 2031 season opener was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago, so I kind of back it. It would have been such a win for Manly. It would have been such a win for Manly if they'd just been able to hold that Penrith side out to 6 points all at halftime. A very, very poor error in hindsight there from Hamale Olakawatu, unfortunately. Did you cover yesterday's series? You mean yesterday's NRL games? I spoke about them a bit. Well, I only actually watched the Roosters one. Warriors, Eels, and Titans, Raiders. I got bits of both games and watched the highlights of them all, but yeah. Is that Braden Trindle, Nathan, the Leaguie when he sees Nathan Durkin? I think very few people, actually, I think a lot of people in this chat know who Nathan Durkin is. They're aware of Nathan Durkin. And yet, they don't know that Nathan Durkin is called Nathan Durkin. Kick there from Cleary. Beautiful work. Slots it. 12 points to 6. It is. 1 minute left to go in the first half. They lead by 6. League, your thoughts on Waz and Bronx on Magic Round, but counting as a Waz home game? I'm hesitant to comment because I know that the Broncos had to deal with Manly in years gone by at Magic Round for it to be a home game for Manly, and I don't know if maybe there's an agreement entered into there, but I find it fundamentally absurd that if that's not in place, a Queensland side, well, you know what, I won't say Queensland side, but I'll say Dolphins, Broncos, and even to an extent Titans can have that count as an away game. The Roosters, I think, have only ever had it count as an away game once. We get so shafted on it year on year, and it is deeply frustrating. So how long before Foreign starts feeling the heat? Now that they're losing to the Riff in the NRL Premiership, looking pretty ordinary. Surely it can't be radio silence from his mates in the media forever. Agree. Kick from Cleary, 40-20. 40-20 potentially, or if they knocked it on there, Cola, they have. They're going to pack that scrum quickly. Watch out. Nathan Cleary field goal, maybe. I never knew his name was Nathan Durkin until now. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I said. I think a lot of you know Nathan Durkin, but you don't know who Nathan Durkin is. I'm annoyed that the Broncos don't get a home game at Magic Round because I have a membership and I can't go to Magic Round. Well, okay, even if it was an away game at Magic Round, you wouldn't be able to go anyway. But sure. Who has done the most for the NRL as a whole? Probably me. Realistically. Clear with a kick. Bang. No, he's missed it. He's missed it. Sorry, the Penrith players were celebrating. I just assumed. Look at that. Hey, that's a poor miss there for Nathan Cleary. 12 points to 6. It remains. Who's Nathan Durkin? Nathan Durkin is the Leaguie. Nathan Durkin is not the Leaguie, no. Jesus Christ. The Didgy, sorry, changed his profile picture to Epstein's face on mine. That's diabolical. Holy. What's your fave ground to watch a game at? There's two answers. One is GIO Stadium, but not because of anything to do with the ground. The ground is not good, but because it means that I only have a half-hour commute back home afterwards. Any other ground up in Sydney or whatever, I know I have to travel 3.5 hours back. But it would be Allianz. It would be Allianz. Thoughts on banning my other channel? I think it's unbanned now. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, you know why you were banned. That was one of the historical moments of Leaguie streaming where I had, specifically, didn't want any F1 spoilers. And I basically avoided the results of all the Formula 1 for an entire weekend. Was streaming on Sunday. It was like the last half of the Sunday games. And I'd had exams around then as well. So all I wanted in my life was just to be able to sit back and watch that Formula 1. Like, binge it. Just relax after working harder than I'd worked in my life before that. And yet, it was spoiled by Cooper Knight for me. Intentionally. At least I felt intentionally at the time. So, scoreline very low. Is defense not optional in this game? Defense is certainly not optional for the Seagulls. I felt they've done very, very well. The Leaguie, I tried to DM Ollie, but I'm being ignored. Well, that's his choice. He's within his rights to do that. Anyway, let's do the last little bit of NRL grid because we've been kind of working on this one for, I think, since halftime of the last game. I'm annoyed that we went too high with Trent Merrin there, but anyway. 10 plus years at same club and Panthers. Obviously, we can do some current ones, but I think that there's potential for back in the day. I'm thinking maybe Mansell. The lowest score is 4.48. Because there's only 12 possible answers. Wade Graham didn't... Oh. Did he have 10 plus years at the same club, but it wasn't the Panthers? That's a very interesting point. I didn't think of that. Who's a guy who played like very, very briefly for the Panthers and then spent 10 plus years at a different club? I'm really thinking. Scott Bolton for Cowboys 07 to 19. I don't know where Scott Bolton could fit, unfortunately. Did Wishart's dad play Origin? Probably. Did he play it in the NRL era, though? That I wouldn't be confident of. I mean, it's legal, Mrs. Leaguie, yeah, but wouldn't it be very nice of you to do? He can respond to you if he wants to. Golly, is this the most you've earned through donos? Yes. Yes. No question about it. No question about it. Oh, Bolton, I don't think played State of Origin, did he? Did he? I don't really remember that. I might be wrong, though. Might be wrong. I might be wrong. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm still trying to think of a Panther who was like at the club and then left and spent 10 plus years at a different team. Billy Burns, Dragons to Sharks? Sure, let's send it. Burns. Billy Burns. That's a good one. Isaiah Yo. Yeah, well, correct, for sure. 100%. However, would be a very high score. If I am wrong, you can ban me. Okay. Well. How the turntables. How the turntables. Looks like someone was, what's the word I'm looking for? Wrong. And that someone said immediately before that, quote, if I'm wrong, you can ban me. Ban as well. Not even time out. Actually ban, which is really quite interesting, actually. That's surprising. So, yeah, I mean, normally, under normal circumstances, I certainly wouldn't. I think that would be very, very unfair. However, a deal was made. A deal was made. Your words were said. Words were said. So, I feel that it's almost my moral responsibility as a self-respecting person to follow through on the commitment that was made. Mods. End this man's career. Get him gone! Get him gone!
Oh, what about that? Send him off! Send the dressing case off! Get him off the field! That was diabolical! That was absolute diabolical!
Way! I've timed him out. He's gone! He's gone! Love to see it. You love to see it. Cooper Knight, it's been one of the most eventful streams you've been involved in, that's for sure. You tried to trick me earlier on, and then you pull that. I'm glad I had an excuse. I'm glad I had an excuse to do it. All right. I might just send in Yo or something there. I'm not that confident that Mansour did have 10 years. What did he do? Oh, he said Scott Bolton for this square, and he said, if I'm wrong, you can ban me. And he was wrong, and I banned him. So, I just timed him out, actually. That's cool. League's big toe. Did Wade Graham have 10 years at the Sharks? Are you sure that he did? We've used our refresh. I'm not completely confident, but if you are completely confident, we'll send him. 10 years is a long time. Fittler? Did he have 10 years at the Roosters? Probably not. Andrew Fafita, bottom right? Sure. Yep, Andrew. Andrew. I'm gonna go to this page so you can actually see it bigger. This music that's playing right now wasn't so fundamentally vibey. The tone that would be created by this would be actually like kind of a bit solemn. However, because it's such a fundamental bop, kind of undermines what I'm trying to do. So, that's tricky. That's a tricky one. We're supposed to know ball chat. That's bottom left. Oh, I thought you said bottom left. Ha! That's my bad. Lol. Sorry, I thought you said bottom left. Well, okay, no, we can refresh that then. If we weren't wrong, I just misread it. We weren't wrong. I just misread it. It's fine. That's not cheating. I just misread it. Was that all we had? No, we had Billy Burns. Hey, Leaguie, is it me or is the vibe better now that he is gone? Ah, that's your opinion. I won't say that about him. Wade Graham had 12 years. Let's send it. Bang. Oh, wow. That was maybe the highest score of them all. That surprises me. I sometimes don't get the scores. Yeah, wow. He really did. Damn. Scored 3+ tries in a game and played exactly 1 to 3 origins. Sami? Surely Sami's got a hat-trick. Yeah. All right. Dragons and played 1 to 3 origins. Jack Bird, I think, is a good shout here. Arsenal 3, Fulham 0. Oh, no. Hey, Leaguie, I support Tigers. Do you have any words of positivity for us? Yes. If, even at the start of this season, but let's say 2 years ago, you would have been offered the chance to come into this season, even though you come off a big loss like that, still be very high up the ladder. You would have taken it for sure. Excuse me. Taken it in a heartbeat. And so I think that you should be not celebrating, but still appreciative of where you are at the moment. DeBellin, I'm gonna go with Bird. I think Bird might be slightly better than DeBellin. Where's the refresh? Did he play more than 3 origins? Really? Well, I got that one wrong. Got that one wrong. Ah, Corey Allen would have been very good. Corey Allen would have been outstanding there. Damn, I sold. 10+ years at the same club, 1 to 3 origins. I can go DeBellin for that. Okay, well, DeBellin would have been wrong as well. Scored 3+ tries of the game, Cronulla. Ikavalu. This one's a write-off anyway. Let's see if we can fit in one more. 917. 75+ career tries. Dally Team of the Year, 200+ games, and then the clubs. Yeah, really didn't do well there. Let's go with Williams. David Williams. 66 only? Really? Well, that's a... I tell you what. See, this is why going into the buy round trivia thing, I was not confident. Evidently, do not know ball. Itasi James. Isn't it Asatasi James? No. It is Itasi. There we go. I'm confusing with Roy Asatasi. You refresh? Yes, you can use one refresh. Hezamel Masri Bulldogs, ban me if I'm wrong. Well, yeah, no, he definitely did. As did Brett Morris. Barber? Probably not. Yeah, let's just send it. Let's not I think the room. Nigel Vangana. Oh well, anyway, we got one for that. All right. Tigers and Dogs. Surely throughout like that really smelly period of the early 2020s for both those clubs, like there was a player that went between them. Ava Siomano Fanai. How is that such a high score? That's ball knowledge. Wow, he played a lot of games. Played one more games than I thought, actually. Never mind. Skelton would have been a good shout. Maybe even a better shout. I thought Ava was a good one, though. Dalian Team of the Year and Doggies. Would a guy like Kieran Foran have made Dalian Team of the Year? Surely at one point. But we're taking a bit of a risk there. Mick Potter, bottom right. Not in the NRL era. Let's just send in Trebojevic. It's high, but I just want to get it done. Dally M Team of the Year, Brooks. I bet a lot of you probably would have thought that that wasn't correct. 75 plus career tries and played 200 plus games. Wow, Tom hasn't played 200 plus games. I mean, lots of injuries, but wow. Ben Kennedy, Manly and Dally M. Oh, well, we've got that done. Dogs and Dally M Team of the Year, Barber. It's not necessarily Dally M medal. It's Dally M Team of the Year. So probably going with a Dally M medalist actually wouldn't be a good shout. Did Burton win Centre of the Year? Has Kickout been in the Team of the Year? Critter would have, for sure. But I'm thinking back in the day. I'm thinking Hodkinson. I'm thinking Pritchard. Barber would be correct. Oh, they're out there on the field. Okay, let's go Barber. Wow, that's a low score. 75 plus career tries in 200 games. Tupou. Bang. Tigers are 200 games. There's a lot to pick from. I'm trying to think of like a kind of niche veteran. I probably did. I'm going to go with Josh Reynolds. No, really? He was shy? Damn. 200 games in Dally Team of the Year. Cronk. You know, actually, I'm going to take a risk here. Carl Felt would have been good. Cassiano would have been, yeah, maybe good. Let's go. I don't think Kickout's played 200, actually. No, I won't do that. Screw it, Kronk. Wow, that's actually a very low score for Cooper Cronk. God damn. All right, we're kicked off for the second half. I fumbled hard with Josh Reynolds. Well, not that hard. I missed out by about a season or two. Moses and by the Ipswich Jets player. Is he at the Jets now? I knew he was at St. Helens before. 3 banger answers, none taken. I took Barber. But anyway, yeah, sorry, I was rushed. I was rushed at the end there. Pretty much just went with the first person that I could think of each time. Alrighty. 1 half left to go. My God, it feels like I have been streaming for... How long's it been? 5 hours. Woo, boy, oh boy. Yes, and by partnering Tonga Goat Dion Taupa in the Jets halves. Wow, shout out to Dion Taupa. 5 hours is unconstitutional. But I've done a lot more than that. I did 4 games in a row once, and it wasn't actually that bad. I don't know, maybe because I was so mentally prepared for it. All right. Brooks. To find Clayton Falalo. Tackle there by Nathan Cleary. Streamed a whole school day. That's rough for me to think about. All right. Trebojevic now. Hitting it up. Shy the halfway line. It'll be Simpkin at dummy half. Ball's played. He gets it out to find Siosiwa Taukeaho to the halfway line now. But with the 4 games even for again, preseason? Was it not Vegas? Oh no, the Vegas was only 3 games. Yeah, what was it for? I guess preseason. It must have been. Wow, so it was 4 games and it was 4 preseason games. Toto, by the way, breaking the line. Oh, Jesus Christ, my neck. Bro, I need a massage so badly after this. Imagine not having a public holiday tomorrow. It doesn't matter to me, dude. I do my thing. Dylan Edwards. On to find Milky Jenkins. Lehi Hopawate is genuinely quite hurt here. It was preseason and Valentine's Day. I remember that it was Valentine's Day. Actually, that's a good point. Yes. Rings a bell. All right. Cleary to find Alamotti. Lorenzo, they really are. I think Manly are doing very well here. Cleary. Hoisted up in the air. Underneath it will be Jason Saab. Uncontested catch there at the end of the day. Every winning team this week has won by the same or more points than the previous game's winner. So Panthers have to score 41 more points. I love that stat. What a brilliant stat. What an absolutely brilliant stat. Alrighty. Walsh is at a dummy half. Across to find Taukei'aho. Now Brooks gets it to Clayton Faulalo, who's in his mid-20s. I thought he was like this, young hotshot kid, but he's sort of had to bide his time to wait for an NRL opportunity. All good, Watson. See you later. Now in the hands of Brooks for the last. He had a lot of pressure on him from Scott Sorensen. Did well to get a decent quality kick away, but Edwards does catch it on the full and gets it up to over the 40-meter line. On the first now, Cleary will be in a dummy half. Goes to the left-hand side, finding Tommy Jenkins now with it, up to the halfway line. Did I just say Roosters third on the commentary? I love the sound of that. Yeah, it looks gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that, bro. Roosters sitting in third place. So gorgeous. Knocked on by Scotty Sorensen. Damn, well, Manly. They scored the next try. It's on like Donkey Kong, bro. Just texted PVL. He said yes to kick Manly out of the comp. Oh, respect to you. He's never responded to my messages, and believe me, I've sent him a lot. He's like restraining order, maybe on a similar level to Dominic Young. Matt Burton's been 18th man for the Blues more times than I've been with a girl. That's a bit more information about you than I needed to know. How many times has he been 18th man for the Blues? I feel it's one of these things that, like, is less... Like, it happened quite a bit, and so then we started talking about it, but we talk about it so much that we actually probably overstate the amount that it has actually happened. But then again, he's also just, like, the perfect 18th man. Alright, Taukei'aho. Getting it to Walsh. Oh, no look pass. Beautiful to find Olakau'atu. Back in field. They get a score here. Bullymore, he has a habit of that support play. Manly. Out of nothing. The pass to the line break assist from Joey Walsh was stunning. Manly can level us up.
Manly-Warringah, Manly-Warringah, they'll all be waltzing behind you this year.
That was hot. Look at this no-look pass here from Walsh. Seriously, it's gorgeous. It's so, so lovely. Have a watch of it. Gets it here. No look out the back. Look at that. And Bullymore does well to slow down. Olakau'atu back in field. Finds Ethan Bullymore. Bang. Good as you like. Good as you like. Look at that. I love Ethan Bullymore. I love Ethan Bullymore. He's got such energy about him. He always does. And look at that. Olakau'atu straight through. What a line run by him. And then the pass back inside. It's difficult. It's very easy to pass those tries forward, and yet got it done. He's actually been 18th man 6 times, which is more than I thought. Fair enough. You know what? I will say credit where it's due. I was wrong about that. 6 times is a lot. 6 times is a hell of a lot. Isaac is on almost 14.5k XP. Second place has 900. That's insane. Because we've had some donations as well from other people. Like, it's not just been him. So, goes to show. Goes to show. That's beautiful from Walsh. It really is. I'm going to maybe... you know what? I'm going to get myself a pillow. My neck hurts that badly. I'm going to get myself a pillow, and we're going to have a pillow stream. Ah, jeez. Ooh. This is objectively less comfortable. You know what? That's actually probably the most comfortable I have been all stream. And yet, I look like an absolute knobhead. Oh, that's so hot. That is so hot. Go to sleep? No, I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna not do that. This is hilarious. What content? This will go on the this will go on the rewind. The time I brought out a pillow. I looked away for 2 minutes. Where did the pillow come from? My bed. Hey Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Rugby 02 just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
If you say so, buddy. My microphone's too close to me now. Hang on. Ah, this is lovely. I'm going to do every stream like this from now on. It feels like I'm in a luxurious airplane seat. Properly supported. My neck is no longer wringing out in extreme severe pain. I'm actually like solid. And that's a lovely feeling. When is the door giveaway? I quite like my door. So and it's also not mine to give away. So ideally I'd want to keep it. Now we know what color Legume's pillow is. This is actually my second pillow. It's true. It's a backup pillow. It's a backup pillow. I don't think I've been called Legumes before, though. I like that. As a hard pillow enthusiast, that is a very hard pillow. It is a very hard pillow. Then again, it is not my hardest pillow. Have we knocked on here, Manly? We have knocked on there, Manly. Damn. Lussick with an offload, and it's going to go over the not touch and goal, over just the touchline, but it is going to be a knock on Manly first. Did you have an Amazon delivery package? No, sir. This is a pillow. 15-year-old me in the back of the car when my mum drove me from Brisbane to Adelaide. Oh, mate. The, family road trips. So we had the big van, right? And I would sit in the back of the van. My two brothers in the middle row, all to myself. And we'd have one seat in the back, and we'd take out the other seat and just stack it with suitcases. I'd put my feet up on those suitcases. Put a pillow behind my head. Oh, it was so gorgeous. So gorgeous. The best times. I was so snuggly. I was so snuggly. All right, Cleary now. To find Papali'i, tackled there by Tokyo Hotrovovic and Simkin. Matt says, this game is being played at Commonwealth Bank Stadium in Parramatta, New South Wales, Australia. Correct. Somewhere in Earth on the Milky Way galaxy. Edwards, I can't believe he didn't score there. He got very, very close there. Why do you have pillow? Why do you not have pillow? Kick, it's come off Manly there. Is the penalty going to be? Yeah, penalty for offside there, Manly. Ah, Legman is snuggly. I'm the snuggliest boy right now. I'm so fundamentally snuggly. Folks, they've never had anyone more snuggly than me at the moment. Honestly, this is the most snuggly anyone's ever been in the history of snuggles. They're like off the charts. They're going to have to introduce new measurements for snuggles that I am just exceeding at the moment. They can introduce a new scale. I will go over that scale. I will continue. They're going to have to write a new scale. They're going to have to write books about the extent to which I've abused those scales. God himself is going to be like, I'm going to be real. You're going to have to slow down because I never wanted anyone in my reality to get this snuggly. True story. Penrith on the attack. Now to the left-hand side. Papali'i can't get an offload back. It was sort of spun around there in the tackle. All right. Lussick now finds Nathan Cleary. Short ball. Scotty Sorensen can't quite get it over the line. Though it was a good pass, though. He was in a little bit of space. Alrighty. Now in the hands of Cleary. Does another short ball to find Lukey Garner. Can't quite get there. Though one more to go here in this set. Lussick is in a dummy half. Passes back to Cleary again. Will he put boot to ball? He does. Papali'i's there. Kohler misses it. Oh. I don't know if Kohler touched that. I don't think he did. He definitely meant to. He absolutely meant to. Garrick in a bit of space now. Saab's got it. Steps back in field, and it's a good tackle from Cleary to get back there in time. Because that's the kind of play that Jason Saab loves. I reckon if Garrick had drawn him past there, he could have put Garrick in a... Sorry, if Garrick had drawn him past, he could have put Saab in a bit of space. Wow. This man is fundamentally snuggly. So true, my king. So true. Can I, like... I'm gonna commit to the bit. Zoom in. Wait. Yes. That's maybe a bit too much. Maybe a bit too. Yes, that's perfect. Today, we snuggle. Is Saab going to score this? Nah. Kind of forgot his Jason Saab and has a habit of, like, not holding the ball. So... This is, you know, I want to do every stream like this now. I really do. This is so much nicer. You can actually see my beautiful, stunning face. What the hell? Penrith have knocked it on. That's not something I've said in 5 years. Penrith have knocked it on. Penrith don't knock it on. They hold the ball. That's what they're supposed to be doing. Simpkin now gets it. Manly in great attacking field position here. Bro, I've got to say, Fosball, holy hell. You're actually fully alive here. Fosball's like, wow. It's delivering. Fosball is delivering. Brooks, stepping away from a few, gets an offload there, back to find Joey Walsh, stepping into the line himself. It's insane how dark it is at 7:30. It is pretty dark. I will give you that. All right. Pass from Nathan Brown onto Hamole. Big Shamole. Can't quite get there, though. Simpkin will be in a dummy half. Only halfway through this set. Short ball, Bullymore. Spins. I tell you what. Brother got close. Brother got very, very close. Got to go a double there, Bullymore. I tell you what. Walsh at the back finds Brooks. 3-on-2. Tip on. Hopewadi, he scored. Manly. Sorry, that's. I shouldn't be screaming when the microphone is this close to me. Manly have scored a rugby league try.
Manly-Warringah, Manly-Warringah, they'll all be waltzing behind you this year.
They'll all be waltzing behind you this year. Did I what, Mrs. Leaguie? If it's about the Discord, I don't really know. I'm not across it. But as I say, I trust my mods. I know they make good decisions. So ASMR. Yeah, should we do ASMR for the rest of the stream? This might be an obstruction. Krupa Conk says no try. And I respect Krupa Conk. So, did you hear the ref? No, sorry, I did not. I was too busy screaming and being snuggly. We should have a PJ watch along while you're in your PJs. I am in my PJs. I do think it will be taken off them, though, probably. Cleary is complaining, but they're going through the process. Hello, Super Sigma. Jason, not actually Lebanese sub. Is he not actually Lebanese? I thought he was Lebanese. Isn't his dad Lebanese? Try at a half. Cleary would have done nothing there. Cooper is adamant. Cooper Crook doesn't know ball. They did say, coming into this season, that they would be looking at if the player could have got across anyway. Isaiah, Kenny 67 and Up the Storm. Hell of a username. Thank you for following on Twitch. Unfortunately, that one's that wide. Mrs. League, I can't give you the amount of personal time I think that you want from me. Otherwise, I'd have to give it to everyone. I've been streaming for 5 hours, 5.5 hours. I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours by the time this is done. With all due respect, the last thing that I want to do after this is done is stay on my computer and sort out an issue in my Discord. I can't be arsed. Cannot be arsed. I have mods because I trust them. So I'm backing their decision. That's not the Manly song. It's Watson Matilda. They stole the tune. That is true. However, they're far from the only team to steal a tune. Thoughts on you having Manly as last? Well, I predicted them as last under the assumption Anthony Seibold was going to be their coach. And for as long as Anthony Seibold was their coach, it was a banging prediction. But yeah, you know, obviously different coach now, and I don't think anyone really could have seen how good it was going to go. Who has scored the tries? The tries have been scored by Clayton Falalo, Ethan Bullymore, and Lehi Hopewate for the Seagulls, Blaise Salangi and Brian To'o for the Panthers. So how long before Cleary starts feeling the heat? Now they're losing to Manly in the NRL Premiership and looking pretty ordinary. Surely it can't be radio silence for his mates in the media forever. This would be stunning if they lose to Manly. Jenkins now tackled behind the 20. I went to 7-Eleven after the Knights v Rabbitohs game and got a Slurpee because there's a 7-Eleven directly across the road from McDonald Jones Stadium. There is. I consider me to have been scammed there. But not really scammed, but I said this last stream. Me and my dad have a tradition where if we go to a Roosters game and the Roosters win, we get a golden gate time ice cream going home as Penrith ball goes over the sideline. And we went up to Newcastle. We watched the Roosters play and went across the road to that 7-Eleven to get a golden gate time, and it was like 3 times the cost of anywhere else. Couldn't believe it. Was devastated. That's not very nice of him to do, Mrs. Leaguie. But again, I'm not gonna drop everything to sort out an issue that you've got. after this stream. With all due respect to you, I need my own time. I mean, look, Lorenzo, it's called a Golden Gate time. What can I say? It's maybe a little bit of a traditional name, but it's fun. The next NRL coach to be sacked will be Shane Flanagan. Brother, have I got news for you. Does he know? Does Matt know? I actually don't know if Matt knows. Matt might not know. All right. Walsh, pass to Paseka. Can't get enough load away. Don't tell him. Brooks with a kick in behind. McLean's got it. He's lost it, though. And Edwards knocks it. Sorry, Edwards grounds it. It was all knocked back, but it's going to be a goal line dropout. Okay, Azza, that is very on the nose. You know what you're doing there. No more of that, mate. No more of that, mate. If you got offered the job of head coach at the Roosters, would you take it? No. It would be incredibly negligent for me to do that to my own club. Knock on Manly. Damn. That's why you review that. That's why you review that. No, I would decline it and then say you guys should hire Trent Robinson. He's a good coach. Yeah, Hamali to touch that. I did swear in our head because we got up to 300. I did. True story. Happened. Factual. I would take head coach of the Dogs, says NRL Head. I would love you to be head coach of the Dogs. With all due respect, I don't think you'd win a game. So that's why it'd be funny. Not because of lack of knowledge from you, but NRL coaches are incredibly intelligent people. What if Trent Robinson recommended you personally? I'd say, look, Robbo, I'm incredibly flattered. However, could you just maybe make me, I don't know, a video dude, content creator at the club? Ground announcer I'd take. I'd love to do that. Podcaster, I'd do Roosters Radio. Rather than head coach. If you got offered head coach of the Rabbitohs, would you take it? Yes. Although I think that there would be immense and very serious death threats towards me. I once asked my gay friend for a Golden Gay time and he brought me to a 7-Eleven, but instead of going, okay, nope, WTF. We're getting a bit rowdy, chat. We're getting a little bit, we're getting a bit on the nose. I know that we're, into the final quarter of the final game of this stream, and I've got a pillow behind my head, and we are getting loose. And I'm with you. I'm with you on the looseness. I'm here for it. I love it. This is like peak streaming for me. But some stuff that's being said, a little bit diabolical. Can't be having that. Put it in line. Timeouts will be handed out. Knock on Manly, I think, there. What bangers would you play on Roosters Radio? Oh, no. Roosters Radio is a podcast. However, it would be absolute non-stop wall-to-wall Rooster Man. Just like 24/7, Rooster, Rooster Man, with like the odd kind of just interjection of this.
Here come the Roosters, the best we've ever seen. The red, white Roosters, the Eastern Suburbs team.
I need to find a high quality version of that. The audio file is not very good. Viewy says, what did I miss? I don't know exactly when you went, but you probably missed a lot. There's quite a bit that's happened on this stream. I said rugby union's better than rugby league. It's true. I didn't mean to say it. I misspoke. I meant to say it's bigger than rugby league, but I said it. NRL Head says, genuinely I hate you because I've had that song stuck in my head for 2 weeks. What, this song?
Here come the Roosters, the best we've ever seen. The red, white Roosters, the Eastern Suburbs team.
We're sitting in third, Tiger. I don't think we're that mid. I did laugh at that. I'm glad I could make you laugh, NRL Head. All right, Edwards. Oh, short ball's beautiful. It's stunning. To the line. Kohler can't get the tackle down. Wow, that was a Microsoft Windows Security Defender summary sound. Penrith have leveled us back up again. That was a beautiful short ball. And they're probably going to take the lead. Isaac Tonga with a run to the line. Scores one for the Panthers. Well, they're here to beat the best. At the moment, they're just going to have to settle with beating Manly, but they're looking like they're going to be able to do it going ahead here Yeah, it was rough. The hole was huge there. Tonga for the line. Tonakola did well, but was never really going to stop him. Can you sue the Roosters for false advertising? The best we've ever seen, they say in their song, demonstrably false. Yeah, but then you also say, like, for example, Parab. They say, if you want to see how football's played, come and see the Eels. That's just not true. Sharks say, now it's time to see good football because the Sharks are here. That's just not correct. So, you know, even the Dragons, someone just redeemed a thing.
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed changed the background color. Pink right now.
Realize how much it absolutely damaged me to reach over for my phone. The Dragons song is this.
We are the St. George boys. We've had a game today.
Except they've had the bye this week, so that's also false advertising. You can't really see the background because it's covered with a pillow that is not symmetrical. Is it funny if it's not symmetrical? Let's go with that. Noah, to be fair, I don't think you've seen his undies, so you cannot confirm or deny whether he is wearing Penrith undies. Hit the Tigers emote.
We are the Tigers in black, white and gold, stout-hearted men.
How long before Kieran Foran starts to feel the heat? He's currently losing to the Panthers in the NRL. How long are we going to have radio silence and his friends in the media? They can't protect him forever. Shout out. Shout out. Really hope Manly wins so Wires and Panthers are tied for first. Would be great. Would love it. Would it not also be Roosters? Or are we... Yeah, we're on the same points as you. Granted, Warriors are the only team that have not had... Oh, Panthers as well haven't had the bye. But still, we'd be there. C Phantom says Kieran Foran might be unstoppable. Lorenzo says sack Kieran Foran, he is a fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, the duality of man. The duality of man. Going to sleep? I'd love to. Might do promptly. You know, so someone commented Kennedy Charrington owns your poverty franchise on the Women's Origin stream, and it was included in the clip that I made, and she commented on the clip saying, what does poverty franchise mean? And I had to explain to her what it means, and I couldn't really figure out how to articulate it. And so I said, don't worry, it basically just means that you're really cool and Queensland are not, which I think is pretty much a good summary of it. And someone replied saying, she's not going to let you hit, bro. And I was like, I don't want to. Hitting women is wrong. I didn't say that, although it is wrong. I said, you know, believe it or not, men can actually compliment a woman without wanting to hit. It's kind of shocking that someone would think that that's the only reason why you'd be nice to a woman. 1816, that is so true. That's actually incredibly correct. I mean, look, am I claiming to be at the top of my game right now? God, no. Not a chance. I'm miles away. But thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo. That's twice now. I haven't remembered to update after a goal kick. Play Doggy's song. Pretty pleased with the Sugar on Top. The Win song. I think, look, I'll do it for you, but I think it's very bad omenry. I think it's very bad omenry. If you want that win song to be played in a week where you've lost, it could curse the club. I'd argue, like, chances are it will curse the club, but you've made your own bed now, so I'll play it. Bronx Nation, could you send the message again? I didn't see it earlier. Bro, Leaky got a crush. I've got an NRLW crush, 100%. It's not Kennedy Charrington though. Oh, what do you think about this? Wait, hang on, Yellow Line. Sorry, I will answer you, Bronx Nation. We got out of absolutely nowhere. Yellow Line type, folks. This could change the game completely. What was it for here? High shot. Shot it to the head. Bro Station said, what do you think about this state of heritage concept where Samoa and Tonga play a 3-game series? The more those two teams play each other, the better. I would massively be in favor of, and I have said this for a long time, mid-year, pause the NRL season. for 4 weeks. Have Origin take place in 3 of those weeks. You know, yeah, because you needed a camp. So yeah, have Origin takes place in 3 of those weeks. Then you have internationals being played alongside it. It will be watered down internationals because the best players will be playing Origin. But I don't mind. They've got enough depth that it's still going to be very high quality games. The players that don't get picked in the international sides then get a bit of a break. They might be able to go back and play Cup for a bit. Teams can reset, have a little mini preseason. I think it would do so well. I've not genuinely heard a counter argument to that I've disagreed with. Sorry, that I've agreed with. I think it's a no-brainer. They've spread the ball on. It's forward there from Manly. I thought they've done well to get a bit of a half break there already. That's not what you want. That's not what you want. Ban Tiger Walker? No, you're allowed to spam. You're allowed to spam when it's a yellow line. Only initially. God help me, I'm actually cheering for Manly. Oh, I've been cheering for Manly from the start. Yes, correct, Azza. Entirely agree with you. And to any young men watching this, I know that there's a lot that are. That kind of attitude that person, you know, gave me in the comments, a horrible way to look at things, and I certainly hope none of you do. Mrs. Leaguie says, my cousin wants to join the Discord. What does he type into the search bar? So, you who were banned from the Discord last night, suddenly your cousin wants to join? Really? Interesting. I'm sure it's your cousin, and not you. With all due respect. I think your cousin can maybe ask me. Leaguie definitely got a crush on Strange, or what's her name? Jasmine Strange. Well, I did say I wouldn't deny or confirm, although I did deny or confirm with Kennedy Charrington, but I feel the need to, because she's a fan of the content. But, oh, knock on Hopawati, oh no. Oh no. Manly are really butchering this. Really butchering this. I do love the Strange family, but, no, I won't. Thing is, I shouldn't be saying yes or no, because you will narrow it down. You will narrow it down. What are the lyrics in the Bulldog song? We are the mighty Bulldogs. The cancer's very real? No, the Canterbury breed. Does it sound like that? It really does. The cancer's very real. Oh my days, it does sound like that, doesn't it? That's hilarious. No, the Diggy. When there's a sin bin, you're allowed to spam yellow lines or whatever, yellow boxes for like a minute or so. But you can't spam now. That's hilarious. Nearly intercepted there from Falalo. Toto for the corner. They might score here. Toto is cut down. It would be a cardinal sin for Manly to concede here while a man up. 6 more. This is truly one of the worst sin bin periods I've seen a side put together in a long, long time. My counter against the Origin period argument would be, I don't like that idea, and the NRL should try... Wow, voice break. I don't like that idea, and the NRL should try their utmost to make me happy. Specifically, I am very much a stuck-up female dog. Sure, you know what? I agree with that. I absolutely agree. No notes. That's 100% factual. No, we can't probably do that, Jiggy, because that would be a lot. All right, Cleary dummies, goes through himself. Close to the line. Gets there. Gets there. I'm not sure he's got it down, and we're going to go up and review with a no try, actually, to start with. Right, so what you're telling me, Mrs. Leaguie, is that your cousin wanted to join the Discord. I then say, oh yeah, your cousin. I guess cousin can ask. And immediately your cousin's right here. Right here. Immediately, straight away. Interesting. I'm not completely sure I believe that. Anyway, though, my Discord link is in my channel details on YouTube. It's so close. It's so close, but I don't think he's got it. Leaguie's Big Toe says, I have two NRLW crushes, don't snitch. Yeah, that's alright. Look, the NRLW, they are very impressive individuals. Very talented. What's with the pillow? Incredible neck pain. Like, remarkable neck pain. Like, I don't want to have a neck anymore kind of neck pain. Like, I wish my head was just floating there kind of neck pain. Leaguie, who's your favorite player in the NRLW? Jocelyn Kelleher. Now in the hands of Nathan Cleary. However, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I love the way she plays. Who got sin binned? I was at the kitchen when it happened. Honestly, I think if you go over to the kitchen, you don't deserve to know. I think you need to have a good hard look at yourself. Bloke, unfortunately. Nah, Jack Cogger. Jack Cogger. I want Panthers to win for my tips, but Kieran Foran beating Panthers would be incredibly funny. I agree. Yep, agree. All right. Walsh gets it now out to find Ruben Garrick. Tries to step away from one. They have really, truly butchered this in-bin period. They spent the vast majority of it coming off their own goal line. Look at that. League's tweaking out. I feel that this is nothing particularly noteworthy. Oh, it's forward. It was going to be a very, very good opportunity for Jake Jawojevic through the line, but it's going to be a forward pass from Nathan Brown. Yikes. Let's see here. Nathan Brown. I think that's okay. I don't know. The Didkey, do not spam, please. Do not spam. All right. Thanks, Leaguie, but just don't check my posts, okay? To be abundantly clear, I know you are Mrs. Leaguie. That's very obvious. You ain't fooling me, bro. It was forward, Dylan. Do you not know ball? I mean, I had one look at it, as did the referee. I'm happy with the call, but I think it probably was backwards. And I also want Manly to come back into it, so I'm biased towards that. Leaguie, I'm here now. Can you say go Manly? Go Manly. I did promise you that several hours ago. Do you think there's a chance the Eagles were intentionally throwing games to get Seabold sacked? I just don't understand how one guy can turn things around like Kieran Foran has. I also don't understand how one guy can turn it around that quickly. However, no. I don't think at this level of sport you'd intentionally be throwing any games. I really don't rate Anthony Seabold, and I never did. And coming into the season, there's a reason why I predicted them in last. Foran might be a genuinely very good coach, and Seabold not at all. Edwards now. Has space in front of him. Still 2 tackles left here. All right. Played there by Kenny. Lindsay Smith is in at dummy half. Gets it to Cleary on the last. Oh, puts a little kick in behind. Brooks is there. And he's got a bit of room around him. Beautiful work to get up to the 10. Leaguie, please help. My father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate wants to join the server. They are also Mrs. Leaguie. Fun fact. All right, Garrick. He had a shoulder problem earlier. Takes a tackle there on the 20. After this game, I will study for my exam tomorrow, then watch Premier League from 12 to 5 a.m. Why would you do that when instead you can watch the Formula 1 Miami Grand Prix from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m.? Now in the hands of Clayton Falalo. Takes a tackle there. It was Burbo on the wing. I don't know about that, but anyway. I reckon they weren't throwing games, but they weren't playing at 100% because the leaders of the club asked for Seabold to be sacked. What's your source on that? I didn't hear that the leaders asked for Seabold to be sacked. I actually thought it was the opposite. I thought they took responsibility. Edwards now. Up over the 20. They definitely weren't playing at 100%, but that's because the coaching wasn't very good. In my opinion. How many more minutes are left in this sin bin period? Because it feels like a lot of it is gone. I can't imagine it's more than 2. All good, George. You enjoy that. No worries, Diddly, you swear. I appreciate your work as always. Alright. I have not seen Spaceballs. Now in the hands of McLean. Gets away. Oh, nearly from Ruben Garrick. The centre does very well to hold him down there. On the 4th. Now for Blaze Talangi. Short ball, Smith. Now Cleary. Gets to Dylan Edwards. Well, fend away from one and take a tackle there. Can you go on big hits again? I would love to. I would love to. Kick there from Nathan Cleary. Up over the top. Oh, Hopawati plays at it. It's not been knocked on there by a Lamotti. Jeez, that is fortunate. That is very, very fortunate. Loki, I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard it from somewhere. Well, I won't take it as fact because I did hear the opposite. But, yeah. It would seem very unlikely that there was a player queue. I did sway this stream. Yes. Because we got up to $300 in donations. Matt says, I don't like Channel 9's 4 p.m. NRL coverage on Sundays because immediately when the game finishes, there's no post-game show and it goes straight to the news. Post-game show must in the next deal. I don't know if the NRL has that kind of power. It's prime time. Absolute prime time. When you have it on free-to-air, I think that probably that's not a position that they're going to be able to negotiate. Hang on, I've just noticed. Why do you have a pillow behind your head? I am incredibly shocked that you have just noticed that. It's been a solid half hour. Because my neck was absolutely dying. What time in the stream? Not a clue. No idea. Not a foggy, like, just not even the slightest inkling of when I did it, unfortunately. Hello, Ninja. Good to see you. All right, kick from the halfway line here. Brooks chucks it up in the air. Underneath it is not Dylan Edwards. The only other white boy in the team, Tommy Jenkins. Although, you know what? Lindsay Smith is a white boy. Yo is like a white boy, but is like a country white boy, so it doesn't really count. Cogger comes back. That is like one of the most truly awful simming periods I've seen. If they break the line here, oh my god, if Talangi had found Jenkins there. Oh, they knock it on. They knock it on. Finally, Cogger's back on the field. They're going to challenge here. Cogger's back on the field and Manly, in theory, finally have an attacking opportunity. Say the Manly line up in the Trump voice? How about no? How about I'm not going to be a jukebox? I have rights, you know. I'm a self-respecting citizen of the world. I also need the background to be green. So being racist right now? Racism is a prejudice and criticism towards people of a particular race or ethnic group. Please point me towards a prejudice or a criticism. So when is the league going to start feeling the pressure? His neck is underperforming and he looks tired at the moment. I know he has mates in the media, but surely it can't be radio silence forever. That's the best. That's the quote of the day. That is the quote of the day. Brilliant work. All right. Run there from Tungo. You want me to show the game? I'll show the game. I'll show the game. Kick there on the last. Saab went up for it. It was tapped back there by Jenkins. Manly defenders are around, but there's a bit of room around Talangi here. Gets it back to Cleary. Just puts a kick in. Oh, it's been played up beautifully there by Joey Walsh. Gets it now to find Hamole Okawatu. Manly are looking good. 5 minutes left. I still kind of reckon Manly might win. I still kind of reckon they might win. Leaguie, what are your top 3 white people of all time? Nelson Mandela, LeBron, and Gandhi. Plus second now. Hit it up to the 40. It's a 2-point field goal territory. Can any of them hit a 2-point field goal? I don't think so. Walsh has been fantastic today. Hard agree. Did Hapawade knock that on? No, he did well not to. All right. Yeah, that wasn't a good pass out of dummy half to big Schmolle. They wasted a few plays there. Not a really good set by any means. 36-meter gain. That's a bit grim. They've got enough time. They can still manage this one and get a good attacking set. Saab is going to go up for it. He won't. Edwards just takes it. Good defensive set here. Manly can do something with it. I'll do the bull probably. I've done bull testicle, so let's do it. I don't think sushi existed in 1 BCE. You should make that a channel point redemption option, the pillow. Shout out to the pillow. That might not be a bad idea. That might actually be kind of funny. All right. Leota now up to the 40. 1 more to go in the set. Oh boy, I can't wait for this stream to be over. That's a low kick. I mean, it's got solid ground on it, and it does slow the play down, allows the Penrith defense to charge up towards Leahy Hopewatu. Let's see what they can come up with here. It's not their last attacking set, but they're running out of chances, that's for sure. All right, Jake Trbojevic hitting it up. They're not really making a heap of ground here. Simpkin finding Brown. Oh, now short ball to Hamole. They need a line break. They do need a line break. Simpkin now in the dummy half on the 4th. Across to find Brown. Deep ball to find Brooks. It's not really happening there for them. Finds Ben Trbojevic underneath. They might be able to put a kick up and hope that something comes out of it, but they need a penalty. They need a set restart, something like that. They're going to go for it with Brooks. No, he dummies. Doesn't find it. There's got to be space out there. Hamole gets it to Garrick Hayes. Sub outside him. There's people in front of him.
It's 499 now, Isaac, you know what to do.
There's 2.5 minutes left in the game. Wow. I said that if we hit $500 in donations for this stream, I'd show feet. WTF has just donated us up to $499.61. We are 39 cents off. We're 39 cents off feet. Yo holds the ball. Jeez, that was a potential opportunity for Manly. I didn't know you had that kind of money, WTF. What the hell? Out of nowhere. Clear with the pass back inside. Knock on. That was not the play. That was not the play. That was never the play, Nathan. That was never the play. Never the play. I can't believe he's just done that. He had to hold the ball. Yikes. Well, hey, 39 more sets, bro. 39 more sets. We're not there yet, folks. We're not there yet. We're there, folks. Oh, the yellow line. I forgot to take it off. The yellow line is gone. We've cracked 500. I will show feet at the end of this game. Show me them toes. That I'm going to do. Walsh, will he kick a 2-point field goal? He's set up for it. No, he's not got the length. He's not got the length. That'll be all she wrote. That'll be all she wrote. Edwards, surely they just soak up time here. Mario finishes it. He truly is the Alex Johnston of the streams. He is. Beautiful there, coming in at the end with the finishing touch. Okay, that does not make me comfortable at all, Leaguie Start. That's... Oh... Yeah, I did warn you earlier. Really don't want you saying that. But yeah. Alrighty. Trbojevic now with a tackle there with Olakawatu on Jenkins. 30 seconds left. Penrith will be able to wind this one down. A very winnable game from Manly. Fosball is still alive for sure. But my God. Bro. This is one of the wins where Penrith will get the minor premiership at the back end of the season. And this is one that really could have gone either way, but they just toughed it out. They just toughed it out. 7, 6, 5. Oh, he's running backwards. He's doing the Sammy Walker. Passes it into the crowd. Panthers survive. What a bizarre stream. There was so much that happened today. $500 in rugby league donations. 3 games. A frankly absurd one to start. We had this one, 18 points to 16. A low-scoring, grinding thriller between these two sides. What was the middle game? I forgot. I genuinely forgot the middle game. Who played in it? Oh yeah, it was Sharks. Yeah, absolutely fading the Tigers. Goddamn. I had a pillow at the back of my head. I'm a show feet. It's all happening. Alright. I guess you make a commitment. I guess you make a commitment. All right. Wow. What a surprise. Mr. Big Chin does a dog act at the end. I don't think that's a dog act. I can't think it's a dog act. Sam Walker did it, and he's my Pookie Bear. It's fair play. It's no different to passing the ball over the touchline or whatever. All right. Who's ready to let the dogs out, folks? Who is ready to let the dogs out? We're going to start with the left foot because it's not my dominant foot. And so I feel that we want to set up for like the second one to be good. All right. There's one. There's one. Congratulations, folks. You've got 1 foot. Now time for the second verse, just like the first. Oh, hey! We got toes. We got toes, ladies and gentlemen. All the toes. This is disgusting. I agree, George. However, I would do worse for $500. Are feet allowed on YouTube? Yeah, bruh, it's all right. We'll be fine. We will be fine. Wiki feet rating 6.5 out of 10. I'll take it. That's solid. I think it could have been a lot worse. I think that's generous. I think that's very generous. Very generous. Leaguie's mistress says you should have to kick it to the other team. One more chance. Okay, well, no. You've said a word there that is not acceptable. Unfortunately, I really can't have that. I really can't have that. I'm gonna have to hide your comments. You can't say that R word. You really cannot say that R word. But no, you're being, I don't know, maybe salty or whatever, but saying that they should have kicked it to Manly for one more chance? What are you on about? I've just joined the stream again after the game. I'm a bit confused, as am I, and I've been here for 6 hours. But, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, I said a word. You did, and it was a bad word. So, unfortunately, I gotta say, I wasn't ever that comfortable with the username, but, you know, it is what it is. But, yeah, that word you cannot say. I hope you clipped your toenails. Yes, sir, I did. Yes, sir, I did. The streams have officially peaked. It's never getting better. Like, I feel that I should probably retire at this point, because we're never going to top them. We're never going to top $500 in one stream. Off the back of a Roosters win, by the way. Yesterday. But then also showing feet. I'll play the song, George. I'll play the song. And a swear word. And a swear word. No, I already swore before. Wow. Get some coffee and some sleep. Unfortunately, I'm staying up till probably about 5 a.m. to watch the Formula 1. So I won't be doing that. But for at least the stream, we will leave it there. Thank you guys all for being here. Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
What happens to the money that's donated? I get it. YouTube pays it to me. Not completely. YouTube takes a cut. The cut varies depending on how the donation was made, but I get most of it. All right. That'll be... Someone just redeemed a thing.
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed
Hey, Lorenzo, I'm trying to do my outro, bro, and you're kind of getting up in my vibe at the moment. You're getting all up in my grill. If you ask me to change the background color right now, I'm a straight up not do it. Straight up not do it. All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. I should be able to do all the games next week.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the
CFC Housebet with $10. Go, Oscar. Go, Oscar, indeed. Thank you so much for the $10. Brings us up to $5.10 for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you all later. Goodbye.